You're listening to the Ending Beginnings Origin Stories, Book 5 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 1 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more about the series, links to other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Beginnings, the Ending series origin stories. Written by Lindsey Pogue, Lindsey Fairleigh. Narrated by Natalie Duke. The Ending Beginnings 1. Carlos. 1. I can't. I told you, Carlos said, yanking his wrist out of the larger kid's clammy grasp. It wasn't that Carlos was small for his age, quite the opposite, in fact. He was already 5'10" and, thanks to the recently wrapped-up football season, nearly 150 pounds, and he was still a few months shy of 16. No, the problem was that Julian was just a little bit taller, a whole lot thicker, and really desperate. Julian raised his hands, running his fingers through his greasy, dirty blonde hair. There was no doubt in Carlos's mind that the kid needed a shower, and based on his pallid coloring and the grayish-purple, bruise-like circles under his eyes, to lay off the Vicodin. Carlos felt the slightest twinge of guilt for being the one who'd supplied Julian with the pills in the first place, which, as Carlos's older brother had drilled into his head, was exactly why the Hernandez boys only dealt the pills. They never sampled them themselves. "What am I supposed to do?" Julian practically shouted. He took a lurching step forward, hands outstretched like he might grab the front of Carlos's down jacket. Carlos sidestepped, easily evading the clumsy maneuver. He spun around in time to see Julian skitter on a patch of ice and crash into the chain-link fence marking the perimeter of Toppenish High School's snow-covered outfield. Glancing around warily, Carlos backed away, hands in his coat pockets. He hated dealing with this crap at school. "Next week, man. I should be getting some new stuff this weekend." Julian's fingers curved into rigid, claw-like hooks, clutching at the fence to hold himself upright. Breathing hard, he turned his head so his flushed cheek was squished against the frost-coated metal. A thin crimson trail streaked from just under his right eye down to his chin like a single bloody tear. It added an extra creep factor to the haunting, almost feverish glint in Julian's eyes. The final bell releasing them from school for the day had rung a good 15 minutes ago, and there was no way Carlos's sister, Vanessa, wouldn't guess why he'd been late. She would chew him out the whole ride home for being dumb enough to follow in Jesse's dealing footsteps, then track down their older brother and rip him a new one too. Carlos started jogging backward toward the student parking lot, where his sister would be waiting for him. "It's just a few days, Julian," he shouted, tugging his black beanie further over his ears. "You'll survive." Turning mid-stride, he broke into a run. Each exhale produced a white puff that seemed almost solid enough to grab. He didn't stop until he reached his sister's decades-old, dark green Honda Civic, one of the few cars still sitting in the lot. The temperature was in the low teens, cold even for early December in Toppenish, one of a string of small towns in central Washington's Yakima Valley, and nobody was eager to linger in a parked car. Hand tucked inside his sleeve, Carlos popped the passenger door open and ducked inside. He held his hands up to the vents, grateful for the warmth. "Sorry, Nessa, When Carlos looked at his sister, the rest of the sentence died on his tongue. Vanessa was staring vacantly out the windshield, the skin around her eyes red and puffy, and tears were streaming down her splotchy cheeks. Shit. Carlos reached across the center console and draped his arm over his sister's shoulders, pulling her into the closest approximation to a hug that was possible in the interior of the small car. It was awkward and uncomfortable, But that didn't matter. Vanessa almost never cried. She was barely a year older than Carlos, but he'd only seen her cry a handful of times. "What is it?" he asked, his voice tight with worry. Vanessa exhaled a gut-wrenching sob and clutched Carlos's coat. It's Benny." The baby of their family, Benny, was barely 2 and suffered from a congenital heart condition, the same one that had killed their dad just before Benny had been born. Benny had come down with a cough and a slight fever the previous afternoon, but their mom had been certain it was just the flu. And she was a nurse. She knew what she was talking about. Of course, influenza could be dangerous to a kid like Benny, which was why their mom had taken Benny to the hospital with her when she'd left for the swing shift the previous night, just to make sure. Benny would be fine. He would. Carlos squeezed his eyes shut, holding back tears. There was no use in freaking out before he knew how bad it was. He had to swallow several times before he found his voice. "Is he okay?" Shaking her head against his shoulder, Vanessa made a low, keening sound that was almost too faint to hear. Carlos felt a single tear escape an inch down his cheek. He... Mom called in the middle of 7th period, but I didn't answer." Vanessa pulled away just enough to meet Carlos's eyes. Hers, a rich chocolate brown that usually sparkled with laughter, or anger, or annoyance, were endless pools of despair. "You know how Mr. Martin is. I couldn't check my phone. I didn't know until..." Her chin quivered, and the effort it was taking her to hold back another wave of grief was evident in the hard set of her jaw and the tightness around her bloodshot eyes. "I didn't know until after, when I listened to Mom's message that... She took a halting breath. "That Benny's on life support." Her words hit Carlos like a punch to the stomach. Vanessa closed her eyes, shutting out the world. "They don't think he's going to make it?" Her voice was high-pitched and small. Carlos knew she wouldn't be able to hold it together for long, if what she was currently doing could even be called holding it together. And she wasn't alone. He was on the brink of breaking down, feeling like someone was shredding his heart while it was still in his chest. But he was determined to maintain the appearance of being strong, at least until he was alone. "Come on," Carlos said as he released his sister and pulled on the door handle. "Switch with me. I'll drive to the hospital." Vanessa wiped her cheeks with both hands. Not that it did any good. The tears were still pouring out, if a bit more slowly. "But you don't have your license yet." He shot her a look that clearly said, "And?" Without any further argument, Vanessa exited the car and switched seats with Carlos. As he was releasing the emergency brake, she touched her fingertips to the sleeve covering his forearm. "Hold on. Mom said this flu thing's gotten out of control. Said it's becoming a huge outbreak. We're not supposed to go to the hospital. It's bad there. Too many people..." Vanessa shrugged, at a loss for what to do. Carlos gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. What are they going to do? Keep us out? Snorting, he pushed in the clutch and shifted into first gear. He might not have had as much experience driving as Vanessa, but he wasn't a complete amateur. What about Jesse? Does he know? However much Vanessa was bothered by Jesse's chosen career and his choice to involve Carlos in what he called the family business, Carlos knew she still loved Jesse and would want him around during such a hard time. Since their dad's death, Jesse had become the sheltering arms of the family. Helping their mom provide for them was the main reason he'd expanded his illicit business in the first place. Chewing on her lower lip, Vanessa shook her head. I called and texted him like a million times, but she shrugged. Nothing. She paused for a moment. He's supposed to be back today, right? Carlos nodded as he cautiously navigated his way out of the parking lot and onto the icy street. Jesse had gone down to Cali to meet up with a potential new supplier, and he'd been gone for a little over a week. He said he'd be back this afternoon at the latest. He glanced at Vanessa, offering a tight-lipped smile. It was a pathetic attempt at reassuring her, but he had to try. Did you try the house? If he's not home yet, he should be soon. Out of the corner of his eye, Carlos watched Vanessa touch the screen of her phone and, hands shaking, raise it to her ear. Nobody answered. 2. The parking lots surrounding Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital were overflowing with cars. Some parked illegally against curbs, leaving barely enough room for the vehicles around them to vacate their spaces. It was so bad that, as Carlos drove down one of the aisles in the east lot, he had to back out the way he'd come in. To make matters worse, Carlos and Vanessa were hardly the only people in search of a parking spot. Carlos breathed deeply, fighting the frustration pushing him closer and closer to losing his temper. Anger would be an easier and much more familiar emotion to deal with than the crushing grief he was barely managing to hold at bay. But he resolved to hold it together, whether it was anger, grief, or any other dark emotion that surfaced. For Vanessa. And once they were inside the hospital, for their mom and Benny, too. Fuck it, Carlos snapped, tires slipping on the frozen pavement as he changed course, heading instead for the residential streets surrounding the hospital. He found a spot on the street north of the hospital in front of a large white house. The road hadn't been plowed since the last snow, and chunks of compacted snow and ice crunched under their tires as he drove the car to a stop. With an anxious sigh, Carlos turned off the car, opened the driver's side door, and stepped out onto the compacted snow. He stuffed his hands into his coat pockets and headed for the sidewalk, where Vanessa awaited him. Before he reached her, the front door of the house they'd parked in front of opened slowly and with an ominous creak. Inhaling, Carlos clenched his jaw, fully expecting some asshole to yell at him about parking in front of his house. He stopped beside his sister and stared at the empty doorway, waiting. A little girl poked her blonde head around the edge of the door. She was tiny and pale, with a cherubic face. She didn't say anything, just watched Carlos and Vanessa, eyes somber. Vanessa raised her hand and waved to the little girl. "Are you here to help Nana?" the child asked. "I pushed a button." Carlos exchanged a look of bafflement with his sister. "She won't wake up," the little girl said, a tremor in her voice. Meeting Carlos's eyes apologetically, Vanessa stepped onto the snow-covered lawn and slowly made her way toward the little girl. Carlos watched his sister walk away from him, then glanced up at the clear blue sky, thinking they really didn't have time for this. They needed to get to Benny and their mom. He huffed once in protest, then followed Vanessa's lead and headed across the lawn. When Vanessa reached the front porch, she crouched down until she was at the same level as the little girl. Carlos jogged the final few yards to catch up. The child's trusting, bright blue eyes focused first on Vanessa, then on Carlos. "What's your name, sweetie?" Vanessa asked. Carlos could tell her warm smile was forced. The child blinked several times, and a few huge tears spilled from her eyes. "Annie," she told them. "Well, I'm Nessa, and this..." She nodded toward her brother. Is Carlos? Annie's gaze shifted to Carlos again, and this time she smiled shyly, despite her tears. Little girls tended to fall head over heels in love with him. His mom always said it was because he had dreamboat eyes and an honest face. He wasn't sure about all that, but the facts remained the same. Little girls adored him. Where are your parents? Vanessa asked. In heaven, the little girl said softly. That took both Carlos and Vanessa by surprise, and neither knew what to say for a long moment. Finally, Vanessa managed to gather her wits. Well, how long has your Nana been asleep? Vanessa asked. Annie sniffled. A really long time. Carlos frowned, but Vanessa maintained her friendly expression. Did you call 911? Shaking her head, Annie held up what looked like a car remote hanging from a nylon cord around her neck. I pushed Nana's help button. It took Carlos a moment to realize he was looking at a tiny emergency alert device. Nudging his sister, Carlos asked, Can I have your phone? When Vanessa handed it to him, he immediately dialed 911. It rang and rang and rang. Nobody's answering, he muttered. Do you want us to come in and check on your Nana? Maybe call someone else to come get you? Nessa, Carlos said under his breath. We don't have time to... The look Vanessa turned on him was full of helplessness. She wanted to get to the hospital just as badly as he did, but she also wouldn't just abandon the little girl. Okay, Annie agreed. She opened the door further, and a pungent, rancid odor wafted out of the house. The smell of vomit and something worse. Vanessa started coughing, her eyes watering, and Carlos raised the collar of his jacket over his nose and mouth to block the rank odor. How Annie had been able to stand it for any period of time was beyond him. He grabbed Vanessa's arm as they entered the house, stopping her from moving beyond the high-ceilinged entryway. I'll check on her Nana, I guess. He glanced around the entryway. There was a living room to their right, a door, possibly to a closet, to their left, and the way ahead was divided into a hallway leading further into the house and a carpeted stairwell leading to the second floor. Carlos glanced down at the little girl holding the door open. She was wearing flannel pajamas covered in big, brightly colored polka dots, and he thought she couldn't be more than 4 years old, definitely too young to take care of herself if Nana was unable. Vanessa was one step ahead of him. I'll look for a cell phone or a list of phone numbers. There's got to be someone we can call. She held her hand out for her own phone, which Carlos handed over immediately. Annie, where's your Nana sleeping? She asked the little girl. Annie pointed up the stairs. In her room? Okay, sweetie. Carlos is going to try to wake her up. She took the girl's hand and led her away from the front door, leaving it open so the house could air out a bit. Can you show me where Nana's phone is? Yeah, Annie said, dragging Vanessa down the hallway toward the back of the house. She had this one, and... Carlos watched them until they turned around a corner at the end of the hallway, the little girl's chattering still audible but no longer understandable to his ears. He wasn't overly eager to head upstairs. The odor was nauseating, and if it was coming from Annie's Nana, it was going to be a whole lot more unpleasant on the second floor. Dread knotted his stomach. Come on, man, you got this, he said under his breath. He needed to just suck it up and check on the woman so they could finally get to the hospital. Steeling his resolve, Carlos started up the stairs, keeping his hand over his mouth and taking shallow breaths. He passed by countless family photos with hardly a glance. At the top of the stairs, there was a wide landing with 4 doorways, 2 on the right, 1 straight ahead, and 1 on the left. The 2 on the right were bedrooms, but with a quick search, Carlos dismissed them as Nana's location. They were empty. The doorway ahead led to a bathroom, which was also empty. It was the doorway on the left, the one with the mostly shut door, through which he was certain he would find Annie's Nana. He hesitated at the door, feeling extremely uncomfortable and a little afraid. What if the woman was awake and thought he was some sort of burglar or was there to hurt her? Scowling, he shook his head, thinking he really needed to grow a pair. "Ma'am?" Carlos asked as he pushed the door open further. "Are you?" But his words trailed off as he caught sight of her. She was curled up on her side in a queen-size bed centered against the opposite wall. She was a small, elderly woman with short gray hair and ashen skin. She wasn't just sick. She was dead. Carlos's stomach lurched and he gagged. He spun around and rushed into the bathroom, spewing his lunch into the toilet bowl. He broke out in a cold sweat, and his whole body trembled. He'd never seen a dead body, not even his dad's, but he'd always imagined that when he did, it would be dressed in something nice and made up to look like it was just asleep. That woman didn't look like she was just asleep. Nobody but a young child could mistake the woman in the bedroom for anything but dead. Carlos stood on shaky legs and stumbled to the bathroom counter. Bowing his head over the sink, he turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face and neck. He raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror, but all he could see was the dead old woman, like the image had been burned into his retinas. He felt dirty all of a sudden, tainted by death. Frantically, he started washing his hands with one of the small flower-shaped hand soaps in the soap dish beside the sink. He washed his hands until the water was near scalding and his skin was an angry red. Only after he'd rinsed out his mouth with mouthwash he'd found in the cabinets under the sink did Carlos emerge from the bathroom. Without looking into the old woman's room, he shut the bedroom door, feeling better once there was a physical barrier between himself and the body. He hoped Annie hadn't spent too much time with her grandma after the woman had passed. The thought was more than a little disturbing. Carlos wondered what had killed the woman. Had it been the flu or some other sickness? Shaking his head, he backed away from the door and jogged down the stairs. He'd heard a few reports of people dying from the flu, but hadn't really thought that... Well, he hadn't really thought much about it at all. At least, he hadn't thought much about it until now. "Nessa?" he called out as he reached the foot of the stairs. He sounded slightly hoarse, so he cleared his throat and opened his mouth to try again. "In here," his sister called from somewhere near the back of the house. The kitchen, he realized, as he followed her voice down the hallway. The smell wasn't as bad back there. He found Vanessa sitting at a built-in kitchen desk, a cordless phone to her ear and a piece of paper in her hand. As he moved closer, he could see that it was covered in neat handwriting. It appeared to be a list, with names and phone numbers squeezed in at odd angles wherever possible. Annie was sitting on the counter of a granite island, watching Vanessa. Her attention shifted to Carlos as he approached. "Any luck?" he asked his sister, leaning against the doorframe between the hallway and the kitchen. Pressing her lips together, Vanessa shook her head and lowered the phone from her ear. She pressed the talk button and heaved a frustrated sigh. "I've had 3 people answer. One was sick, one was a kid who had no idea what I was talking about, and one was..." She glanced at Annie. "Really nasty." She shrugged. I've left a bunch of messages, too. How about you? Carlos shook his head and pushed off the doorframe, aiming for the little girl. He stopped in front of her, crouching so he could meet her at eye level. I'm sorry, Annie, but your Nana, well, she's... He struggled to find the words. How do you tell a little kid someone they love is dead? Finally, he said, she's in heaven with your parents. Tears filled Annie's eyes, and her chin trembled. Come on, Carlos said, scooping her up. She wrapped her arms and legs around him and cried, Carlos holding her close the whole time. 3. Did Mom say anything about cops guarding the place when you talked to her? Carlos asked his sister, scanning the 2 hospital entrances he could see from the sidewalk. He was still holding Annie, but the little girl was now bundled up in her winter clothes, a puffy lavender coat, matching purple knit cap and mittens and pink boots. They hadn't had any luck in finding someone she knew who could take care of her, and leaving her in the house with a dead body wasn't an option. Vanessa shook her head. Just that we should stay away. I don't think we should take Annie in there. Carlos tucked the girl's head under his chin. Through the glass doors, he could see a thick crowd of people milling around inside the hospital. I mean, if all those people are sick, I don't know. She was in that house with her Nana. If she was going to get sick, don't you think she would have already? Before Carlos could point out that they didn't know if the old woman had even had the flu, Annie said something quietly. It was too muffled for either Vanessa or Carlos to make out clearly. Sweetie? Vanessa asked, stepping close and adjusting Annie's faux fur-lined hood. I got better. The little girl's voice was small, but clear this time. Carlos pulled his head back and looked down at her. You were sick? Annie nodded. Will Nana get better? Her big blue eyes studied Carlos, seeming to demand answers. No, Annie, she won't. Carlos told the girl, hugging her close again. He turned his attention to his sister. They were standing less than 30 yards from the door, only 2 rows of parked cars between them and the hospital. They were so close to being with Benny and their mom. So damn close. Yet there was only one way to get inside. They'd have to go through a guard. As Carlos started to take a step toward the hospital entrance, Vanessa snagged his sleeve, holding him back. Wait, I think we should wait. Why? Annie's fine. Vanessa pressed her lips together in a thin line and shook her head. Look, Carlos. Really look, she urged. There's someone guarding the door on the inside, too. Carlos could see the second cop through the glass. He frowned, not understanding her point. If some guy's guarding the door from the inside... She gave him a meaningful look. They're not just trying to keep people out of the hospital. They're trying to keep them in. Carlos finished for her. If she was right, that meant their mom was trapped inside with countless sick people. His frown deepened to a scowl. But why would they do that? Vanessa shrugged. Some sort of quarantine, maybe? Again, Carlos shifted Annie slightly further to his side and held her more tightly. I think you should try Mom again, he told his sister. Vanessa had already called both their mom's cell and the nurse's station in the ICU, where their mom usually worked, several times during the walk to the hospital, but nobody had answered either line, just like nobody had answered their calls to 911 to report the death of Annie's grandma. Frowning, Vanessa tapped her phone's screen and tucked it between her hood and her ear. Seconds passed, feeling more like minutes, and finally she shook her head. She lowered the phone and tapped the screen again, then returned it to her ear. She chewed her lip while she waited. Yes, hi. Oh, thank God, she blurted, her face filled with mix of relief and surprise. This is Vanessa Hernandez. No, don't hang up. My mom is a nurse there. Eva Hernandez. Do you know her? She paused. Is she around? Can I talk to her? Vanessa met Carlos's eyes, the corners of her mouth turning down. Why not? Carlos kept his increasing anxiety in check by rubbing Annie's back through her thick winter jacket. Oh, I see. Vanessa cleared her throat, and when she spoke again, her voice was too high, like she was just barely holding back tears. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Carlos watched his sister as she slowly lowered the phone from her ear and carefully returned it to her pocket. She stared at the hospital, at the third-floor ICU windows. Finally, her voice dull and lifeless, she said, Mom's sick. She looked at Carlos, utterly lost. He doesn't know where she is now, just that she got sick a little before her son. She raised her hand to her mouth, stifling a sob. Oh, God. Benny's gone. He's gone, Carlos. Carlos couldn't speak. He feared that if he did, what came out of his mouth wouldn't be words, but a scream of agony, of outrage. This was so incredibly unfair. Benny was gone. His mom was sick. They had to get inside. Carlos felt like his heart was being crushed. His chest heaved with each rapid breath. With shaking hands, he pulled Annie's arms from around his neck and handed her off to Vanessa, then strode toward the officer guarding the hospital's north entrance. The man was middle-aged, and the extra weight he carried around his middle strained the fabric of his dark blue uniform. Despite that, the hard scowl on his weathered face and the way he was resting his hand on the grip of his sidearm as Carlos approached suggested that he was no softy. With a deep breath and a polite nod, Carlos stopped a half-dozen feet from the officer. He cleared his throat, hoping his voice would be steady when he spoke. Can I go in there? With his chin, he indicated the doors behind the other man, then added, Please, my mom's in there. She's a nurse, and my little brother he's in there too. Sorry, son. No can do. Although Carlos wanted to curse in frustration, he smiled, trying his best to look innocent and friendly, harmless. But the cop shook his head. His emotions swelled as the reality that he was unable to see his mom set in. The friendly expression melted off Carlos's face, and it was an effort for him not to glare. Why not? What's going on anyway? The older man eyed him skeptically. You don't know? Obviously not, Carlos mumbled, his patience wearing thin. The cop narrowed his eyes, apparently taking offense to Carlos's tone, but at least he answered. The place is under quarantine. No one goes in or out until the CDC folks arrive. We're covering the exits until then. He frowned. It's been all over the radio and news this afternoon, and the schools were supposed to make announcements. Carlos shook his head. His school might have mentioned it, but he hadn't been in class 6th or 7th period. For what seemed like the millionth time over the past few days, he cursed himself for having dropped his iPhone in a toilet. After Jesse returned with the new drugs and Carlos sold enough, buying a new one was at the top of his list. Go home, kid. Your mom will be safe and sound in here. Carlos ignored the dismissal. What's the CDC, anyway? The Center for Disease Control. Well, why are they coming here? People get sick all the time. Because we have a disease that needs controlling, the officer said, annoyance evident in the sharpness of his tone. The flu? Carlos asked skeptically. But it's just the flu. Son, I don't... And what about all the people who have it who aren't in there? He waved his hand in the general direction of the door before stuffing it back into his pocket. The cop shifted his feet, making his stance wider, and cleared his throat. They're highly encouraged to stay in their homes and out of trouble. Carlos rolled his eyes and muttered, Thanks for nothing, completely forgetting to tell the cop about Annie's grandma. He spun around and jogged back to Vanessa and Annie, who'd been watching the exchange. The little girl held out her arms to Carlos as he approached, and Vanessa seemed relieved to hand her over. She was small and fairly light, but so was Vanessa, and Annie was a much easier burden for Carlos to manage than she was for his diminutive sister. They won't let us in. Come on, Carlos said and started walking back toward Annie's house in their car. Wait, but what about Benny and Mom? Benny's gone, he snapped, the words tasting sour on his tongue. He heard her footsteps crunching in the snow behind him, then felt a hard smack against the back of his head. His beanie did little to shield his skull from her bony hand. Ow! He growled, spinning to face his sister. She stood with her hands in her coat pockets, somehow managing to look like she had her fists on her hips, but instead of glaring, like he'd expected, she was crying. I lost Benny too, okay? I lost him too. Recalling what he'd said, Benny's gone, and how he'd said it, like a total asshole, his anger quickly dissipated, giving way to his all-encompassing grief. He squeezed his eyes shut. He wouldn't cry. Not yet. Nessa, I'm sorry. I don't know. Vanessa held his eyes for a moment longer, almost like she was pleading with him to tell her it was all a mistake. Benny would be fine. Everything would be okay. Finally, she averted her eyes and asked, What did that cop say? Carlos sighed. You were right. The hospital's on quarantine. These people, the CDC, are apparently on their way to fix everything. He shrugged. Then Mom will be able to come home. Until then, nobody goes in or out. A crease formed between his eyebrows. He said it's all over the news and that school was supposed to announce it or something. Vanessa's reaction to the cop's information was the same as Carlos's had been, a slow shake of her head. She sniffled. All they announced was that thing about school being canceled until after the new year and not... What? Carlos blurted. There was still another week and a half of school before winter break. At the end of 7th period, Vanessa eyed him accusatorily. But you didn't hear it because you were skipping, weren't you? Yeah, but I wasn't dealing. It was just because Rosie Vanessa threw her hands up in the air. I don't care about Rosie. You're so stupid sometimes, you know? I mean, with her stupid gangbanger brother... She shook her head, grief amplifying her anger. We stay neutral. We don't get caught up in their shit. God, it's bad enough with you and Jesse dealing. Shut up, she snapped. If you just go to class, you wouldn't have to do it, you know? You're smart enough. You could get a scholarship and not have to save up like this, and then we could all get away from this place and live like normal people who don't deal drugs and don't date people whose families think drive-bys are fun." A few months back, there had been a drive-by a block from their house. Carlos had no desire to get caught up in any gang conflicts, and despite his recent foray into dealing, Jesse had been careful about bringing in drugs that wouldn't step on the toes of any existing gang-affiliated dealings. The Hernandez boys dealt strictly in prescription narcotics, and though Carlos didn't know much about their business beyond his own minimal participation, he knew they were a fairly small fish in an unbelievably enormous ocean. And as far as he could tell, Jesse knew exactly how to keep the bigger fish off their backs. "I know, but if you know, then stay away from Rosie. For me and Mom and Benny." Vanessa's words halted abruptly, and her chin started quivering again. "Nessa, I'm sorry." Vanessa looked off to the side and nodded, apparently not trusting her voice. After a long moment, she said, "Let's get back to the car. At least we'll be warmer in there." "I'm hungry," Annie whined. "You have cash?" Vanessa asked Carlos. "Some. Let's stop by Mickey D's on the way. Get her some warm food." "And then what?" Carlos asked. Vanessa raised her eyebrows, clearly unsure. "We go home? What are we supposed to do about—" Carlos flicked his eyes down to Annie. Vanessa took a deep breath, then continued on her way back toward their car. "Dunno. We'll figure it out when we get home, I guess." 4. McDonald's, as it turned out, was closed. So was Burger King, Taco Bell, and every other fast food place they passed. Signs proclaiming that each establishment was closed due to the flu were taped to most of their doors and drive-through speakers. The only place that appeared to be open was a gas station near the on-ramp to I-82. When they pulled up to the pumps, there was one other vehicle stopped, the driver sitting in his locked car while his tank filled. Unlike when they'd been driving to the hospital, the streets were almost completely emptied of all but parked cars. Vanessa turned on the radio and switched it to the AM stations, which Carlos was pretty sure she'd never used. "Someone's got to know what's going on," she said as she fiddled with the tuner. "I hope so," Carlos said sullenly. "I'll be right back. Lock the doors." He stepped out of the car and shut the door, waiting for the click of the doors locking before he headed toward the tiny convenience store, which turned out to be locked. But it wasn't empty. There was a plump, frightened-looking woman standing on the other side of the door. "What do you need?" she asked, raising her voice enough to be heard through the glass. "Gas," Carlos said, responding in kind. He glanced back at his sister's car. "And do you have any food that's warm?" When the woman shook her head, he asked, "What about sandwiches, or anything that's real food?" The woman nodded, then held up one hand and rubbed her thumb and fingers together. She obviously wanted to know Carlos could pay before giving him anything. He pulled out some cash, 3 20s, and held them against the glass. "Milk, too. The smallest one you have, and a bottle of water, and maybe a straw?" The clerk unlocked the door and pushed it open the tiniest amount, just enough for Carlos to hand her the money. "I'll be right back," she told him, then relocked the door. Several minutes later, Carlos returned to the car carrying a plastic bag filled with a ham and cheddar sandwich, a small bottle of chocolate milk, and a bottle of water that he was pretty sure was the most expensive one the place had, considering it was both fizzy and bottled in France or Italy or some other fancy European country. He filled the fuel tank, then knocked on the passenger's side window. Vanessa sat in the driver's seat, having switched spots again while he'd been talking to the clerk. She let him into the car, and exhaling a relieved sigh, he settled in the passenger seat. Even though the car had been off for a good 5 minutes, it was still a hell of a lot warmer than outside. He didn't say anything to Annie or his sister as they pulled out of the station. Numbly, he unwrapped the sandwich and handed half to the little girl in the back seat, then twisted the lid off the chocolate milk and stuck the straw in the bottle. He held on to it until the little girl finished eating, then handed the milk to her as well. All he could think about was the sound of the news anchor's voice as she droned on about millions of sick and thousands of dead piling up as a result of the flu. It seemed impossible, and yet it was happening. 5. Annie had fallen asleep at some point during the half-hour drive from Yakima to their home in Toppenish. The house was small but comfortable, and both their mom and the kids worked hard to keep it tidy, inside and out. The snow-covered lawn surrounding the house was bordered by a waist-high chain-link fence, and the house itself, built in the 1930s, was painted a crisp white with dark green trim. It was one story and just enough house that the Hernandezes didn't go crazy. Being the lone daughter, Vanessa was the only one with her own bedroom. Benny used to sleep, in their mom's room, while Carlos and Jesse shared a room, at least when Jesse was in town. Even then, he usually passed out on the couch in the living room with the murmured voices and shouts from a late-night rerun of some trashy talk show filling the silence. "You'll carry her in, won't you?" Vanessa asked with a weary glance back at Annie, who drooped sideways a bit while she slept. When Carlos nodded, Vanessa proceeded to exit the car as quietly as possible. Easing the passenger's side door open, Carlos sighed. He was pretty sure he'd never sighed so much in his life. He felt emotionally exhausted and mentally numb. He just wanted to wake up, for this whole nightmare to end. This kind of thing, flu outbreaks that killed thousands, maybe even millions of people, just didn't happen in the United States. It had to be a dream, a really awful one. If only that were true. He was stepping out of the car when he noticed movement behind their house and froze. The sun had nearly finished slipping behind the hills to the west, and the dusk light made the figure difficult to identify, until she stepped out of the shadows. Rosie tentatively raised a hand in greeting. "Shit," Carlos muttered, offering her a short nod. Vanessa stepped onto the sidewalk and paused on the curb, following his line of sight. Carlos knew the instant she spotted Rosie. His sister folded her arms over her chest and turned a pointed look on Carlos. He stood, then flipped the passenger seat back forward and ducked into the car to unbuckle Annie's seatbelt. The little girl barely roused as he lifted her out of the car and hugged her tightly. When he again faced his sister, she still had her arms folded and was still glaring at him. "What? I didn't ask her to come here," he said defensively as he headed toward the chain-link gate. In fact, Carlos had told her multiple times not to come to his house, and she'd agreed that was the best plan. "Well, you can ask her to leave," Vanessa hissed from close behind him. Carlos glanced over his shoulder at his fuming sister. "Come on. You don't even know why she's here. With everything going on, at least give her a chance to—" Vanessa held up a hand to stop his words, then huffed past him and pulled out her keys to unlock the front door. Like Carlos, it seemed that Vanessa was finding anger a preferable alternative to soul-crushing sadness. Carlos stopped at the foot of the porch stairs, listening to his sister mutter to herself while she unlocked the door. Rosie slowly came around the corner of the house, wringing her hands and shooting furtive glances up at Vanessa, who now had the door open and was standing in the doorway, watching with disapproval. Rosie looked gorgeous, as usual. She was tall, taller than almost all of the other girls at their school, and somehow managed to be both athletic and curvy. She had long, wavy hair that was a brown so dark it was almost black, and equally dark eyes that tilted downward the slightest bit at the outer corners, giving her an eternally sorrowful look. She seemed to be shivering, despite her close-fitting down jacket and its fur-lined hood, and worry, or possibly fear, wrinkled her brow. Carlos wanted to pull her close and comfort her, wanted to kiss her and tell her that he would take care of whatever was bothering her. He desperately wanted to do those things. "We agreed. You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice monotone. Rosie's lips spread into a weak smile, and she shrugged. "I know, but I didn't know where else to go." She laughed, and it was a desperate, miserable sound. "I overheard Emilio and some of the others. They're being such idiots. I had to get away, and, well, I just ended up here." She glanced up at the sky, then at Vanessa, until finally her gaze settled on the back of Annie's head. "Who's that?" "Don't worry about it," Vanessa snapped. "Both of you get inside before someone sees you. God," she scoffed. "That's all we need." Carlos studied Rosie for a few seconds longer, searching her face for something. He wasn't sure what, then nodded and turned away. He hurried into the house, eager for its warmth and for the chance to put Annie down. She was small, but he'd been carrying her around for much of the afternoon, and his arms were starting to ache with fatigue. Vanessa shut and locked the door after they were all inside, then stepped in front of Carlos and held out her arms for Annie. With her slumbering burden, Vanessa headed for the hallway leading to the bedrooms and the home's single bathroom. "I'm going to give her a bath. She still smells like that place." Carlos watched his sister round the corner, then turned his attention to Rosie. He felt awkward standing in his living room with her. They spent most of their time together in her car or in the Tri-Cities at the south end of the valley where they weren't likely to see anyone they knew. Should he sit on the couch or in the recliner? Should he turn on the TV? Should he offer her something to drink? So Rosie started walking around the room, her nervous energy making Carlos that much more uncomfortable. She strode to the fireplace in the center of the far wall, spun and headed for the couch, then turned again and made her way back to the fireplace. She stopped, faced him, and opened her mouth, then shut it again and resumed her pacing. Her cheeks were more flushed than usual and had all the shit not just hit the fan. Carlos might have found her fretting cute. But the shit had hit the fan, and he had a feeling Rosie was about to fling a few more pieces of shit in that general direction. A horrifying thought struck him. What if she was pregnant? They weren't careless, but they also weren't saints, and not everything they did together included being fully clothed. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that Rosie was about to ruin his life with two terrifying words. "I overheard Emilio and Pancho talking a little while ago," Rosie finally said, continuing her pacing. "Pancho's cousin came home after school and found his grandma on the kitchen floor moaning about her hip or something. She's like ancient, you know?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Anyway, I guess she fell and broke something, and when Pancho's cousin tried calling 911, nobody answered. Ever. He tried for like an hour. Okay, maybe for like 15 minutes, she amended, before calling Pancho for a ride. She shook her head in frustration. But Pancho knew the hospital was closed or whatever, so he brought them some drugs for the pain instead, and then came straight to my house with this stupid idea, which Amelia went for, of course, she said, putting emphasis on the last two words and rolling her eyes. Which was? Carlos didn't really care, but he figured it was the right thing to say. Rosie threw her hands up in the air. To hit up all the gun stores in the valley and steal, well, everything. And since the cops aren't answering the phone, they think they can get away with it. They're going to store it all at my house and, well, I just couldn't stay there with all this crazy shit going on. I couldn't. She leaned against the far wall, pressing her hand against her forehead. God, I'm dizzy. Suddenly, her flushed cheeks made a lot more sense. You're sick? I think so, she said, her voice so faint he could barely make out her words. Concern filled him, but it was quickly overshadowed by a surge of frustration and anger. She was sick. She had the flu virus that had killed Benny and so many others, and she brought it into his home. Jesus fucking Christ, Rosie. You brought it here? Rosie stared at him, wide-eyed and unblinking. Tears welled in her eyes. Carlos, I'm... Exacerbated beyond his limits, Carlos sat heavily on the couch and rested his head against the couch back. He's dead, and my mom's stuck in the hospital. His voice sounded hollow. He felt hollow, numb. Rosie's hand flew up to her mouth. Oh, God, I'm so... Eyes going even wider, she raced into the kitchen, leaned over the sink, and vomited, repeatedly. Really? Carlos groaned, then stood and headed into the kitchen to see what he could do to help her. It wasn't much. After nearly 20 minutes of vomiting and dry heaves, Rosie all but passed out. She would have collapsed onto the linoleum had Carlos not been there to catch her. He dutifully carried her feverish body into the bedroom he sometimes shared with Jessie and set her on his brother's bed. He figured that if Jessie wasn't home by now, he wouldn't be until tomorrow. Besides, if Rosie vomited on Jessie's pillow or comforter, Carlos figured it was the least his brother deserved for abandoning him and Vanessa at such a time. 6. She won't wake up, Carlos told his sister. They were huddled together on the carpet in front of the muted TV, sharing a fleece blanket and talking in hushed tones. Neither felt especially well, but Carlos knew it wasn't Rosie's fault. They'd likely contracted the virus from Benny or some kid at school days ago. His stomach knotted, and not only with nausea. He felt bad about how he'd reacted when Rosie admitted to being sick. As soon as she woke up, he intended to apologize. Did you shake her? Carlos nodded. It's like she's in a coma or something. Vanessa shook her head and rolled her eyes. And now we have to take care of her. Carlos rubbed his temples, wishing his pounding headache would go away and that the room would stop tilting back and forth. She was scared. She didn't know where else to go. After a brief hesitation, he added, I wish you'd give her a chance. Vanessa was quiet for a long time, for so long that Carlos didn't think she was going to respond. I have to tell you something, she finally blurted. Carlos drew away slowly, pulling the blanket off his sister's shoulders. What? Vanessa yanked the blanket back up onto her shoulders and stared at the stats scrolling across the TV screen, reporting the death toll by country. Back when we were freshmen, me and Rosie, we were close. She eyed Carlos. You don't remember? Sort of. Not really, Carlos admitted. So what happened? Again, Vanessa took a long time to answer. Rosie and me, we went to a party, and Jesse was there, and Rosie had a huge crush on him, being the big, cool senior and all. And she and Jesse... Vanessa hesitated. She and Jesse what? I walked in on them in the bathroom, and, they were together. Like that. After I'd specifically told her not to. Carlos's brain felt sluggish as it processed what his sister was telling him. Jesse and Rosie. Mm-hmm. We're together. Yeah. Like that. Vanessa inhaled. Yep. Fuck. Carlos breathed. He suddenly felt sicker, dirty, disgusted. I can't believe what a bitch. Yep. Carlos rubbed his hand over his face, gathering his chaotic thoughts. His stomach lurched. No, I think I'm gonna puke. Oh, believe me, I know, Vanessa said. It's not like Carlos slapped his hand over his mouth and lurched to his feet. Just as Rosie had done, he rushed into the kitchen and vomited into the sink. He retched into the metal basin over and over again until his legs gave out and he collapsed onto his knees on the white and blue linoleum, huddling over the large bowl Vanessa thrust at him. Eventually, he sank onto his side and passed out. 7. Carlos woke to someone trying to poke needles into his eyeballs, cheeks, and forehead, but they felt too blunt to be needles. He thought they could be nails or maybe sticks. I'm hungry, a tiny voice said. They weren't needles or nails, Carlos realized, but fingers. I'm hungry, the voice whined. Groaning, Carlos flopped onto his back. Whatever he was laying on was cold and a little sticky, and there was a rank odor in the air, as though someone had vomited, possibly on him. He opened his eyes to see an expectant Annie and sat up slowly. Glancing down at the front of his hoodie, he realized he'd been right. Someone had vomited on him. Likely him. Where's Nessa? He asked, his voice raspy. His mouth tasted like crap mixed with rotting dead animal. Not that he knew what either tasted like, but he could imagine. Annie pointed, and Carlos followed the direction of her tiny arm with massive apprehension. His sister was curled up in the corner of the kitchen, the small wastebasket from the bathroom a few feet away from her. With immense horror, Carlos recognized a second, less intense, but equally foul scent under the overwhelming cloud of vomit. He'd smelled something similar once before, when he'd been standing in the bedroom doorway at Annie's house, staring at a dead woman. He clambered across the kitchen floor, every joint and muscle aching. He slipped when his knee landed in an unnoticed patch of sick, but he didn't care in the least. Vanessa was dead. But she couldn't be. Not her. Not like Benny. He was frantic, panicked under the intensity of his denial. She couldn't be dead. He scooped his sister up, pulling her upper half onto his knees and only remotely noticing Annie snuggling between them. Vanessa wasn't cold, but warm, hot even, and breathing, and groaning. She wasn't dead. Nessa! Carlos cried, squeezing and shaking his sister at the same time. Nessa, wake up! He shook her again, more intensely, but again, all he earned was a groan. Letting her lay back down on the floor, he looked around the kitchen. What could he use to wake her? What could he use? What could he use? What the hell could he use? His eyes landed on the sink, which he vividly remembered puking into, but tap water tended to be ice cold this time of year, and a splash of that would wake the dead. Or the almost dead. With a grunt, he used the wall to steady himself as he rose to a hunched standing position. He lurched across the kitchen to the sink, the world seeming to spin around him. He was so incredibly dizzy, and his legs felt boneless and shaky. When he reached the sink, he leaned his elbows on the edge and turned on the faucet, avoiding looking at the contents of the basin. Through the east-facing window behind the sink, he could see the first sliver of the sun as it started to rise. He frowned, surprised he'd slept through the whole night when he felt so crappy, and had been sleeping on the cold, hard kitchen floor. He flipped the switch on the wall beside the window, bringing the garbage disposal to life. That, at least, sped up the process of clearing out the sink. He reached for a half-full glass on the counter to the right, dumped out the room-temperature water, and refilled it with frigid water from the tap. He drank the whole glass down greedily, then filled it again. But when he turned to start his way back across the kitchen, a surprisingly daunting task, he realized how much of an idiot he was being. Vanessa was sick, and if she, or him for that matter, was to have any chance of recovering instead of ending up like Annie's grandma and Benny, then she needed rest. She needed to sleep as much as possible so her body could heal itself. She didn't need him splashing her with ice-cold water. Carlos turned back to the sink, setting the glass on the counter and shutting off both the disposal and the faucet. He glanced down at Annie, who was still sitting on the floor beside Vanessa. "You went to sleep on the floor for a long time," she told him, her lower lip sticking out like she might burst into tears at any moment. "I'm scared." Carlos's lips spread into a weak smile, and he raised a shoulder, hoping to look nonchalant. "Sometimes I like to change it up, sleep in the kitchen." He shook his head. Even a 4-year-old could see through that lie. Or maybe especially a 4-year-old. "Can I have some juice?" "Sure." Carlos trundled over to the fridge and took out a plastic jug of OJ. He retrieved a small plastic cup from the overhead cabinet beside the fridge and, hands trembling, somehow managed to fill it without spilling. "Here you go," he said, holding the cup out to the little girl. Annie rose to her feet and trotted over to him, accepting the orange juice eagerly. Carlos returned the jug to the fridge and exchanged it for a bag of plain bagels from the middle shelf. He felt weak and half-starved, as though he hadn't eaten anything in days. He practically tore open the bag and shoved the first bagel into his mouth, consuming nearly a quarter of it in one bite. Once he'd finished that bagel, he pulled out 2 more and split them in half, sticking them in the 4-slot toaster. "Do you like peanut butter?" he asked the little girl, who was watching him with wide, somber eyes while she drank her juice. She nodded. "Cool," he said, grateful that preparing her breakfast would be as easy as slapping some peanut butter on a toasted bagel. He wasn't sure he had the energy for much else. The bagel he'd already scarfed down seemed to be helping, along with the water, but what he really needed was to sleep somewhere more comfortable than the kitchen floor, possibly for the rest of the day. As his eyes landed on his sister, he figured she could use a change of scenery as well. Carlos worked his head from side to side, stretching his neck with several sharp cracks, then pushed off the edge of the counter. He didn't have the strength to carry Vanessa anywhere, but he managed to drag her as gently as possible into the living room. He placed a throw pillow from the couch under her head and covered her with the fleece blanket they'd been sharing the previous night. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an open, apparently empty box of cereal and a handful of discarded granola bar wrappers strewn about on the floor in front of the TV. He looked at Annie, who had followed him into the living room and was sitting cross-legged on the floor at Vanessa's feet, holding the cup of juice in both hands. "Did you eat all that?" Carlos asked the little girl, surprised, despite the evidence, when she nodded. "Last night? You ate all of that? Last night?" Annie shook her head. "Yesterday." The single word was as shocking as stepping into an ice-cold shower. Frantically, Carlos searched for Vanessa's phone. He found it on the end table beside the couch, but the battery appeared to be dead. Luckily, his family had chargers plugged into an outlet in pretty much every room of the house, including the one behind the end table. He plugged in the phone and stared at the screen while it powered up. It seemed to take forever. Once it was booted up, all Carlos could do was stare at the date. For at least a minute, he just stared. He couldn't believe it. It didn't seem possible. He'd passed out on Friday night, but the display claimed it was Sunday morning. How the hell had he lost an entire day? He glanced at the granola bar wrappers, then remembered the faint odor he'd noticed when he'd first awoken. He'd thought it was Vanessa, had thought she was... "Rosie," he whispered. He dropped the phone and stumbled down the hallway to his and Jesse's bedroom, falling to his knees beside Jesse's bed. Rosie hadn't vomited in her sleep like he and Vanessa had done. Her eyes were closed, her face relaxed, peaceful. "Rosie?" Carlos touched a hand to her pale cheek and drew back almost immediately. She was cold. And the smell, it was faint, but it was stronger in the bedroom than it had been in the kitchen. "Rosie. Oh, God, Rosie." Carlos bowed his head, and for the first time since his dad's death, for the first time in years, he truly cried. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "So sorry." He regretted the last thoughts he'd had about her, the last thing he'd said about her. He didn't care about whatever had happened between her and his brother. He didn't care. He could forgive her for not telling him. He would forgive her if she would just wake up. "Please, Rosie, wake up." "Are you sad?" a tiny voice asked from the doorway. Carlos raised his head and wiped his face free of tears. He cleared his throat roughly. "Yeah, Annie, I am." Her quick, faint footsteps marked her progress as she entered the room. She wriggled under his arm, crawled onto his lap, and wrapped her little arms around his neck. "Nana says hugs are the best medicine if you're sad." Carlos clutched at the little girl, drawing comfort from her presence. They sat like that for a few minutes, until Annie broke the silence. "Can I have something to eat now?" Carlos laughed. It was a hollow sound, but at least it was something. He set Annie on her feet. "Yeah. Why don't you go check on Nessa? And I'll be out in a minute, okay?" Annie nodded and left the room. Once she was gone, Carlos turned his attention back to Rosie. He'd really liked her. A lot. For a little while, he thought he might have even loved her. But the news Vanessa had shared had shattered that illusion. Still, Seeing her like this, knowing she was gone, made his heart ache intensely. It wasn't fair. She didn't deserve this. None of them did. "Goodbye, Rosie," he said, swallowing several times to hold in the renewed urge to cry. He shook his head, denying his weakness, and started wrapping the comforter around her body, hoping it would at least contain the stench for a while. When he rolled her over to wrap her more fully in the blanket, her body felt stiff. He didn't know enough about bodies to know what that meant about how long she'd been gone, but from biology class, he was fairly sure she hadn't just died. Plus, she was cold. Feeling somewhat numb, Carlos returned to the kitchen and washed his hands. His motions were robotic as he spread peanut butter on the toasted bagels for him and Annie. They ate on the couch, watching Vanessa sleep. To Carlos, the food tasted like cardboard, but it was what his body needed. When he was finished, he lay down on the couch with Annie snuggling in beside him. "How about a nap?" he asked quietly. "I'm not sleepy," Annie said, following the statement up with an enormous yawn. "Yeah, me either." Within seconds, they were both fast asleep. 8. Carlos woke to the sound of screaming, terrified, blood-curdling screaming. He shot upright, a quick glance around telling him he was on the couch in the living room. Vanessa, she was the person screaming. Down the hallway, in one of the bedrooms. Scrambling to his feet, Carlos skittered around the corner into the hallway and burst through the open doorway into his and Jessie's room. He nearly trampled Annie, who was standing in the middle of the room, wide-eyed and trembling, on the verge of a full-blown meltdown. Vanessa stood beside Jessie's bed, no longer screaming, but staring in horror at what she'd found wrapped inside the comforter. Or rather, who she'd found. Carlos scooped Annie up, and she latched onto him like a child-sized barnacle. He strode to Jessie's bedside and flipped the comforter back over Rosie's face. It was grayer, making her somehow seem more dead than she'd appeared when he'd first found her. That's Rosie," Vanessa said, pointing at the comforter. "In a blanket. She's dead. She's dead, Carlos. In our house. She's dead, and what if someone finds her? What if the police come?" She started wringing her hands. "Oh, God. Oh, dear God." Her wide, horrified eyes latched on to Carlos. "Oh, my God, Carlos. Rosie's dead." "I know, Nessa," Carlos said, shifting Annie a little to the side so he could hold her with one arm and wrap the other around his sister. He led her back out to the living room and settled her on the couch. "What if Emilio comes looking for her? She's dead, and he'll kill you, Carlos. He'll kill you. We have to call the police. But what if they still don't answer?" She stood abruptly. "We should bury her. But the ground's frozen." She slowly sank back down to the couch and looked at Carlos. "What do we do?" Carlos somehow managed to unlatch Annie's limbs from around his neck and waist and set her on the couch beside Vanessa. "Take care of Annie. She's probably hungry. The monster's always hungry," Carlos added dryly. "I'll move the body out to the shed. Then I'm showering." "Good. That's good. You stink," Vanessa told him, then sniffed her shoulder and added, "So do I." By mid-afternoon, only the living were left in the house, and everyone was cleanly scrubbed of all remnants of illness. They were sitting at the dining room table, Annie curled up on Vanessa's lap, staring at the radio they'd moved to the table from the kitchen. It was the radio their mom used when cooking, at least on those rare nights she was actually home to cook. Carlos stretched in his chair. He still felt a little achy and weaker than usual, but he was alive, as were his sister and Annie. That was better than most people could say. This will be this station's final broadcast. Carlos paid close attention to the message he'd already listened to twice. They couldn't get a television signal, but all of the radio stations seemed to be playing the same thing on a loop. The President of the United States of America sent out the following message a few minutes ago. To all who are listening, I wish you luck. Static. Our country is at war. Humanity is at war. Yet our enemy is not one we can fight openly. Our enemy has swept through every nation, attacking discreetly, killing indiscriminately. We lost thousands before we even knew we were under attack. Many have already fallen, and many more will fall. But we cannot give up the fight. Over the past century, through technological achievements, we made our world smaller. We made the time it takes to communicate across oceans instantaneous, and the time it takes to travel those same routes nearly as fast. We made our world smaller, and in doing so, we sowed the seeds of our own destruction, a global pandemic. I regret to tell you that as of midnight on the 10th of December, over 80% of the world's population has reported or is assumed dead. It is estimated that the death toll will continue to climb. This news is devastating, I know, but all is not lost. Some of us are surviving. This is how we will fight our enemy, by not giving up, by being resilient and resourceful, by surviving. We are not a species that will go out quietly. So I task those of you who are still alive with one essential purpose. Live. Survive. Thrive. If you believe in a higher power, ask for guidance. If you don't, believe in your fellow man. You, the survivors, have the chance to start over, to build anew, learn from our mistakes, let the world remain big, and most importantly, live. God bless you, my beloved citizens of this great nation. God bless you, and good night. Static. This will be this station's final broadcast. Carlos clicked off the radio and sat back in his chair. Vanessa sniffled and wiped a stray tear from her cheek. That was last night, Carlos said. Do you think they're still alive? Wherever they are? Who knows? Vanessa said, shaking her head. So what should we do now? She held up her phone. Because alternating between calling Mom, Jessie, the hospital, and the police is getting us nowhere, and... Carlos did a double take at the phone's screen and snatched the device out of his sister's hand. He flipped it around and held it up in front of her face. You've got a text? Vanessa's face lit up. It must be Jessie. Or Mom. Carlos swiped his thumb across the screen to unlock it, and the display immediately blacked out. What the f... Glancing down at Annie, he amended his exclamation with, Heck! He pressed the power button. Nothing. It just turned off. Vanessa frowned and reached for the phone. That's weird. The battery was like half full. She stood and set Annie on the floor, then crossed the room to the charger behind the end table. Maybe I was wrong about the battery. she said as she plugged in the phone and pressed the power button. Maybe it just needs to charge, or be reset, or... She looked at Carlos. Did you see any of the message? Clenching his jaw, he shook his head. Abruptly, he stood, his chair tipping back precariously on two legs. What are you doing? Changing into warmer clothes. I think we should go back to the hospital. To get Mom. Carlos started toward his room. Vanessa followed close behind him. Wait, we should think this through, you know. Make sure we're ready for... And what if Mom needs help right now? I'm not going to just sit around. We should be doing something. I know, but... Carlos spun in the bedroom doorway, furious and fully aware that his anger was misplaced. He didn't care. He was freaked out and so close to breaking. But what? Vanessa took a step back at hearing the harshness in his tone. I'm scared, she said, barely loud enough for Carlos to hear. Exhaling heavily, he retreated a few steps into his room. Yeah, me too. 9. They were just reaching the outskirts of their small town, Vanessa at the wheel, when Carlos grabbed Vanessa's nearest wrist. Her hand had been on the gear shift, but slipped off under the force of Carlos's grip. Stop. She shot her brother a confused glance. What? Just stop, he urged. When the car came to a halt, he pointed through the windshield to the last house on the right side of the street, where the residential area gave way to fields of snow and orchards of dormant apple trees. It was about 1/4 of a mile away. Someone just came out of that house. It was late enough in the afternoon that it was hard to make out much about the person, other than that they were standing on the porch and wearing light colors. Vanessa stared at the survivor, blinked, then turned thoughtful eyes on Carlos. Do you think we should try to talk to them? He asked, frowning. He was the first living person they'd seen outside of themselves in nearly 2 full days. Nodding, Vanessa said, Yeah, okay, but from the car, and started inching the Civic forward as slowly as possible. Nessa? Yeah? At this rate, we won't get there till tomorrow. Vanessa exhaled, adding a touch of a nervous laugh. The look she flashed his way was slightly apologetic. I don't want to spook 'em. She pressed down on the gas pedal, and soon they were slowing to a stop in front of the house. A young woman stood on the porch of the house in a long, plain cotton nightgown and robe. She cradled a bundled-up baby in her arms and, with a placid smile, nodded in greeting at their car across a well-kept white picket fence. For some reason, it seemed odd to see another person, though the outbreak had really only grown out of control a couple days ago. A mommy and baby! Annie squealed happily from the back seat. As the woman descended the porch stairs and started across the yard toward their car, Carlos looked at his sister, eyebrows raised. So, maybe we should just go. I mean, what if... What, she pulls a gun on us? Carlos asked dubiously. He shrugged a shoulder and started to roll down the window. She might know something we don't. We've got to at least ask. Vanessa's eyes were filled with worry, but she nodded. He rolled down the window 2/3 of the way and watched the woman pass through the short gate. She stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, several feet away from their car, and hunched over a little to better see through the lowered window. Carlos raised his hand to wave. Hi. Hello there. The woman's face spread into a warm smile. She was pale and tired-looking and appeared to be in her early 20s. Would you like to come inside? Her smile widened as she caught sight of Annie in the back seat. I see you have a little one, too. Uh, Actually, we were wondering if you've heard any... The woman looked down at her baby, murmuring, "Shh." She glanced at Carlos, her eyes crinkled at the corners. "Sorry, she can be a bit fussy." "It's cool," Carlos said, unnerved. The baby hadn't made a noise. The corner of the blanket tucked around the baby's head flopped down, and Carlos was given his first look at the baby's face. He recoiled and instantly started rolling up the window. He hadn't heard the baby make a sound because it couldn't make a sound. Apparently, Vanessa had caught a glimpse of the baby as well, or maybe she was just responding to Carlos's sudden reaction because she stepped on the gas a little too enthusiastically. The tires spun on the slick road for a second or two before catching. The car skidded a little to the side, and then they were off, away from that thing. Was it... Vanessa's eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror. Dead? She whispered the word like it was something tainted, evil. Yeah, like a lot. Carlos looked into the side mirror, watching the woman. She was still standing on the sidewalk before the open gate, holding her dead baby, a small smile on her face. A shiver creeped up Carlos's spine, and he felt a renewed sense of nausea. "Do you think... should we have tried to help her?" Carlos asked tentatively. Vanessa scoffed. "That chick was crazy." Carlos stifled some of his rising panic and cleared his throat. This is all crazy. At this point, he felt like he was crazy. 10. Holy Vanessa shushed Carlos, hitting his arm with the back of her hand. "Language. Annie." "Yeah, but look at that." He pointed through the windshield at a thick pillar of black smoke. Originating somewhere northwest of the freeway in the heart of Yakima, it had come into view as they'd passed through the gap carved in Ottenham Ridge by the Yakima River. "That's in the middle of the city." He felt the blood drain from his face. The hospital was in the middle of the city. "What if it's..." "Don't say it," Vanessa said, shaking her head. "Don't you dare say it." But as Vanessa exited the abandoned highway and headed west into the equally abandoned streets of Yakima toward the hospital, their worst fears came true. "How?" Carlos's voice was barely a rasp as Vanessa brought the car to a halt about a block from the hospital. "How's this possible?" he gasped, pushing the passenger door open and practically leaping out of the car. He stumbled up the street a few steps, then stopped and stared at the blackened, burning mass that had once been the hospital, the place where his mom worked. It was more smoke than flames, making Carlos think he was witnessing the tail end of whatever had happened. His mom. She'd been in there, unless... With a renewed sense of purpose, Carlos ran back to the car. Vanessa was staring out the windshield, tears streaming down her splotchy cheeks. "Mom must have gotten out," Carlos told his sister, desperate for her to believe him. If she believed him, maybe he could too. "She had to have. She had to. We have to find her." Vanessa was hugging herself and rocking back and forth the faintest amount. She shook her head. "Carlos," she said, her voice wobbling. "She was sick." "We got better. Who's to say she didn't too?" "Carlos." "She would have gone to her car," Carlos told his sister, not hearing her protests. "She could be home right now. She could have gone the back way. We wouldn't have passed her." He suddenly felt giddy and a little sick with nervous excitement. "We just have to look in the parking lot. If we don't see her car, we'll know she's okay." Vanessa exhaled heavily, hope mixed with the uncertainty on her face. Part of her, even if it was a small part, believed he was right, that their mom was okay. until they found their mom's sedan parked in its usual spot. Vanessa pulled up behind it, and Carlos jumped out and raced to the driver's side door of his mom's car, sure he would find her or some sign of her inside. He just needed some indicator that she hadn't been in the hospital when the fire started. This close to the blackened ruins, the stench of all that was burning was overwhelming, but he couldn't tear himself away from the driver's side window. It was as though if he stared at it long enough, his mom would appear. In a daze of horror and despair, he felt a tug on his arm. He let Vanessa pull him back to the car, let her push him down onto the passenger seat. She didn't waste any time in driving away from that place, from their mom. Shame welled within Carlos as he stared at Vanessa. He was her brother. He was supposed to be the strong one, was supposed to take care of her. But he couldn't. He just couldn't. He lowered his face into his hands, and for the second time that day, he cried. 11. Vanessa drove home on Highway 97, following a route Carlos and his family had always called the back way. They didn't talk. Not about the fire or their mom or anything else. Only the sound of Annie's wails filled the car. She'd been crying hysterically in the back seat ever since they'd sped away from the hospital. When, after minutes of coaxing on Carlos's part, she showed no signs that her ear-piercing meltdown was winding down, he unbuckled her seatbelt and pulled her into the front seat. Hugging the little girl close and patting her back, he told his sister, "Don't crash." A heart-wrenching whine escaped from Vanessa, and nodding, she wiped her cheek with the side of her thumb. They parked in front of their house shortly after sunset and hurriedly locked themselves inside the safety of its familiar walls. Annie was asleep in Carlos's arms, as she'd been for the last 15 minutes. He was just setting her on the couch in the dark living room, Vanessa gathering up the blanket from the floor to settle it over the slumbering child, when he heard the ominous, metallic chick-chick. He and Vanessa froze and exchanged a look of terror. Adrenaline flooded his bloodstream. With the click of a light switch, the overhead light flared to life. "Carlos? Nessa?" Carlos spun around and stared in shock at the man standing in the entrance to the hallway. It was Jesse. Carlos watched as Jesse tucked a pistol in the back waistband of his jeans, a look of relief on his brother's face that had to mirror his own. Unable to find any words, Carlos lurched toward his brother, embracing him with as much strength as he could muster. He released him a few seconds later, giving Vanessa a turn to greet Jesse as well. "Didn't you get my messages?" Jesse asked as he patted Vanessa's back. Carlos shook his head. The message on Vanessa's phone might have been from him, but it didn't matter now. "We tried you like 1,000,000 times. You never answered." Jesse rested his chin on top of Vanessa's head. "I was driving. Didn't have service most of the time." He shifted his focus to Annie, who was curled up in a ball on the couch, sound asleep. "Who's the kid?" "Annie," Vanessa told him as she pulled away. She moved to the couch to sit beside the sleeping child. "We found her a few days ago. Her mom was, well, you know." "Yeah," Jesse said somberly. "I know." Something in Carlos's chest clenched. This reunion was about to become very depressing. "I've, got some bad news." "You mean Benny? Mom told me he was sick a few days ago." Sadness clouded his face. "I just figured, with everything." "That's not all, man." Carlos brought a hand up to rub his temples. He squeezed his eyes shut, unable to look at his brother's face, unwilling to watch his reaction while he told him. We just came from the hospital. Carlos had to fight back tears. He refused to cry in front of his brother. He was done with crying. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes. There was a fire at the hospital, and we're pretty sure Mom was still inside. Carlos wanted to believe there was still a chance that she'd made it out, still a chance that she'd recovered and they would see her again. He wanted to believe that, desperately. Jesus. Jessie sank onto the arm of the couch. I thought maybe, since I survived, you all might too. He scrubbed his hand over his face, then started rubbing the back of his neck. At least you guys are all right. Barely, Carlos muttered, feeling a spark of irritation at his brother. Jessie should have been there to help with all this end-of-the-world shit. Where have you been? With a sigh, Jessie moved to the recliner opposite the couch. He told them what had happened over the past week, how when he'd been passing by Lake Tahoe on his way to meet with one of his suppliers, he'd become too ill to continue driving and pulled off into what appeared to be an empty campground at the south end of the lake. He'd awoken to find a woman, her name was Mandy, tapping on his window. She'd taken him to her one-room cabin by the lake and looked after him until he returned to health. Jessie leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees. Mandy's gathering survivors. Last night when I left, there were already about 20 people camped out around her cabin. Everyone working together, taking care of each other. He laced his fingers together and offered a close-lipped smile to Carlos and Vanessa, who were sitting next to each other on the couch. But I had to check on you guys and Mom, and bring you down there, you know. If you survived, too. Why? Vanessa asked. Wouldn't it be easier just to stay here? Jessie's mouth curved into a considering frown. Easier, maybe for now, but it's a whole lot safer down there. Carlos bumped his sister's shoulder with his own. When she looked at him, her eyes full of uncertainty, he said, I think we should stick around here for a week or two. Look for Mom and stuff, just in case. His sorrow rose, and he had to clear his throat to keep his voice steady. Then we'll figure out what to do. Maybe go down there? What matters is that we stick together, right? Vanessa looked into his eyes with such intensity that it felt like she was seeing inside him, examining his soul. Finally, she nodded. We stick together. Carlos felt a tug on his opposite sleeve. He glanced down to find Annie staring up at him, bleary-eyed from crying and sleep. I'm hungry, she whined. He exhaled in a weary, breathy laugh. Of course you are. The Ending Beginnings 2. Mandy. 1. Present day. Mandy trudged through the snow toward the sole-parked car. Despite the substantial amount of weight she'd gained over the last decade, she still loved walking around the campground. Her campground. With Lake Tahoe on one side and the snow all around, she could almost lose herself to the beauty of the winter wonderland. She could almost forget everything she'd done over the past 22 years. She laughed. It was a harsh sound, at odds with the soft white puffs of air that marked it. She'd hurt a lot of people. Not that they'd minded. The more she thought about it, the clearer the truth became. Even if she could erase the past, forget it, or even do it over, she wouldn't. Every single act of wretched devotion she'd enticed out of her followers had shaped her into what she was, a queen, a goddess, the most adored person who'd ever lived. Who wouldn't want that? The car had pulled into the small parking lot of the picnic area the previous evening. It was a newish black Honda Civic with muck from the slushy roads crusted to its lower half. When one of Mandy's followers had pointed it out, Mandy opted to wait and see if the driver, a man who appeared to be the only occupant, would emerge. He didn't, indicating he was probably sick and would likely die. It was the virus, of course. Even though she'd known it was coming, Mandy still found the sheer, devastating volume of death caused by the virus awe-inspiring. Against the odds, the driver had yet to perish. It had been nearly 20 hours since he'd parked, and the last person to check on him, Kevin, one of her followers who'd been with her the longest, said he was still breathing. He'd vomited all over himself, but he wasn't dead. It looked like he would be one of the few to survive. Whether he would be one of the chosen few or the tainted others was yet to be determined. Mandy approached the driver's side of the car and bent down to peer through the window. The man was slumped against the door, his face turned away from her. But yes, despite the pervasive below-freezing chill and the vomit coating the front of his jacket, she could see the steady rise and fall of the driver's chest. Kevin had been correct. He was alive. Mandy stood beside the car for a few minutes and studied the unconscious man. After a while, she figured it was safe enough to raise one plump arm to wave for Jen and Cole, two of her most valuable companions, to join her. "Well, what do you think? Chosen or tainted?" Mandy asked the slender young woman. Jen crunched a few steps closer and removed her right glove. She pressed her hand against the window so the glass was the only thing between her skin and the driver's dark hair. Closing her eyes, she wore a look of deep concentration and held her breath for a protracted moment. Finally, she exhaled and opened her eyes, focusing on Mandy. "It's too soon to say for sure, but I think he's chosen." Mandy nodded. "Good enough for me." Again, she raised her arm and waved two more of her followers over, the strapping young men she'd acquired during the last set of recruitment trials 5 months ago, and watched as they approached. She really was quite pleased they were both among the chosen. They were quite attractive. "Move him to one of the cots in my cabin," she told them as they neared. "Clean him up and make sure he's warm. You know the drill." "Of course," the taller of the two said. He reached for the door handle and pulled, but it was locked. His companion looked to Mandy. "Do you want us to break a window?" Mandy sighed and shouldered them out of the way. They may have been strapping, young, and easy on the eyes, but these two weren't the brightest of her followers. Mandy crouched low enough that the driver would see her face when he woke and looked out the window. It wasn't a comfortable position, considering the bulk her leg muscles had to hold up, so she didn't waste any time. She knocked on the glass. The driver started awake, sitting up straight in his seat and turning his face to the window. He was young, in his early 20s, and his skin was a tan that complemented his dark hair and warm brown eyes. He was quite average-looking, and at the same time, his hard-featured face was the most shocking, remarkable thing Mandy had seen in a very long time. Her breath caught. "My God," she whispered. Cole sidled up beside her and peeked through the window. "Is that? It's not possible. Is that? If you say his name, I'll kill you." Mandy turned her livid gaze on him, daring him. Though his value was unquestionable, he was also one of the few people who could be in her presence and not adore her. He was also the one who made her into what she was. Queen. Goddess. Monster. She despised him almost as much as she needed him. If those scales ever tipped just enough in the other direction, she really would kill him. 2. 22 years ago. Mandy tapped the eraser of her pencil on the kitchen table while she stared at the classifieds from last Sunday's paper. It was nearly a week old, but she'd yet to throw it away. Instead, as she milled around her small apartment during her 3 days off, she found herself staring at the same advertisement over and over again. It seemed too good to be true. Take control of your life. This is your chance to become the person you're supposed to be. Contact us to see if you're eligible to take part in the Fulfillment Study, an experimental program designed to help you discover and achieve your full potential. Spots are limited. Call today. Sitting back in her chair, Mandy adjusted the elastic waistband of her leggings a little higher. She glanced down at her belly and blew out an exasperated breath. No matter how determined she was to lose the weight, she couldn't get herself to stick to any kind of diet or exercise routine for longer than a week. Not that it mattered, anyway. Ever since elementary school, Mandy had been the chubby girl. Her mom, who Mandy was pretty sure had never worn anything larger than a size 6, used to tell Mandy she would grow out of it. Once puberty hit, her mom used to say, once Mandy went through a growth spurt, then she would slim right down. Apparently, puberty had missed that memo. Mandy went through middle and high school as that shy girl, the chubby one. And her senior yearbook was chock full of impersonal well wishes like, stay sweet and good luck next year, and the dreaded, have a great summer. She was 18 years old and had never had a real boyfriend. Hell, she'd never even kissed a boy outside of one game of Truth or Dare played at 6th grade camp, and that had only been a peck. Mandy desperately wanted to be somebody's girlfriend. With all the love she'd been storing up all her life, she thought she had the potential to be a fabulous girlfriend. She just wanted somebody to love her. Somebody who didn't love her by default like her mom and her mom's best friend, Sherry. Again, she glanced down at the ad. The address listed was in Reno, just a couple-hour drive from Auburn, her hometown in northeastern California. Maybe, just maybe, it was time for Mandy to take charge, to grab life by the horns, to seize the day, to... She sighed. Who was she kidding? She'd never been a go-getter, thus her eternal state of blah. She had all the determination of a wet mop, or maybe just a dry mop. After all, a wet mop was preparing to do something. Reaching for another glazed, old-fashioned donut, her third of the morning, she pondered her pathetic existence, thinking that at least she would always have fried dough. Go ahead and take a seat. We'll call your name when we're ready for you, Mandy told the mother and son standing before her section of the reception desk. She'd been working as a part-time receptionist at Riverside Dental, Auburn's largest dental clinic, for the past 7 months. It wasn't her dream job, but then she didn't really have a dream job. As the duo headed for the partially enclosed waiting area, Mandy swiveled in her chair to face the wall of alphabetized and color-coded files. Sherry, her mom's closest friend, who just happened to be the head receptionist and reason Mandy even had this job, handed her the folder containing the boys' dental records. Sugar Plum. Sherry loved using the nickname she'd given Mandy years ago, when Mandy had been a little girl obsessed with the Nutcracker. You've got a really nice voice. Have you ever thought of doing voice acting, like for animated movies and books on tape and stuff like that? I know how much you love to read. Mandy sighed. I don't know, Cher. I wouldn't even know where to begin. She stood just enough to place the file in the tray on the counter for the next available dental hygienist to pick up. Sherry sat in the office chair beside Mandy and clicked her computer mouse, refreshing the appointment calendar on her monitor. She scanned the info quickly, then turned her chair so she was facing Mandy. Her eyebrows drew together as she took a deep breath. Do you remember when you were little and you used to write those plays about... What was her name? Mandy considered pretending she didn't know what Sherry was talking about, but she was perfectly aware that if she did that, Sherry would persist in trying to jog her memory all afternoon. Jacqueline, Mandy admitted. Better to get it over with than be pestered for the next 3 hours. That's right. You'd pretend to be Jacqueline the Great, treasure hunter extraordinaire, and you'd write such fantastic adventures for you and Fuzzy. Fuzzball, Fuzzy for short, had been Mandy's oh-so-cleverly named cat. In the Amazon and Egypt and, well, all over the place, really. And then you'd perform them for us and... Smiling, Sherry shook her head. She reached out and gathered Mandy's hand into both of hers. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you were happy then, Sugarplum. She raised her eyebrows, her expression filling with concern, and shook her head. But are you happy now? Tears welled in Mandy's eyes, and she couldn't manage to look away from Sherry's face. Mandy damned Sherry for her impeccably awful timing, then damned herself for being mad at the other woman for having the audacity to care about her enough to broach the subject, which only nudged her closer to an all-out breakdown. The sound of a masculine throat clearing finally drew the attention of both of them. Dr. Keith Slater, the clinic's founder and lead dentist, stood on the other side of the counter, eyeing them cautiously. He was a tall, slender man in his early 60s who could easily be described as a silver fox. That he was a widower only solidified his status as the most eligible bachelor to the single middle-aged women, and some of the younger women, of Auburn. Am I interrupting, ladies? Mandy cleared her throat, but it was Sherry who answered first. No, Keith, she blushed. Dr. Slater. All right, then. The dentist offered Mandy a brief nod, then shifted his focus to Sherry. Would you mind staying late this evening? I have a few new processes I'd like to go over with you to help the office run more smoothly. Yes, of course, Sherry said. Great. With another nod, Mandy's way, Dr. Slater retreated back down the hallway that led to the exam rooms. Mandy held her breath, waiting until he was out of sight before she exhaled in a wave of hushed giggles. I have a few processes I'd like to go over with you, she said, repeating the dentist's words suggestively. Sherry swatted Mandy's arm. Oh, hush, you! Despite her lack of experience with men, Mandy could tell something was going on between those two. She was happy for Sherry, who was like a second mother to her. Sherry had carried a torch for Dr. Slater for as long as Mandy could remember, but wedged in beside that happiness was envy. A whole damn lot of it. It wasn't that Mandy cared about Dr. Slater. It was that she wanted what was developing between him and Sherry to happen to her. She wanted to meet someone who made her stomach flutter with giddiness and who had the same reaction to her. She was suddenly resolved. She was done with being miserable. She would call the number in the ad. She would achieve her full potential, whatever that meant. Mandy sat in her gently used Chevy pickup and stared at the entrance to Panbo Biotech, the company running the fulfillment study. It was located in a business park on the west side of Reno, along with dozens of other engineering, technology, and biotech companies. The whole complex was one story, sprawling and boxy, and all of the buildings were coated in gray and white stucco. It definitely didn't look grand or life-changing by pretty much anyone's definition. After a quick peek in the rearview mirror to make sure nothing had gone awry with her makeup, Mandy grabbed her leather mini backpack off the passenger seat, opened the door, and hopped out of the truck. She'd worn her most flattering jeans and an oversized sweater that, to her eyes, disguised most of her pudge. She really wanted to make a good first impression. She was desperate to change her life, and the fact that the study had been advertised in her newspaper only a few days ago, when her dissatisfaction with life had reached an all-time high, seemed almost serendipitous. It was like some higher power was looking out for her, directing her toward the path to... Mandy shook her head and shut the truck door, knowing full well she was being silly. She shot a quick glance up at the sky. Nobody, not God or guardian angels or anything like that, had stepped in during her previous 18 years of miserable loneliness and mediocrity, and she doubted any such beings had decided to step in now. No, this was coincidence, Mandy was certain. The idea actually made her feel better, as though she'd already taken her future into her hands by being brave enough to call the number in the ad in the first place. She was done with waiting around for someone to save her. She had to save herself. Taking a deep breath, Mandy felt a sly smile curve her lips as she took her first step toward her future. She'd never felt more confident. She hadn't parked far from the entrance to Panbo Biotech, but by the time she reached the glass door, familiar self-doubt had weaseled its way into her mind. What if she wasn't good enough? What if the people running the study didn't want her? The door swung outward before Mandy could reach for the handle. A man, maybe a few years older than her and dressed in khakis and a light blue polo shirt, stood just inside the threshold, holding the door open. She could see the edge of a black tattoo peeking out from his collar and from his right sleeve. He was taller than Mandy. Not that that was difficult when she barely reached 5.5 feet, but not overly tall, and slender with dark hair, tanned skin, and hard features. She wouldn't have called him handsome, but there was something about his eyes, almost like he knew a secret that he would share with only her, that made him instantly appealing. "Amanda Samuelson?" he asked, his voice smooth and deep. I... She had to clear her throat. "Yes, I am," she smiled hesitantly. "But everyone calls me Mandy." The man returned her smile, and his face transformed, becoming open and appealing. He held out his hand. "Victor Ramirez." There it was again, that sparkle in his eyes, the suggestion that maybe, just maybe, he'd let her in on his secret. "Call me Vic." Mandy accepted his hand, consciously making her grip firm. "It's, nice to meet you." She held his eyes for a moment longer, then glanced down at the blue-gray carpet. Her cheeks heated, and she cursed herself for blushing. Victor withdrew his hand. "Well, come in." He turned away from the door and stepped further into a waiting room. Mandy followed. There were a dozen or so gray padded chairs set up around the perimeter of the room. The far side of the space was partitioned off by a reception desk that was occupied by a woman with short, permed brown hair. She was typing on a keyboard, only looking away from her monitor long enough to meet Mandy's eyes and offer a curt nod in greeting. Victor held out his arm, indicating that she should take a seat. "You're one of 19 candidates we're testing today, but lucky you, you're the only one here at the moment." He offered her a charming smile. "You'll have our full attention." Suppressing a giggle, Mandy sat in one of the chairs set against the wall to her left. As she looked around the room, She wondered if she would have felt more or less awkward had there been any other candidates there to wait with her. "There are some magazines," Victor said, pointing to the 3 small tables interspersed with the chairs. "Hopefully there's something you like. We'll get you processed in no time." With that, he turned and headed down a hallway beside the reception desk. Mandy reached across the chair on her right to search through a short stack of magazines. She settled for the 3rd from the top, last month's edition of National Geographic, in lieu of the standard fashion and entertainment magazine sandwiching it. There were otters on the cover. Mandy had always liked otters. She'd just settled back in her chair and had opened the magazine when the receptionist called her name. "I need you to fill out these forms, please, Miss Samuelson." She held out a clipboard layered with at least 10 sheets of paper. "Oh, yes, of course." Mandy set aside her magazine and quickly retrieved the clipboard, then settled back in her chair to fill out the paperwork. She had to provide background information, such as education and employment history, medical history, both personal and family, and answer a 2-sided questionnaire asking why she was interested in the study and what she hoped to gain from it, among other things. The final few sheets included a waiver and a confidentiality agreement. She wasn't allowed to tell anyone about her participation in the study. If she broke the agreement, her potential participation would be terminated. There was no way she would risk that. Her lips were sealed. About 15 minutes into the paperwork, Victor reemerged from the hallway and headed straight for the glass door. Mandy could see someone else approaching from the other side. It was a tall, skinny man with a ponytail who looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s. Mandy couldn't believe Victor's perfect timing, and surprising herself, she said as much to him. She wasn't sure where her new boldness was coming from, but she hoped it never went away. Talking to strangers, men in particular, definitely wasn't one of her strong suits. Victor caught her eye before opening the door for the newcomer and nodded to the wall opposite Mandy. "I was watching from the office right there." "Oh, got it." Feeling too warm and a little silly, Mandy returned her attention to her paperwork, or at least most of her attention. She listened as Victor welcomed the new candidate, a man named Carl Matthews. She felt a swell of satisfaction that their interaction wasn't as long or friendly as her and Victor's had been. Not that it had been super long or friendly, but still. In under a minute, Carl was also seated and filling out paperwork. The only words he and Mandy exchanged were a quick "hi" and "hello." Again, Victor disappeared down the hallway, but he reemerged a few minutes later, just as Mandy was signing the confidentiality agreement. He stopped in the mouth of the hallway, and when Mandy looked up from her paperwork, he smiled. "We're ready for you. Follow me." Standing, Mandy glanced down at the clipboard, then held it out, unsure what to do with it. Go ahead and bring it with you. If you have any questions about any of it, you can ask me." Okay." Mandy started across the waiting room. As she neared him, Victor turned and led her down the hallway. They passed several closed doors and finally stopped at the last one on the left. After Victor opened the door, Mandy followed him into the room, surprised by how large it was. She'd been expecting a small office about the size of an exam room, but this was roughly the size of a classroom. Instead of desks and chalkboards, there was a long, evenly partitioned table that looked like it wouldn't be out of place in a library, and counters and cupboards lined the walls. "This is our collections lab, where we collect the samples we need to do DNA analyses of candidates." Mandy looked around curiously. In her eagerness to make a change in her life, she hadn't actually asked for any details on the study. She had no clue as to how it might help her fulfill her potential. That her DNA would be analyzed was curious, to say the least. What does that mean exactly? What do you need, and why? Realizing she'd more or less blurted her questions, Mandy stared down at her feet. Sorry. Her cheeks were flaming again. Victor touched Mandy's shoulder gently. No worries. I told you to ask questions. He let go and motioned toward the first section of the table. Take a seat. When she did, he sat opposite her. We're looking for a specific DNA marker. It's only present in a very small minority of the population, but it's required for participation in the study. It's what makes it possible for participants to sort of evolve into better versions of themselves. Evolve. Mandy liked the sound of that. She was so ready to evolve. As for what I'll need, I'll just take a sample of your blood and do a buccal swab. Mandy shook her head. Buccal swab? Tearing open one of the few items on the table between them, a paper wrapper a little shorter than a ruler, Victor pulled out what appeared to be a long cotton swab. It's just a sample of the cells from the inside of your cheek. And that'll tell you if I have this, marker? Victor nodded. Open up, he said, opening his own mouth to demonstrate. Mandy did as instructed, feeling like a gaping buffoon. She tried not to breathe too much while Victor rubbed the inside of both of her cheeks with the cottony end of the swab. She was surprised by how long it took, a good 30 seconds on each side. Why do you need a blood sample if that... Mandy pointed to the swab, which Victor was sticking into a plastic test tube. Tells you all about my DNA. Well, the blood tells us a bunch of things about you, like whether or not you have any vitamin deficiencies or other ailments. Basically, whether or not you're healthy. But mostly it's just a backup in case something goes wrong with this thing. He held up the plastic test tube and secured a cap on the open end. Mandy frowned. And if there's something wrong with me, like a deficiency or something... Because it would be just her luck to be disqualified for having high cholesterol or because she didn't eat enough broccoli. Victor held his hand out on the table, palm up. Your arm, please. Once Mandy's arm was extended and he had a gentle grip on her wrist, he explained. If you're a viable candidate, meaning you carry the marker in your DNA, then we'll make sure you get all the health care you need to be as healthy as possible. And if you're not, we'll give you the information so you can take care of any health issues we uncover. Wow, that's really nice of you, Mandy said. Victor shrugged. We do what we can. Are you squeamish about blood? I don't like it, if that's what you mean. She didn't tell him that the last time she'd really seen her own blood, when she'd been chopping onions for her mom's French onion soup and the knife had slipped, cutting fairly deeply into her index finger, she'd almost passed out. Look up at the ceiling. Victor squeezed her wrist. I'll be done in no time. He didn't lie. Mandy felt him wipe something cool and damp over the skin at the crook of her elbow, quickly followed by a sharp prick of pain. A few seconds later, she felt a cotton ball being pressed against the minuscule puncture. Victor's fingers were warm on her skin, and his touch was light enough to give rise to goosebumps. All done, he said. How was I? Mandy lowered her gaze from the ceiling tiles and stared into the honey-brown depths of Victor's eyes. Great. She cleared her throat and gave him a tight-lipped smile. I mean, not bad. Didn't hurt a bit. You're really good at this. She felt a sad little pang of longing when Victor withdrew his fingers. Guys didn't touch her very often, and guys who looked at her with a mischievous twinkle in their eyes never touched her. "Thanks. So, you're all done?" He paused for a moment. "I can't really answer any specifics until you're a confirmed participant in the study. But do you have any questions?" "About 1,000,000. Mandy thought about it for a few seconds. "Does this study make that big of a difference for people?" She looked down at the table. "I mean, what if you don't have that much potential to begin with?" She hated how piteous she sounded, but she couldn't help it. "Everyone has more potential than they give themselves credit for." Mandy met his eyes. "Take me, for example," Victor said, pointing to his chest. "Everyone I grew up with thought I'd spend my life behind bars. I thought I'd spend my life behind bars." Chuckling, he shook his head. "Not behind any bars, am I? I couldn't see it back then, but I had the potential to be a part of something." He looked around the room, then returned his gaze to Mandy's. "To change lives." He leaned forward, resting his forearms on the edge of the table. "Giving up, that's the only guaranteed path to failure." Mandy held her breath for a few seconds, then let it out in a soft laugh. "Wow, you could be a motivational speaker." She gave a half-hearted fist bump. "Go get him. You can do it. Rah, rah, rah." "Now you're just making fun of me." Again, Mandy laughed. Maybe a little. She'd never felt so comfortable talking to a guy as she did at that moment with Victor. She never wanted it to end. A hint of concern dampened the spark of mischief in Victor's eyes. He shot a quick glance back over his shoulder, then stood. "Why don't I walk you out? Make sure you get to your car safely." "Oh, okay," Mandy said, standing as well. She followed Victor back up the hallway, watched him drop off her clipboard with the receptionist, then walked with him out to the parking lot. "I'm that blue truck right there," she said, pointing to her truck, which was parked in the nearest row of spaces. "Great." Victor walked by her side to her vehicle, glancing back at the building every few steps. "Listen," he said once they reached her Chevy. He stuck his hands into the front pockets of his khakis and shifted his feet. "You'll hear from us in a few weeks, once we've had time to analyze your samples. But, well..." Mandy's heart rate seemed to double, triple even. Was he going to ask her out on a date? She really, really wanted him to ask her out. "You seem like a really nice person, and..." "Vic?" An unfamiliar male voice called from the way they had come. Mandy turned in time to see a tall, slender man striding across the parking lot toward them. "Victor!" He was wearing gray slacks and a white button-down shirt, and few people would argue that his was a very handsome face. "Shit, thought he was still at lunch," Victor said under his breath. He met Mandy's eyes. "Sorry." Mandy had no idea what he was apologizing for. The unfamiliar man stopped a few feet away from them. "You forgot to introduce me," he said to Victor. "Right. Sorry, Cole." Victor looked at Mandy. "Amanda Samuelson." He motioned toward the other man. "This is Dr. Cole Michaels, the director of the study. You'll be working closely with him if you qualify to participate." "Oh, hi." Mandy extended her hand. "It's nice to meet you." "And you," Dr. Michaels said. The moment his hand touched hers, she felt slightly dizzy and her thoughts seemed sluggish. I trust that you'll hold to the confidentiality agreement and tell nobody about your potential participation in this study. Of course, Mandy managed to mumble. When the doctor released her hand, her wits returned to full strength, but she had little recollection of what had just happened, other than an odd sense that she'd forgotten something. I like to make it a point to meet all of our potential participants, and put another friendly face to the study and all that, Dr. Michaels said. That's, very kind of you. Mandy looked at Victor, then at the doctor. I should be going. It takes a couple hours to get back home, and my mom will be worried if I'm late for dinner. We eat together every Thursday night. Realizing she was babbling, she let her words trail off. Yes, well, we wouldn't want that, would we, Vic? Victor shook his head. Drive safe, Amanda. The doctor gave a quick nod, then turned and walked back to the building. Good luck, Victor said with a small smile and an apology in his eyes. Without another word, he turned and followed his boss. 3. Present day. The driver lay on one of a half-dozen cots set up in Mandy's one-room cabin. Shortly after waking in his car, he'd passed out again. Cole, who'd supervised the cleanup of the young man and given him a quick medical exam, had claimed they hadn't found a wallet on him, though that easily could have been a lie. Regardless, Mandy didn't know his name or where he was from or why he looked so much like a ghost from her past. She was, however, certain of one thing about him, which just happened to be the most important thing. He was assuredly one of the chosen. She would keep him. And until he woke and could tell her his name, in her mind at least, she would call him Vic. 4. 22 years ago. Mandy grabbed the telephone off her nightstand just as it started its fourth shrill ring. Hello? It had been nearly 3 weeks since her brief trip to Reno to see if she qualified for the fulfillment study. She felt like she was wearing blinders, but for all of her efforts to convince herself otherwise, she was certain that the study was the only surefire way to improve her life, to reach her true potential, whatever that may be. Which was precisely the problem. She didn't know her potential and was relying on someone else to enlighten her, possibly Dr. Michaels, or maybe even Victor. After all, it was the latter of the two she couldn't get out of her head. But neither Victor nor Dr. Michaels nor the permed receptionist was on the phone. Hey there, Sugar Plum. It was Sherry. Mandy's heart sank. She needed to know if she was in or out so she could get on with her life. Would you mind covering my shift on Friday? Sherry giggled. Keith asked me to go with him to a dental conference up in Washington. That depends. Are you going as his receptionist or as his date? Wait, do people do that? Take dates to dental conferences? I'm not going to the actual conference, you goof. Just up to Seattle to stay with him. He's going to take me to the Space Needle. Sherry's obvious excitement rubbed off on Mandy, just a little. Well, if he's taking you to the Space Needle, then of course I'll fill in for you. Mandy rolled her eyes. Not at Sherry and her budding relationship with the dentist, but at her own non-existent plans. It wasn't like she had anything going on anyway. Thanks so much, Sugar Plum. See you in a few hours. They said their goodbyes, and Mandy hung up. She hoisted herself off the edge of her bed and, dragging her feet, made her way to the studio apartment's only bathroom to shower and get ready for work. It was Monday. She had 4 days of work ahead to keep her busy and at least part of her mind off the study, and Victor, while she waited to hear back. "You seem distracted," Sherry told Mandy. It was the mid-afternoon lull, and both were busy at their own computers, double-checking appointments to make sure none of the dentists were overbooked. "Penny for your thoughts." Sighing heavily, Mandy tossed a quick glance at the older woman. "Oh, I don't know. I guess I've been thinking about what you said. You know, about me being unhappy and all that." Mandy shrugged, gave up on scheduling for the moment, and swiveled her chair so she was facing Sherry. "I've been thinking about what I can do, what changes I can make." Sherry turned her chair as well, placing her hands on the top of her thighs with a soft padding noise. "You have no idea how happy that makes me. You should check out the programs at the JC. You've saved up enough by now to take a class or two, and I'm sure your mom will help out." She grinned. "And so will your Aunt Sherry." "Oh gosh, Cher, you don't have to do that." Mandy fought a flush of embarrassment. From the burn in her neck and cheeks, it was a futile effort. In all honesty, Mandy had plenty of money to attend the JC, especially if she continued working part-time at Riverside Dental. It was an entirely different issue that kept holding her back. Again, she sighed. She was afraid. Meeting people and making new friends had always been hard for her, especially the part where she had to talk to complete strangers, and she was fairly certain that being able to talk to people she didn't know was somewhat essential to doing well in college. Call it a hunch. Sherry reached across the several-foot distance separating them and patted Mandy's knee. "Don't worry a bit about it. I want to help." She shook her head and laughed a soft, humorless laugh. "God knows I don't have my own children to spend anything on, so..." With a sad, wistful smile, she turned back to her computer and selected a time block on the screen. Uh-oh. Dr. Lee is double booked tomorrow at 11:15. Mandy turned back to her own computer screen just as a visitor opened one of the double-glass doors a few paces away from the reception desk. Her heart practically skipped a beat, or three. Victor walked through the doorway and into the dental office. Her dental office. Mandy stood so abruptly that her chair was propelled backward with enough force that it bumped into the wall of color-coded and filed folders behind her. "Vic! What are you doing here?" Victor, who'd been scanning the reception and waiting areas, turned his attention to Mandy. "I'm here to get my teeth cleaned." The laugh that bubbled out of Mandy was a little shrill. "You are not," she said breathily. "We don't take walk-ins, and you don't have an appointment, so..." Victor held up his hands in surrender. "You got me there." He flashed a mischievous smile, the always present hint of a secret that might be shared glittering in his brown eyes. "I'm here to see you." Mandy's heart raced as she considered that Victor might really be interested in her. Her fretting over what her DNA results would reveal had only been overshadowed by one thing during her weeks of waiting: daydreams of Victor and what might have happened had Dr. Michaels not interrupted their conversation in the parking lot. Would he have asked her out? Would he have kissed her right there? Would he have pulled her into the truck bed and... She shook her head. Of course he wouldn't have done that. And now she was blushing again. Victor leaned his elbows on the counter. "Do you have a break coming up? Maybe we can grab a coffee?" "Yes!" Sherry said with way too much enthusiasm. "In fact, her shift ends in a few minutes. You can have her for the rest of the day." Looking over her shoulder, Mandy started to ask Sherry what the heck she was talking about. Her shift didn't end for a few hours, not minutes. but she only managed to get out, "What are you—" Before she finally understood, she snapped her mouth shut and plastered on a smile. It wasn't difficult. She was giddy with excitement. "Thank you," she mouthed, then turned her attention back to Victor. "Yeah, just let me grab my things, and we can go, wherever, I guess." "Cool. I'll wait out front." In a few minutes, after Sherry had given her the quickest and least detailed third degree in the history of girl talk, Mandy was walking with Victor toward his car, a maroon Toyota Camry that looked brand new. "You hungry or just want coffee?" he asked. Mandy stood by the passenger side of the car while Victor unlocked it from the other side. "Well, that depends. Is this about the study, or—" Victor raised his head and met her eyes, his eyebrows raised. "Nothing." Mandy glanced down at the pavement. This whole embarrassed clamming up issue she had every time she spoke to a guy was exactly the reason she had so little, as in none, experience dating. "Hop in," Victor said as he ducked inside the car. Mandy did so, and as soon as she shut her door and buckled her seatbelt, Victor handed her a manila envelope. She stared at it for a moment, disappointed. The envelope definitely indicated Victor's visit was business, not pleasure. "Congrats, Mandy." With those two words, Mandy's disappointment was forgotten completely. "I passed?" She looked from the envelope to Victor and back down at the envelope. "I mean, I'm a viable candidate?" "That you are." Victor turned in the driver's seat as much as he could to face her fully. "You're one of the exceptional few, and what you're about to experience—" He shook his head and laughed softly. "Is the chance of a lifetime." Mandy's heart was racing, and she couldn't hold back the smile that spread across her face, wide and joyous. She didn't want to. This was her ticket to happiness. "What's next? How soon can I start?" Victor pointed to the envelope. "Along with the info packet explaining what'll happen over the next few months once you begin the study, there's also several packs of a vitamin supplement you'll need to take every day to prepare. Once you've taken all 3 doses, you'll be able to start with—" Before he even had a chance to finish, Mandy was opening the envelope and fishing out one of the vitamin packs. She held the small square package up and read the medical mumbo-jumbo on the wrapper. Despite her best efforts, it remained gibberish to her. She glanced at Victor. "It's safe?" "As a daily vitamin," he said. Shaking the packet, Mandy noted aloud, "It's a powder." "It is." Mandy retrieved the plastic water bottle she brought to work every day and unscrewed the lid. There was about an inch of water left at the bottom, just enough to dissolve the powder and gulp it down, taking the first step toward her future, toward being a better version of herself. Bottoms up. She chugged the whole thing down in 2 big gulps. It tasted bitter and a little tangy, with the barest hint of orange attempting, and failing, to mask the flavor. "Ugh! It tastes like—" She frowned sheepishly. "Well, like crushed up vitamins, I guess." She finished with a one-shoulder shrug. "What now? You deliver the good news, then head back to Reno?" A smile flashed across Victor's face, there and gone in an instant. "Actually, I thought you might want to celebrate. How about dinner?" "Like a date?" Mandy said without meaning to. She felt flustered, her thoughts suddenly muddled. I didn't mean to say that." She slapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes going wide. She hadn't meant to say that either. Her tongue started to feel swollen and slightly numb, and a tingling sensation began in her fingers and toes, spreading quickly to her hands and feet, then further up her limbs. Her hand fell away from her mouth, despite her best efforts to keep it there. "Vic," she tried to say, but it came out as more of a mumbled "V." She could no longer move her arms or legs, and her head lolled to the side. Blackness crept in from the edges of her vision, closing in quickly. Had he drugged her? He had. Victor had drugged her. "Welcome to the program," he said. It was the last thing Mandy heard before she lost consciousness. 5. Present day. Mandy sat at the small wooden table in her one-room cabin, opposite the 6 cots. 3 were occupied with recovering Chosen, and 3 were empty. But Mandy only had eyes for one of the occupants, the nameless driver. She watched him from the table, alternating between taking sips of coffee from a stainless steel thermos and munching on biscotti one of her followers had made that morning. Even passed out cold, the familiar stranger reminded her of Vic. Part of her mind had already started to think of him as Vic, not just as someone who looked like him. It didn't bother the illogical portion of her brain that this man was about the same age as Vic had been some 22 years ago. He would be awake soon. Thoughts whirled around in Mandy's mind. What would she say to him? Would she ask for his real name? Would he be like Vic in other ways? What if... "It's not him, you know," Cole said. Mandy jumped in her chair, dropping the piece of biscotti she'd been about to bite into. She slowly turned toward the doorway, glaring. "You do know that, don't you?" Cole stepped further into the cabin, stopping before the wood stove in the center. He held his hands out to soak up some warmth from the fire. "He has no tattoos, and he's far too young. I suppose it's not impossible that he's—" "Shut up, Cole!" Her voice was scathing. Cole glanced back at Mandy for the briefest moment, then returned his attention to the stove. "Temper, temper. It'll be your downfall one day. That or your desperate need to be loved. One or the other." "Shut up!" Trembling with rage, Mandy stood. "You forget. Without me, your plan is useless. Without me, you're useless." Cole turned around, facing Mandy fully. A nasty sneer twisted his handsome face. "Perhaps. But that's still not Vic." 6. 22 years ago. Beep, 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 beep. Mandy groaned and tried to swallow, but her mouth was so dry that she ended up coughing instead. Dazedly, she opened her eyes and blinked several times, processing her surroundings. She was in a white room and seemed to be lying down. The room's walls were all bare except for the one to the right of her. That wall was inset with a huge mirror from corner to corner. There were 2 doors in adjacent walls, and she could see what appeared to be a simple white dresser beyond her feet. Looking down at herself, she discovered that she was tucked into a hospital bed, though she had no recollection of how or why she would be in one. She felt odd, muddle-headed, and sort of tingly all over, as though her nervous system was just booting back up. There was a pulse sensor pinching her right index finger, and an IV had been stuck into the back of the same hand. Again, she scanned the room. "Hello?" she whispered, not because she was afraid, but because it was all she could manage without some water to moisten her throat. Her mind was too fuzzy for fear. "Hello?" A door opened in the wall opposite the foot of the bed, and Mandy raised her head as much as she could to see who was entering the room. It was a tall white man. He was incredibly good-looking and somewhat familiar. After a few moments, Mandy's sluggish mind placed him. Dr. Michaels, from the study. Like fog clearing ever so slowly, she remembered what had happened before she'd lost consciousness. She'd been at work. Victor had showed up unexpectedly. He'd given her the good news. She was a viable candidate for the study. She'd taken a vitamin powder. Not a vitamin powder, but some sort of drug. A sedative. Victor. Vic did this. Drugged me, she rasped, both telling Dr. Michaels and solidifying the fact in her own mind. Finally, fear started to bloom, speeding up her heartbeat and quickening her breaths. "He retrieved you, yes," the doctor said. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" "What am I doing here?" Mandy asked, ignoring his pseudo-kindness. Victor had drugged her and brought her somewhere. She had no clue where she was, but she did know that Victor had brought her to this man. You didn't have someone drugged and retrieved because you wanted to give them an all-inclusive spa treatment. Mandy felt like the biggest idiot in the world. The ad had seemed too good to be true because it was too good to be true. She tried to move, to get out of bed, to do something, but she found she still had little control over her limbs. "That's the paralytic you're feeling," Dr. Michaels said, confirming her suspicions about being drugged. He tapped the IV bag hanging a few feet from the side of the bed. "It's mild, but mixed with the right sedative, it's just enough to keep you calm and safe from hurting yourself or others." "I don't understand. Why would she hurt herself or anyone else, besides the doctor or Victor?" "I know," Dr. Cole said as he pulled a chair made of white plastic and stainless steel to her bedside. As far as Mandy could tell, it was the only chair in the room. He sat and leaned his elbows on his knees. "I'll explain everything once you've recovered, but for now..." He reached out, capturing her left hand, and a numbness clouded her mind. "You must listen carefully. You will not remember this part of our conversation, will you?" "No," Mandy said, her voice faint. She didn't know why she'd said it, other than she knew it was the truth. She could feel that it was the truth. "Good. Whatever happens to you over the next few days, whatever changes you experience due to the treatment, you will never use your new abilities against me. You will always listen to me and do as I say, won't you?" Mandy mumbled an affirmative. "Good." Dr. Michaels released her hand, and the semblance of clarity returned, though for the life of her, Mandy couldn't recall why the doctor had taken her hand in the first place. "I'm going to increase the sedative so you can sleep. Depending on their nature, the changes can be a bit uncomfortable for some people. No point in making you suffer." Her fear spiked. He was going to knock her out again. Not yet. She couldn't let him do it yet. She needed to stall him. Maybe then the drugs would wear off enough that she could move and do something, escape or call for help. "Water? Can I have some water?" "Next time you wake up," the doctor told her. "But don't worry. We've got you on fluids." Mandy might have snorted or rolled her eyes had she not been more terrified than she'd ever been in her entire life. Whether or not she was on fluids was the least of her worries. She watched, unable to object, as the doctor injected the additional sedative into her IV. Faster than she'd expected, her eyelids drooped, and the world faded away. Mandy awoke to the sound of a door shutting. She blinked several times before she was able to focus on the man approaching her bedside. Victor. Her heart plummeted as she realized she was still in the white room with the mirrored wall. It hadn't been just a dream, a nightmare. Victor stopped by her bedside, and Mandy's heart rate doubled. She gripped the sheets in her clenching fists as best she could with the IV still stuck in the back of her hand and the pulse sensor on her index finger. At least the tingling in her limbs had faded almost completely. If she needed to fling herself out of the bed and away from him, or possibly to hit him, she thought she might be able to manage. With frantic urgency, she searched the side of the bed for buttons or a remote that might raise the top portion of the mattress so she would be somewhat upright. She was unsuccessful. Victor apparently took pity on her because he reached down, found the remote dangling over the edge of the bed, and set it beside her hand. "It's this one," he said, pushing the triangular-shaped button at the top. The upper portion of the bed rose gradually until Mandy was sitting up, more or less. She didn't say thank you, instead opting to glare. Nonplussed, Victor held out a disposable drink cup with a lid and straw. "It's water. Just water," he explained when Mandy showed no signs of accepting the cup. "I thought you might be thirsty." Begrudgingly, she took it, but in the back of her mind, she couldn't help but think of the last time she'd consumed something given to her by him. Thirst overshadowed her caution. She sipped from the straw, and the cool water felt incredibly soothing as it washed down her dry throat. "Listen, Mandy." Victor sat in the chair that had been occupied by Dr. Michaels the last time Mandy had been awake. "I'm really sorry about—" Mandy turned her head on the pillow so she was facing away from him. "How long have I been here?" Her voice was small, barely more than a whisper. Victor sighed. "About a day and a half." She looked at him sharply. "My mom will be freaking out. She'll call the police. They'll be looking for me. They'll find me." But even as she said it, a cold, almost nauseating feeling settled in her belly. She hadn't told anyone about the study. The newspaper with the ad and the classifieds wasn't even in her apartment anymore. She was so damn screwed, unless... Mandy remembered learning about Stockholm Syndrome in the psychology class she'd taken her senior year. She'd learned about another syndrome, one that was similar, but opposite. Instead of the captive becoming sympathetic and loyal to the captor, it's the captor who begins to, in some cases, genuinely care about the well-being of the captive. Lima syndrome. That was it. Lima syndrome. Victor already seemed to feel bad, possibly even guilty, about having abducted her. Would it be that difficult for her to make him care enough to free her? Victor took a deep breath. "I know you must hate me, but I did try to warn you before..." He paused, then added, "He was supposed to be gone for another half hour, and I was going to destroy your samples and paperwork before he got back, but..." He shrugged. Mandy knew the rest. Dr. Michaels had returned early and tracked them down in the parking lot. But she didn't have time or energy to waste thinking about what could have been. Not right now. If she was going to do this, to foster some sort of Lima syndrome effect, she'd have to make it convincing and honest. And telling Victor she didn't hate him so soon after the drugging and kidnapping would be easily seen as the ridiculous lie it was. She did hate him. She was certain. and Dr. Michaels and whoever else was involved with the so-called fulfillment study. But she also hated herself for being so weak and gullible and stupid and just plain old pathetic. Mandy made herself smile, just a little, and meet Victor's eyes. "I'd hate you less if you told me what the heck's going on." She looked around the room, then focused on the expansive mirror. "Is someone watching from the other side? Where are we, anyway? What are you going to do to me?" Genuine tears welled in her eyes, and her voice trembled. "Are you going to hurt me?" Victor rested his elbows on his knees, much as the doctor had done, but Victor didn't reach for her hand. A tiny voice in the far recesses of her mind wondered why Dr. Michaels had done that in the first place. Not that it mattered now. "You know, I wasn't lying when I told you your DNA contained the marker we needed." He winced. "And that was pretty much the only thing I didn't lie about." He took another deep breath, exhaling heavily. "The fulfillment study doesn't actually exist. It's the cover we use to draw in potential candidates for the program." Before Mandy could ask what program he was talking about, he added, "Which doesn't have a name, so don't bother asking. It's just the program." "The program," Mandy said. "That's what you call what exactly?" With his third deep breath, Victor sat back in his chair. He slouched down as though he were exhausted and shrugged. "I don't know who runs it. Someone way above Michaels. But the whole point of the thing is to find people whose DNA can be altered." He held up his right hand, his thumb and index finger almost pinching the air. "Just a touch." A humorless laugh shook his body. "You'd be surprised how much that tiny modification can change someone." "What are you—" Mandy started to snap, but she stopped herself and made her tone less waspish. "I don't understand what you're saying. You guys are doing something to me. To my DNA?" Victor flicked his hand in the direction of the IV stand. "It's already done. Your DNA's been altered. You'll, start to notice the changes soon." Mandy felt her throat tighten. "What kind of changes?" Was she going to grow tentacles out of her ears? Or maybe sprout an extra head? "Honestly, it's different for everyone. Some people develop the ability to talk to others in their heads, or to move things with their minds, or to catch glimpses of what's going to happen in the future." "That's like telepathy and telekinesis and what? Precognition? Those are—" Mandy shook her head in disbelief. "That's like comic book stuff. Superpowers and—" She laughed shrilly. She was losing it. Victor obviously already had, and now she was too. "That stuff's not real." Victor raised his left hand and made a "come here" motion to the mirror. Mandy realized there really was someone on the other side watching her. The idea thoroughly creeped her out. A tall, athletically built woman with straight blonde hair held back by a scrunchie strode into the room. "Demo time?" She raised her eyebrows as a wide, eager grin spread across her face. Victor shifted his attention from Mandy to the other woman. "It's all you, Cass." Cass rubbed her hands together, then caught Mandy's eye briefly before looking at a tiny gray plastic wastebasket in the corner of the room near the other door. She pointed at the receptacle and slowly raised her finger. As she moved, so did the wastebasket. It floated about a foot off the linoleum floor for several seconds until Cass started humming. As her tune picked up speed, the trash cans started hopping around in the air, almost like it was dancing to her song. That's not... Mandy cleared her suddenly hoarse throat and shook her head back and forth. That's not possible. It's a trick. There's a string or magnets or something. Cass sighed and lowered her hand. The wastebasket settled back on the floor. Just once. It'd be awesome if someone just said, "Oh, hey, that's cool." She cocked her head to the side and looked at Mandy. You know? Mandy had no clue how to respond. When Cass raised her left hand and Mandy's long hair started floating around her head, she momentarily lost the ability to speak altogether. Cass narrowed her eyes and pointed at the water cup with her other hand. She made a flicking motion toward the ceiling, and the straw shot out of the lid, bounced off the ceiling, and landed on the bed beside Mandy's right calf. Eyes wide with a mix of shock and terror, Mandy opened her mouth. What came out was a barely discernible shriek. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! She squeezed her eyes shut, holding back tears. This wasn't real. It was so incredibly not real. She was losing it. No, she'd already lost it. Her sanity was gone. Gone, gone, gone. When she heard the door open and close, she pried her eyes open and looked to her bedside, expecting to find Victor still sitting there. Instead, he was halfway to the door, apparently planning to follow Cass out. Wait, Mandy whispered. Victor, Vic, don't leave. A soft sob bubbled up from her chest. She felt like she was suffocating. She took rapid gulps of air, but couldn't seem to get enough. She was being crushed under the weight of her insanity. She didn't want to be alone with her madness. Please don't leave me, she whimpered. The side of the bed dipped as Victor sat on the edge. I'm sorry, Mandy. I really am. Gently, he gathered her into his arms and held her while she cried. 7. Present day. Who are you? Where am I? The man who looked so much like Vic asked. He sat up slowly, looking around the cabin. Mandy had moved a chair to the side of his cot when he'd started stirring, and had her followers move the other two recovering chosen out of the cabin. She wanted to be alone with him. As she leaned forward, the chair creaked under her shifting weight. I'm Mandy. She smiled reassuringly. You were sick. You passed out in your car, and I found you. I've been taking care of you. He returned her smile, and she knew, could see it in his eyes, that she had him. He leaned back against the wall beside the cot. I remember pulling off the road and parking in a campground. Mandy nodded. Yes, your car's still there. I moved you to my cabin so you'd be more comfortable. It's too cold outside. You would have frozen to death if I'd left you in your car. He patted his jeans pockets, then met her eyes. My phone? She had it, or rather, Cole did, but she wasn't ready to let him know that yet. It must still be in your car. We can get it later, when you're stronger. The virus hadn't had a chance to spread fully and wipe out the unworthy yet, and she didn't want him running off after his sick friends or family to God knows where, not when her curiosity regarding his resemblance to Vic was unsated. And if it wasn't just a random resemblance, if he was, through some freakish coincidence, related to Vic, She would make sure the past didn't repeat itself. She would keep this one. Mandy rested her hand on his shin. She could feel the warmth of his skin through the jeans. I have some soup on the stove. Why don't you have some? Then rest a bit more. He nodded. Sounds good. With another smile, Mandy stood and started for the stove. She paused and looked back at him. By the way, what's your name? Jesse. Jesse Hernandez. He ran the fingers of one hand through his disheveled dark hair. The gesture was so reminiscent of Vic that it stole Mandy's breath. But deep down, she felt disappointed. Vic's last name was Ramirez, not Hernandez. Maybe it was just a random resemblance. Stifling her disappointment, she turned away and continued to the stove. We'll have you up and about in no time. Thanks, really. I owe you. Mandy felt an eager grin spread across her face. She knew exactly how he would repay her. 8. 22 years ago. Mandy was propped up in her hospital bed, arms crossed over her chest. She was grateful they'd removed the ceaselessly beeping machines, but she still felt like a prisoner. I want to leave. Why is that so hard for you to get? Dr. Michaels sat calmly in the chair at her bedside. I understand perfectly. So I can go home? With a slow shake of his head, Dr. Michaels vanquished Mandy's rising hope. He smiled. You're stuck with us. Now, your wrist, please. I need to check your pulse. Mandy huffed and thrust her left arm at the doctor. As soon as his fingers touched her skin, numbness clouded her mind. You will not remember this. You are not to use whatever new abilities you develop against me, and you will always listen to me and do as I say. Am I clear? Mm-hmm, Mandy mumbled. And you can thank Vic for this little favor. Not that you'll remember. He cleared his throat and took a deep breath. You are content to be here. Happy, even, aren't you? Yes. The word was faint, barely more than a whisper. Excellent. Dr. Michaels released Mandy's wrist. Blinking, Mandy felt like she was waking from a daydream. I'm sorry, did you say something? She shook her head and laughed softly. Must have zoned out. She rolled her eyes. Mandy the space cadet. Nothing important. The doctor returned her smile. His breathing was slightly labored, which seemed odd. He rubbed his hands together briskly as he stood, then retrieved a clipboard from a wall pocket by the room's only exit and turned to face her. We're going to go through a series of questions to see if we can narrow down how exactly the treatment has changed you. Someone will go over these with you every day until we've identified your new ability. Or abilities. Mandy raised and lowered her shoulders in a complacent shrug. Sounds good. The doctor reclaimed his seat. Have you noticed objects moving seemingly of their own accord? Nope. Well, when Cass was in here, she shivered, remembering the shock of witnessing such a thing with her own eyes. It still didn't seem real, but at least remembering the way the little trash can had hovered no longer frightened her. Have you heard people say things, but when asked, they claim not to have said anything? Mandy shook her head. Have you... The questions went on for nearly 20 minutes. By the time Dr. Michaels was finished, a large man wearing green scrubs knocked on the door and then entered the room. He wore a severe, almost standoffish expression and was carrying a tray of food, a roast beef and cheddar sandwich, a small bowl of potato salad, an even smaller bowl of chocolate pudding, a bottle of water, and a Diet Coke. Well, I'll leave you to your lunch. The doctor stood and moved out away from the bed. "Okay, thanks," Mandy said vaguely as the other man set the tray on the movable bed table. She offered him a shy smile. "Thanks. I love chocolate pudding." To her surprise, he returned the smile. "You're welcome." He turned to walk back to the door, which Dr. Michaels was holding open, a thoughtful frown on his face. "Wait," Mandy said when the man who'd brought her lunch was halfway to the door. "What's your name?" He looked back at her, still smiling. "Kevin." He raised his eyebrows. "You?" "Mandy." Kevin acknowledged the exchange with a slight bow of his head. "I've got a good feeling about you." Before Mandy could ask him what he meant, he left her alone with her lunch. The doctor followed him out. For 3 days, Mandy had 3 different people, all doctors according to the names they gave her, quiz her on her potential physical and mental abilities, with a capital A. Apparently, it was the accepted term for the genetic changes brought on by the treatment. Despite the doctor's varying levels of aloofness at the start of their sessions, she'd managed to end each interview with chatty, friendly conversation. She and the sole female doctor had even ended up giggling about how hot Dr. Michaels was. A few of the people she mentally considered orderlies, though she didn't actually know their job titles, had brought her things to occupy her time. When she wasn't being interviewed, she walked around her room, played cards or checkers with whoever was around, or when she was alone, played solitaire or read. She'd quickly found it in her heart to forgive Victor. After all, she was happy with her situation at the program. She could hardly be angry with him for bringing her there. He'd taken to eating his meals with her, and promised to take her out of her room and show her around the facility once they had her ability nailed down. Talking to him was easy, and Mandy loved how quickly their friendship was developing. She thought it was even possible that soon it might progress into something more. Overall, she was comfortable, utterly content. She'd never had such an easy time talking to people. She liked everyone she'd met so far, and had even started to make friends with Cass. And then there was Dr. Michaels. At the moment, he was sitting beside her bed, giving her the developing abilities interview for his 2nd time. Mandy sat atop the bed, cross-legged and bored. She was pretty sure she had the whole list of questions memorized. Dr. Michaels was the one person she'd encountered while she'd been with the program whom she hadn't formed any kind of connection or friendly rapport with, despite having several interactions every day. She figured there must be a grouch in every group, and Dr. Michaels was it for the program. "Have you become injured and noticed that your body healed at an increased rate?" the doctor asked. Mandy held up her right hand, showing off the slight bruising on the back where the IV had been inserted into her skin. "Obviously not." "Have you—" "Nope," Mandy said. Still holding up her hand, she started ticking off items with her fingers as she spoke. "And no, definitely not. I don't think that's physically possible. No, I wish. No." Setting his pen on the clipboard, Dr. Michaels raised his hands in submission. "Okay, I get it. No change." He frowned. "Whatever it is, it must be a subtle ability. Either that or it's just taking a long time to develop. Or it's so weak that it's useless. Or maybe I'll never develop any ability. Then I could go home." "And return to your riveting life as a lonely receptionist whose only standing social engagement is her weekly dinner with her mother?" the doctor finished for her. "Hey, that's not— I do other stuff." "You know that I've had your mind read. Wishing to do things and actually doing them are not the same thing." Mandy opened her mouth to argue, but snapped it shut without saying anything. because he was right. She couldn't remember the last time she'd done something with a friend. Her evenings and days off were filled with watching TV, and the highlight of her week was Thursday night dinners at her mom's house. Sometimes Sherry came too, and it was a real party, or what Mandy thought of as a party. Pitifully, she'd never actually been to a real party, not one that didn't include colorful paper hats and cakes decorated with cartoon characters. With a heavy sigh, Dr. Michaels leaned forward. "I'm sorry. That was rude. Friends?" He extended his hand. Reluctantly, Mandy accepted his apology and shook his hand. As soon as their palms touched, her mind grew fuzzy. "You won't remember this. You'll never use your new abilities against me, whatever they may be. You'll always listen to me and do as I say. And you're happy to be here, correct?" "Yes," Mandy said quietly. "Good." Dr. Michaels released her hand, and she blinked several times. His face looked paler than it had before. "Are you feeling okay?" "What?" The doctor seemed taken aback. "Yes, I'm fine. Just overextending myself a bit, I think." He turned his left wrist to check his watch. "It's about time for—" With a short rap of his knuckles on the door, Kevin entered the room, lunch tray in hand. "Good news, Mandy. It's a chocolate pudding day," he said cheerfully. "Got you an extra bowl." He winked at her as he set the tray on the bed. "Awesome!" Mandy gave him a high five. "Checkers rematch later?" "Wouldn't miss it for the world." Wearing a broad grin, Kevin strode out of the room and shut the door. Dr. Michaels stared at the door, then slowly turned his head to look at Mandy, who was digging into her mac and cheese. "What?" she asked around a mouthful. "A few days ago, when you first met Kevin, he was friendly to you. He's never friendly to me." Swallowing, Mandy shrugged. "You can be kind of a jerk. Maybe that's the problem." Her eyes widened as she registered the verbal vomit that had just spewed out of her mouth. She raised one shoulder and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry." The doctor's eyes narrowed. "You're a social misfit." Mandy raised her eyebrows. "I take back my apology." She nodded to herself and continued eating. "You don't make friends easily." "I guess people around here are just friendly." "No, they're not." Dr. Michaels stared at Mandy for such a long time that she grew uncomfortable. She set her fork down and met his eyes. "What?" "Tell me the name of each person you've befriended here." Mandy took a deep, exasperated breath. She really just wanted to eat her lunch, especially her 2 bowls of chocolate pudding. Instead, she crossed her arms over her chest and started listing everyone she'd interacted with while she'd been at the program, including Victor, Kevin, Cass, the other doctors, everyone except Dr. Michaels. "It must have something to do with your abilities," the doctor mused. "What? Like I can't make friends on my own? Like I need some mutated superpower to make people like me?" "Exactly," he said thoughtfully. Without warning, he stood and bounded to the door, tossing it open and thrusting the upper half of his body out into a hallway Mandy had only ever seen but never actually been in, at least not while conscious. She'd been in the facility for nearly a week, but her exploring had been limited to her room and the tiny but practical en-suite bathroom. "Hey, you, Carlton. Yes, you!" Dr. Michaels shouted. "Come here." A moment later, the doctor said, "Yes, right now." He walked back into the room, and a few seconds later, another man, tall and wiry with graying hair and wearing dark blue coveralls, entered and shut the door. "Have you two met?" Dr. Michaels asked the newcomer. Both Mandy and the stranger shook their heads. "Perfect. Mandy, this is—" Staring at the other man, Dr. Michaels let the introduction hang expectantly. Hesitantly, the man answered, Charlie. Charlie, the doctor repeated with a nod. He looked at Mandy. Charlie, this is Mandy. Charlie stayed by the door, but raised his hand and waved, and Mandy smiled in greeting. Dr. Michaels returned to Mandy's bedside and turned to face Charlie. He beckoned for the other man to join them. Come on, don't be shy. As Charlie did as instructed, the doctor asked, What do you think of Mandy? Charlie stopped at the foot of the bed. She seems nice. Real nice, actually. Like someone who'd be easy to talk to. He smiled at Mandy and shrugged, as though he didn't know why he felt that way. Mandy started to wonder if Dr. Michaels wasn't entirely wrong about his theory. She couldn't think of any other reason Charlie would feel that way about her. She does, doesn't she? Describe her to me, the doctor prompted. Tilting his head to the side, Charlie studied Mandy for a long, uncomfortable moment, then blinked repeatedly and returned his attention to Dr. Michaels. He stuck his hands into his pants pockets. She's very... I don't know how to describe it. There's just something about her. I just feel really good about her. He looked down at his feet. She's perfect. Mandy's mouth fell open. And you're certain you've never met her before? Nope. Yeah, never met. Dr. Michael's eyes narrowed in thought, and he brought his fist up to his face, pressing the side of his curled index finger against his lips. A few seconds later, he lowered his hand. One last question. Then you can get back to work. He paused, the silence expectant. What would you do for Mandy? Charlie's expression turned rapturous. Anything. 9. Present day. It's my mom, Jesse said, his cell phone pressed against his ear. He and Mandy were standing by his car. My baby brother's in the hospital. He shook his head while he continued to listen to the message, his expression horror-struck. She says it's a virus, a pandemic, and tons of people are dying. He frowned, and then all of the color drained from his face. She's sick too. Mandy touched his shoulder. I didn't want to tell you until you were feeling better, but it's gotten pretty bad out there. While you were recovering... She shook her head, trying to appear sympathetic. You should call her back. Jesse did as she suggested, but the conversation between him and his mother was brief. When he hung up, desperation to be with his family practically oozed from his pores. Mandy refused to make the same mistake with Jesse as she'd made with Victor. I'm your family now. You'll be safe with me. And happy, won't you? She slipped an arm around him, giving him a side hug. Jesse nodded, but his eyes held a plea. Apparently, he hadn't been around her long enough for his devotion to her to become as all-encompassing as she'd hoped. Her ability affected everyone at a different pace, but she'd hoped he would succumb to her power more quickly. Fighting back a scowl, Mandy stood on her tiptoes and brushed a soft kiss against his lips. I'll take care of you. I'm betting on it, Cole said. It was the second time he'd startled Mandy in as many days. Before Mandy could stop him, Cole had hold of Jesse's wrist, and Jesse's expression grew distant, almost vacant. You will leave and check on your family. No! Mandy gasped, but it was too late. Cole's power, though less expansive, was more concentrated than Mandy's, and commands given using his ability overrode her followers' devotion to her. Her blood boiled. Take it back! Cole narrowed his eyes. "But you will return, with any members of your family who survive. And when you return, if you don't see me alive and healthy at Mandy's side, you will kill her or die trying, won't you?" "Yes," Jessie whispered. Letting go, Cole turned a wicked grin on Mandy. "That's good for at least a month." Mandy's hands balled into fists, her nails digging into her palms. "How dare you?" she snarled. Cole raised his eyebrows. "How dare I? Quite easily, dearest, and quite necessarily, I think. I needed insurance. Now I have it." 10. 22 years ago. Mandy spent the afternoon after Dr. Cole identified her ability restlessly. She paced around the room, then reorganized her wardrobe of gray sweatpants and sweatshirts, gray t-shirts, sports bras, cotton undies, and plain white socks in the lone dresser. She'd been wearing essentially the same thing ever since waking in that room, though she always changed in the bathroom. There was no way to tell if anyone might be watching from the other side of the mirror, and she'd yet to find any cameras in the bathroom. When Kevin showed up around 3 o'clock, a box of checkers in hand, she sent him away. She couldn't stand that he'd only befriended her because she'd developed a freakish superpower that made people like her, even love her. If the rapturous way Charlie had been staring at her by the time he'd left was any clue, she didn't mean to do it. She didn't want to make people feel things they wouldn't feel naturally. Mandy shivered. She felt dirty, as though she'd been mentally raping the minds of everyone around her. She'd done it, and she'd enjoyed it. Before she'd known what she was doing, it had been nice to be popular for once in her life. She spent a good half hour in the shower, trying to wash away the guilt of what she'd unknowingly been doing to everyone who crossed paths with her. She scrubbed herself with a soapy washcloth until her skin was an angry red before finally turning off the steaming water. She spent another 10 minutes brushing her hair with meticulous care. When people complimented her, it was usually on her hair. Her eyes were a murky hazel color, and though her complexion wasn't bad, her features were plain. But her hair, a rich chestnut brown, was thick with a gentle wave, and it reached the bottom of her shoulder blades. It had always been her best feature. She even took the time to pluck her eyebrows using the tweezers that were in the grooming kit she'd been provided. By the time she emerged from the bathroom, skin clean and still a little raw, sporting a fresh pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt, Vic was waiting in the chair beside her bed. 2 trays of food had been set on the movable bed table. As had become their routine, he was there to eat dinner with her. Tonight's menu appeared to include country fried chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, and green beans, and there was a small bowl of berry cobbler. A carafe of white wine had been placed on the bedside table. Mandy stopped in the doorway between the bedroom and bathroom and leaned her shoulder against the doorframe. The revelation that all of her other budding relationships were more or less fabricated was painful, but the idea that Victor only liked her because her ability made him was agonizing. She stared at the floor near the foot of the bed. "Vic." He started to stand. "I know what you're going to say." "You should go." He paused halfway up, his hands still on the armrests. "What?" Mandy finally raised her eyes to his, and his part-hurt, part-baffled expression nearly made her lose her nerve. Nearly. "Go away and just stay away from me." She turned so her back was against the doorframe and, taking a deep breath, wrapped her arms around her middle. Her voice trembled when she spoke next. "Please, Vic, just go." Victor rose the rest of the way and wasted no time in crossing the room to stand in the doorway with her. It was a tight fit, leaving only a few inches between them. No. He rubbed his upper arms. Why would you say that? Because I... Again, Mandy forced herself to meet his warm brown eyes. Being around me is bad. My ability. I make people do things, feel things. I'm bad, Vic. Her words lost coherency as she let out a faint sob. I'm bad. That's crazy talk, Victor said, shaking his head and smiling reassuringly. You're the nicest, sweetest, most innocent person I've ever met. Mandy stared at him, pleading with her eyes. You don't understand. I make people. She shook her head in frustration, and as she did, an idea struck her. He didn't believe her. Well, she could show him. Then he would see. Then he would understand. What would you do if I told you to kiss me? She whispered. A hint of a frown curved down Victor's mouth, though it was quickly washed away by a sly grin. His eyes sparkled as he leaned in slowly, drawing out the moment. Mandy's heart was racing as excitement and guilt fought an epic battle inside her. She placed her hand on Victor's chest. No, don't. You don't have to. What if I want to? Victor's face was so close to Mandy's that she could feel his breath as he spoke, smell the faint scent of coffee and peppermint. When Victor's lips touched hers, butterflies burst into being in her stomach, washing away the mild nausea that had been building since she'd emerged from the bathroom to discover she wasn't alone. It was her first real kiss. She opened to him, letting him in as he pressed the front of his body against hers. She relaxed back against the doorframe, but wasn't sure what she should be doing with her hands. It was supposed to be a magical moment, wasn't it? One that banished coherent thought? But all Mandy could think about was that her hands felt odd wherever she rested them on Victor, whether on his shoulders or behind his neck. It was a short kiss. Their tongues had barely touched before Victor broke the contact between their lips. He pulled the lower half of his face away from Mandy's while resting his forehead against hers. See? He said, smiling just a little. Wanted to. Which reminded Mandy why, despite desperately wanting him to kiss her again, she felt sick about the whole thing. But you didn't want to. Not really. That's what I mean. It's my thing, my ability, or whatever you want to call it. I make people want to please me. After a moment, she added, whether I want to or not. Victor chuckled. Making people want to please you. Imagine the fun you could have with that. But it's wrong, Mandy persisted. You didn't actually want to kiss me. I made you want to. No, you didn't. I did. Victor pulled away further, so their eyes were about a foot apart, and placed his hands on either side of her face. Listen to me. You didn't make me feel anything that I wouldn't have felt on my own. You can't. That's my ability. I'm like the anti-ability guy. Mandy blinked. What? Nobody's special skills work on me. He dropped his hands and shrugged one shoulder, offering up a lopsided smile. Unless Cass decides to chuck a pencil at me or something like that. She furrowed her brow. So you're not desperate to do whatever I want? Victor's smile widened to a grin. I never said that. Mandy chewed on her bottom lip while she considered the implications of his revelation. So, you like me anyway? Is that so hard to believe? Well, I'm just not used to, you know, guys, liking me. After a brief hesitation, she added, "Why do you like me?" She cringed as she finished speaking, realizing she sounded like an insecure middle school girl talking to her crush, possibly in note form. She was insecure, but that was beyond the point. "Honestly?" Mandy nodded. "Your innocence is addictive." Mandy frowned. That wasn't really the glowing endorsement she'd been hoping for. With a sigh, Victor leaned back against the opposite side of the doorframe. "You said you were a bad person. Well, I really am. My innocence died a long time ago," and he took a deep breath. "I've done a lot that I'm ashamed of. The program is a second chance for me, and being around you, well, that just makes the whole second chance thing seem that much more real." He ran his hands through his hair, making it stand up haphazardly. It was a relaxed, charming look on Victor. "When I'm around you, all that shit I did before doesn't matter because you're there, with all your innocence and trust and..." He exhaled in a laugh and gave her a lopsided smile. "I'm totally botching this, huh?" Slowly, Mandy shook her head. She straightened and pushed off the doorframe, closing the distance between them. This time, when their lips touched, thought fled her mind completely. "Do it!" Dr. Michaels practically snarled. Mandy stared at the woman sitting on the floor in the middle of the room. But, it's mean." Now that they had a pretty good idea of what she could do, ability-wise, she was allowed to leave her room. She, the doctor, and a woman named Kathy were in a room across the hall from Mandy's. It was sparsely furnished, with only a long gray table, a couple of chairs, and a plastic box about the size of a steamer trunk with tiny holes cut in the top and sides. Mandy and the doctor were sitting in the chairs, with Kathy standing on the opposite side of the table. "It won't be like on the video," he said. "Her desire to please you should override her fear of snakes." Thinking of the video, Mandy shivered. The poor woman had screamed like she was being flayed alive when the lid had been taken off the box and a giant snake had slithered out. Mandy didn't know much about snakes, but the sheer size of the thing was enough to trigger a fear of snakes she hadn't previously been aware of. Frowning, she turned her attention away from Kathy, whose earlier bout of fear had abated and was now sitting as calmly as possible, to Dr. Michaels. "I don't want to. You shouldn't make me do this. This doesn't please me." Much to her surprise, the doctor didn't give under the press of her power. He simply returned her stare and said, "Do it." Suspicious, Mandy narrowed her eyes. "It doesn't work on you. Why not?" Dr. Michaels raised his eyebrows, but didn't answer. "Are you like Vic? You know, where abilities just don't affect you?" Mandy asked. Nodding, the doctor took a moment to truly respond. "You could say that. Now." He flicked his eyes toward Kathy. "Please proceed. I think you'll feel better once you see her reaction, or lack of reaction, to the snake." "Fine," Mandy grumbled. She, too, shifted her attention to the other woman. "Kathy, it would make me very happy if you opened the box." The doctor glanced at Mandy. And picked up what's inside," Mandy added reluctantly. Her palms were sweaty and her chest felt tight, like she couldn't get enough air. She felt like she was the one unsnapping the little hinges securing the container's lid. When Kathy reached into the box, she displayed no outward signs of the terror Mandy knew she should be feeling. Mandy was pretty sure that she herself was experiencing more of a reaction to what Kathy was doing than Kathy was. As the heavy, undulating creature was lifted out of the box, Mandy had to stifle a scream. "How do you feel, Kathy?" Dr. Michaels asked. "Fine. Happy, actually." Kathy smiled and looked at Mandy as the snake's tail coiled around her waist. "I'm just glad I can do something to please you." Yeah, thanks." But Mandy definitely didn't feel very pleased. The whole situation was just too weird. Kathy clearly wasn't afraid at all, almost like she'd been cured of her fear. The possibility that that's exactly what had happened made Mandy think, if her ability could do things like this, help people, maybe it wasn't such a bad thing. "I'd like you to put the snake back, Kathy." Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Dr. Michaels frowning, but she didn't care. He had his results. He'd been right. She could end the stupid test. Mandy watched as Kathy returned the creature to the box and secured the lid. Kathy's lack of fear was almost miraculous. "Thank you. You may return to your regular duties," Dr. Michaels told Kathy. "Please let Vic know we'd like to see Charlie next." "Of course," Kathy said as she made her way to the door. She left without another word. Seconds later, Victor opened the door and dragged in an oversized footlocker. Charlie followed him in, wearing his usual dark blue coveralls. Victor caught Mandy's eye, but instead of seeing playful mischief in his expression, she found a furrowed brow and a slight frown. He was concerned. For her? The thought prompted her own frown. Victor left the container in the middle of the room, exchanging it for the box holding the snake. With one more glance Mandy's way, he left the room and shut the door. "You suffer from severe claustrophobia, am I correct, Charlie?" Dr. Michaels asked. With a smile at Mandy, Charlie nodded. Dr. Michaels looked at Mandy. "Tell him to open the footlocker and get inside." "What? No!" With a heavy sigh, Dr. Michaels said, "Do we really have to go through this again? He'll be fine. Happy even, I expect." For several seconds, Mandy alternated from looking at one man to the other. "Well, if you're certain." But she knew he wasn't certain. That was why they were doing these experiments in the first place, to see how extensive Mandy's effect on people was. And still, knowing that, she said, "Charlie, I'd like you to open the footlocker and get inside." Charlie's smile widened as he nodded. "Anything for you, Mandy. Anything." Mandy would have been lying to herself if hearing that phrase didn't make her feel a little happy. Nobody had ever been eager to do things for her, aside from her mom and Sherry, but even their love hadn't compared to this all-out devotion. It was thrilling, intoxicating even. "Good. Now tell him to shut the lid." This time, Mandy didn't argue. She felt a pang of guilt about that, but it faded quickly. After all, she too was curious about the extent of her ability. "Charlie, I'd like you to shut the lid." He did so eagerly. "Now what?" Mandy asked without looking away from the box. "How long are you going to make him stay in there?" Dr. Michaels touched the fingertips of his right hand against his chest. "Me? I'm not the one who convinced him to shut himself in there." Mandy rolled her eyes. Yes, you're very clever. I'm awed by your cleverness," she said dryly. "Can I let him out now?" "No. I think we'll leave him in there for a bit. Why don't you go see what Vic's up to?" Mandy felt her eyes bulge. "You seriously want me to leave him in there? Why?" "To see if the effect lasts after you're gone. And if it does, for how long." But... How will you know if it wears off? Dr. Michaels stood and rounded the table. He stopped in front of the footlocker and slid a lock in place. I'd assume he'll start making a bit of a fuss. But that's torture. It's an experiment. It's science. You're a monster. If you weren't already exhausting me. There was a warning in his voice Mandy didn't understand. I won't do this anymore. I won't participate in your sick experiments. She spat the last word like it was a particularly foul curse, stood and stormed to the door. You'll change your mind, Dr. Michaels said. Hand on the doorknob, Mandy looked back at him over her shoulder. I won't. Whatever you say. Mandy huffed in irritation and yanked the door open, slamming it as hard as possible on her way out. The hallway wasn't empty. Victor was leaning against the opposite wall, arms crossed over his chest. He eyed her for the briefest moment, then pushed off the wall. How about a walk? Ugh. If I have to stare at these stupid walls for a minute longer, I'm going to scream. She'd yet to see a window, other than the two-way mirrors that had been built into many of the rooms. She hadn't seen the outside world in days, and was pretty sure the whole facility was underground. Either that, or she'd been spending all of her time in the center of an enormous building. Come on. Victor snagged her hand and started leading her up the stark hallway. I'll take you topside. Get you some sunshine. For real? Mandy picked up the pace until she was the one leading Victor. Not that she knew the way to get the heck out of there. I can go outside? I'm allowed to? If you're with me. Victor flashed her a broad grin. I'm special. Mandy snorted. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Mandy had been right. The program facility was underground. It actually lay underneath a sprawling Spanish-style villa. It wasn't Mandy's taste in architecture or decor, but that didn't keep her from noting that the place had to cost a fortune, especially with the secret facility that had been built beneath it. The grounds surrounding the villa consisted of expansive lawns, palms of various sizes, exotic, brightly colored flowers, and an enormous infinity pool that sparkled all the way to the edge of a sharp drop-off. Beyond, the high desert landscape was remote, barren. There wasn't another building in sight. Where are we? Mandy asked as she stared out beyond the pool. Just outside Reno. You can actually see the city from the other side of the house. This is crazy, you know. Mandy scanned the estate and grounds. Who lives like this? And who has a super-secret underground facility filled with people who have super-secret superpowers? It's just crazy. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Mandy also thought it was pretty cool. She was part of something so incredible. She never would have guessed such a thing was possible, especially not for her. Victor reclaimed her hand. Come on. I want to show you something. He led her around the pool and started down the steep incline. Scrubby vegetation covered the hillside and the valley below as far as the eye could see. In the distance, jagged, snowless mountains cut into the horizon. When the incline finally gave way to flatter ground, Victor released Mandy's hand and motioned toward a small boulder. Sit, please. Mandy did as requested, keeping her eyes on Victor. So, what's up? I mean, the scenery's, cool and all, but I'm betting that's not why you dragged me out here. Though, regardless of the reason, she was glad he had. There's some stuff I've got to tell you. He started walking back and forth a few paces in front of her. Mandy clasped her hands together and squished them between her knees in an effort to keep herself from fidgeting. Vic, you're making me nervous. What's going on? Victor stopped pacing and looked at Mandy so intensely she felt like he was seeing inside her, examining her soul. The program, Michael's, you being here. He shook his head, clearly frustrated. None of it's what you think. I mean, come on. You should hate me for what I did to you. You should hate that you're trapped here. You should hate everything about this place. But you don't. Mandy stood and took a step toward Victor, but stopped when he held a hand up. Vic, I don't hate it here. I've never felt more, important, significant, something. She fidgeted with the hem of her t-shirt. I like being here. I'm kind of glad you did what you did. I mean, if I weren't here, if I hadn't been one of the few people who had the DNA thing that made me eligible for all this, I'd be just me, nothing. My whole life has been pointless moments of nothing sandwiched between more nothing. I was miserable. Now I'm not. Don't you see? Victor took 2 steps, closing the distance between them, and squeezed her upper arms. I see perfectly. That's the problem. I see what you can't. All of that stuff you just said, that's just your mind justifying, filling in the blanks. It's coming up with reasons for why you have to be happy here. You're being forced to like it, just like all of those people in there are forced to think they love you. With those words, Mandy felt as stunned as if she'd just been slapped. She wrenched herself free of his hold. It's part of who I am now, she snapped. I mean, if I was some gorgeous, tall bombshell with curves only in the right places and a perfect little nose, people falling all over themselves to make me happy would be just fine. But because the reason they're doing it is something inside me and not how I look, it's not okay? They love me because of me, Vic. She pointed to herself. These changes, this ability, it's a part of me as much as any lingerie model's huge boobs are. Mandy. Victor held out his hands to her, imploring. I didn't mean... He ran his fingers through his hair and made a frustrated growling noise. I care about you as much as any of those people back there. He threw his hands up in frustration. God, Mandy, ever since I met you, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I can be a better person. That's how you make me feel. Not because of any superhuman hoodoo whatever, but because of you. Because of who you are. Mandy stared, shocked. What are you saying? I'm falling in love with you, Victor said, sounding relieved to finally tell her. I love you, and I hate what's happening to you here, what Michael's is doing to you. He muttered something that sounded like what he's already done to you. Mandy had to swallow several times and clear her throat before she could speak. I think I love you too. She almost couldn't believe she had the nerve to say it aloud. Victor laughed softly. Don't sound so sure about it. Stepping closer to him, Mandy tilted her head back and looked up into his eyes. You said I can't see what's really going on. She offered a small half-smile. So tell me. Placing his hands on either side of Mandy's face, Victor returned her half-hearted smile. Michael's ability is that he can control people. Frowning, Mandy shook her head. I don't know what you mean. Mind control. He can make people do things. He's not the most powerful one with an ability like that, but it's why he's in charge here. Victor rested his forehead against Mandy's. If someone doesn't want to do something, he can make them. If someone's doing something that could hurt the program, he can make them stop. His control's not perfect. It wears off pretty quickly, and using it tires him out, but... Victor sighed. You know your ability hasn't been working on him, right? Yeah? Mandy said, her voice tiny.
Well, that's because he told you not to use it on him.
Mandy shook her head the smallest amount. But I can't control it. I can't, turn it off or anything, so how could that work? Victor shrugged and started rubbing his hands up and down Mandy's arms.
It must be subconscious, or I don't know. But his command's working, right?
Mandy bit her lip and nodded.
That's why. He's probably commanded you to do or not do other stuff, like to listen to him and always do what he says. Stuff like that.
After a moment of hesitation, Victor added,
And I'll totally understand if you're pissed at me about this, but you were just so unhappy at the beginning.
He sighed.
I asked Cole to command you to be happy here.
He laughed, a short, bitter sound.
It's probably the only reason you don't hate my guts.
Mandy touched her hand to the side of his face. Remember when Cass showed me what she could do, and I freaked out?
Yeah?
Well, I was really, really unhappy then, and I didn't hate your guts. Mandy smiled, warm and genuine. You comforted me, and I wanted you to. I meant what I said about my life being crappy before. I was miserable, Vic. I hated myself. Now, well, I don't. It's like I matter now. People can't help but notice me.
What if we left? Just ran away?
Victor pulled his face away from hers and raised his eyebrows.
Would you?
Mandy felt a rush of excitement. She could be this new, improved version of herself, with Victor by her side, but away from all of Dr. Michaels' craziness. Now?
No. Soon.
He flicked his eyes up the hillside toward the estate.
There's surveillance all over the place. We need a way to disable it.
A thoughtful frown turned the corners of his mouth downward and narrowed his eyes.
There's someone who should be able to help us. Her ability allows her to manipulate electricity. But she's on loan to another facility right now. She should be back in a few weeks, though.
He looked into Mandy's eyes with such intensity that he stole her breath.
Can you wait that long? You'll have to put up with Michaels and his experiments, which won't be pleasant.
It's fine. I can deal with him. She smiled reassuringly. Just so long as it's only a few weeks.
Promise,
Victor said. And then his lips were on hers, and he was stealing her breath in a completely different way. 11. Present day. Mandy stared at the radio. It was the morning after Jessie left, and her mind had been so snarled with thoughts of him that she'd hardly been able to sleep. What if something happened to him while he was away? What if he never returned? These first few days after the new beginning would be the most dangerous, when the tainted were numerous because they'd yet to start picking each other off. No. Instead of thinking more about that, she stared at the radio and listened to the president speak. Our country is at war. Humanity is at war. Yet our enemy is not one we can fight openly. Our enemy has swept through every nation, attacking discreetly, killing indiscriminately. We lost thousands before we even knew we were under attack. Many have already fallen, and many more will fall. But we cannot give up the fight. Over the past century, through technological achievements, we made our world smaller. We made the time it takes to communicate across oceans instantaneous, and the time it takes to travel those same routes nearly as fast. We made our world smaller, and in doing so, we sowed the seeds of our own destruction, a global pandemic. I regret to tell you that as of midnight, On the 10th of December, over 80% of the world's population has reported or is assumed dead. It is estimated that the death toll will continue to climb. This news is devastating, I know, but all is not lost. Some of us are surviving. This is how we will fight our enemy, by not giving up, by being resilient and resourceful, by surviving. We are not a species that will go out quietly. So I task those of you who are still alive with one essential purpose: live, survive, thrive. If you believe in a higher power, ask for guidance. If you don't, believe in your fellow man. You, the survivors, have the chance to start over, to build anew, learn from our mistakes, let the world remain big, and most importantly, live. God bless you, my beloved citizens of this great nation. God bless you, and good night. Humanity would build anew, and as she and Cole had planned, they, or maybe just Mandy, depending on how long it took Cole to slip up, would be the ones to lead this new, evolved species of man toward a brighter future. It would be glorious. "Do you love me?" Mandy asked Kevin. They were in her cabin, alone, Mandy sitting at the table in a chair turned toward the wood stove, and Kevin standing a few feet away from her. He dropped to his knees before her. "More than anything." "Would you die for me?" "Yes. Do you want me to?" Smiling, Mandy placed her hand against his cheek. "Not today, my dear friend." Kevin returned her smile, and she knew that had she asked him to, he would have taken his own life right then and there. Of her followers, he'd been around her longer than almost anyone else, and the effects her ability had on people multiplied the longer they were in her presence. Unfortunately, that also seemed to sap him of his personality, leaving him a servile, devoted mannequin. But at least he loved her. He would always have that. "Are you sad?" Kevin slipped his hands under her long skirt and traced his fingertips over her swollen ankles. "Do you want me to make you feel better?" Mandy sighed. "No, Kevin, that's not what I'm in the mood for right now." After a moment of thought, she let a sly grin curve her lips. "Why don't you fetch one of those pretty young men? No, both of them. I think it's about time I broke them in." Kevin stood immediately, eager to do as she bid. He was always eager to do as she bid. Everyone was, except for Cole. And Vic. But Vic was long gone. Minutes passed with Mandy lost in thoughts of things that happened over 2 decades ago. When Kevin returned with the 2 young men who'd helped transfer Jesse from his car to the cabin, she stood and shrugged off her robe. She looked first at one of the young men, then at the other. "Tell me, my pretties, do you love me?" 22 years ago. Days passed, turning into weeks. They were the oddest 2 weeks of Mandy's life. She was happy, both because Dr. Michaels commanded her to be and because she knew that her and Victor's escape was close at hand. With each new experiment she and Dr. Michaels conducted, she felt a twisted combination of guilt and exhilaration. While the test with Charlie and the oversized footlocker had proved that her effect wore off after she was a certain distance away, he'd apparently begun screaming a few minutes after Mandy left the room. Her abilities seemed to be gaining strength with each passing day. The reach of her power expanded in spurts, but the devotion of those around her intensified at a steady rate. People wouldn't just face their fears with joy if she told them doing so would make her happy. They would even hurt themselves or others, and they would be ecstatic about doing it. Mandy had never felt so confident, so sure of herself, but at the same time, she was sickened by the fact that people were getting physically hurt. But it was all in the name of getting away from Dr. Michaels. She could manage for a little while longer. "Good morning, Mandy," Dr. Michaels said as she entered the small cafeteria where everyone took their meals. "Come, sit." Mandy did as requested without question. Now that she knew about the doctor's commands, she noticed the warring desires within her. The desire to do every little thing he said, and the desire to tell him to go screw himself. Everything would be so much easier if he'd just forget to give her his daily "don't use your ability on me" command. If he was as devoted to her as everyone else was, she and Victor could stroll right out of the facility. By the time they were so far away that the others were out of range of her influence, she and Victor would have a generous head start. Unfortunately, Dr. Michaels never forgot, a fact that was evident by the lack of an effect she had on him. As soon as Mandy sat opposite him at his small square table, he reached across the tabletop. Before his fingers latched around her wrist, she did the one thing she shouldn't have done. She flinched. It was the first time in 2 weeks that she'd been unable to mask her aversion to his touch. She had to consciously force herself not to pull away, at least until the mental fog clouded her mind. Dr. Michaels raised his eyebrows. "You don't want me to touch you. Tell me why." "I don't want you to control my mind," Mandy said, little more than a mumble. "Who told you I can do that? Tell me." "Vic." "Tell me what else Vic said when he told you what I could do." "He said you commanded me to be happy to be here and not to use my ability on you. He said your power's not that strong. He said we would leave together because he loves me." "Leave? Explain." "We're waiting until someone returns who can knock out the power, then we're going to run away together." "How romantic," Dr. Michaels said. "You will listen to me and do as I say. You won't use your ability on me, and you will be content with your place here, correct?" "Yes." "You will forget this conversation." He released Mandy's wrist, and she blinked as her mind cleared. Dr. Michaels was breathing harder than usual, and his cheeks were flushed. Mandy had come to recognize such moments of foggy-mindedness as remnants of the doctor using his mind control on her. She hated that she couldn't do anything about it, hated that she couldn't react, that she had to pretend to be the ignorant young woman she'd been when she'd first woken up in the facility over a month ago. "Aren't you going to eat?" Dr. Michaels asked. Mandy cleared her throat, feeling a little sick. "I'm not hungry." She stood abruptly. "I'll wait for you back in my room, assuming you have more experiments planned for today." Dr. Michaels nodded. "I do. It shouldn't be more than an hour. Today's will be quite enlightening. We're going to see just how much pain the subject can inflict upon himself before his devotion to you is overridden by the body's physiological responses and innate drive to survive." Mandy gritted her teeth. "Great." Turning, she wandered from the cafeteria. She actually did return to her room, but only for a short while. Victor showed up a few minutes after she did, full of barely contained excitement. He bounded across the room and took her into his arms, swinging her around before planting a very steamy kiss on her lips. He pulled away, twining their fingers together, and dragged her to the door. "Come on, let's go for a walk." "Vic." "You've got time, and trust me, this is worth it." They were above ground and out of the villa in under a minute. They crossed the lawn, passed by the pool, and descended the slope to the desert valley below at a near jog. "Vic," Mandy said, laughing and breathing hard. "What is it?" He turned to face her, his grin ecstatic. He captured both of her hands in his.
"Dana's back. The woman who can control electricity. This is it. We're getting out."
Mandy covered her mouth with one of her hands and blinked rapidly, holding back tears of joy. It wasn't that she was unhappy with her current situation. According to what Victor had told her about the command the doctor kept giving her to be happy, she literally couldn't be. But she was so excited to start a life with Victor. They'd have to keep under the radar for pretty much the rest of their lives, but with her ability, she didn't think it would be too difficult. She just wanted to be with Victor, someone who genuinely loved her and who she loved back. Pure, manipulation-free love. When? When can we do it? When can we go?
"Soon,"
Victor told her, stepping close and kissing her soundly.
"This afternoon, maybe. I have to convince Dana, but I've always been good at convincing people to do things they have no interest in doing."
"You're going to make her. You're not going to hurt her, are you?" Mandy asked, surprised that the thought upset her. She'd been making people hurt themselves and others all week, so why did it bother her that Victor might have to do the same thing, especially when the result would be their freedom? She shrugged it off. "Never mind. Do what you need to do." She glanced over her shoulder at the steep hill up to the estate. "I've got to get back. He's going to be looking for me soon."
"Do what he wants. But I promise you, Mandy, this'll be the last time you have to bend to that psycho's will."
He kissed her one last time, a sweet, gentle brush of his lips against hers. Then together, they started back up the hillside. "Very nicely done, Mandy," Dr. Michaels told her, patting her back. "Think of his loss as a great victory for us. Now we know their devotion to you is stronger than the most basic human instinct, the need to survive. Amazing, really. I've never seen the like." He squeezed her shoulder. "You and I will do great things together." But what had she done? Mandy shook her head, denying the truth of what she was seeing. Charlie. Quiet, shy Charlie who was terrified of enclosed spaces and stared at his feet when he spoke to Mandy. Dead. He lay on the floor, a bloody heap of sliced flesh and broken bones. He'd died wearing an enraptured smile. The ghastly grin was locked in place. Mandy thought it might haunt her dreams for the rest of her life. She'd done this. She'd tortured him, then killed him through the power of her words alone. Maybe Dr. Michaels had made her obey him through some command she couldn't remember, but she'd still been the one to give the instructions. She'd been the one to push Charlie, telling him to hurt himself more and more, and he'd done so eagerly, ecstatically even, until he'd lost so much blood that his heart simply stopped beating. "Why don't you return to your room? Rest." Dr. Michaels guided her to the door. "Good job, Mandy. Very good job." "Thank you," she said numbly. She left the room and returned to her own in a state of shocked disbelief. She felt hollow, empty. What would Victor say when he found out what she'd done? There was no forgiveness for something like this. He loved her innocence. Well, that was gone. Mandy wasn't sure how much time passed while she sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the wall. An hour, maybe more. Eventually there was a knock on the door, and when it opened, she was surprised to find Dr. Michaels entering her room. She'd been expecting Victor, been waiting for the power to go out, been waiting to escape this place and everything she'd done there. But, deep down, she knew she could never escape from the memories of what she'd done. Charlie had been happy to die for her. He'd died happy, for her, because she told him to. Dr. Michaels wore a somber expression as he entered the room. He pulled the lone chair to her bedside and sat, leaving less than a foot between their knees. "I'm afraid I have some rather upsetting news." Mandy doubted that any news could make her any more upset than she already was. "What?" she asked quietly. "It's Vic. He's gone. He took off this afternoon after, well, you know." Mandy stared at the doctor. "What?" She shook her head vehemently. "That's not possible. We were supposed to... He was supposed to..." Tears spilled from her eyes and streaked down her cheeks. "He loves me. He wouldn't leave me. He loves me." "He's gone, Mandy." Dr. Michaels set a piece of notebook paper on her lap. She was fairly certain the handwriting was Vic's. "He left this for you in his room." Blinking rapidly, Mandy wiped the tears from her cheeks. She took a deep breath, then started to read. "Dear Mandy, I'm sorry, but we can't be together. I heard about what you did to Charlie. I could never love someone who could do that to another person. I'm leaving. You'll never see me again. I'm sorry. Vic." "I don't understand." Mandy looked up from the heartbreaking note to Dr. Michaels' clear blue eyes. "He said he loved me." "He was mistaken, Mandy. Don't you see?" Dr. Michaels reached up and brushed the backs of his fingers over Mandy's splotchy cheek. The familiar numbness filled her mind. "We love you more than he ever could. You know that, don't you?" "Yes," she whispered. "Tell me you love me." "I love you." "Feel that you love me more than you've ever loved another person," Dr. Michaels said. He retracted his hand. Mandy blinked, staring at the doctor in wonder. It was as though she was seeing him for the first time. He'd always been handsome to her, but now there was something else. She almost loved him. She would do anything for him. 13. Present day. "Why do you do that to yourself?" Cole asked Mandy as she polished off her 6th scone of the morning. He was sitting across from her at the table in her cabin. Mandy stared at him while she finished chewing, then licked her fingers. "Why don't you stop me? Command me not to." Cole laughed. It was a cold, spine-tingling sound. "These games. Aren't we beyond them?" Mandy cocked her head to the side. "That day you commanded me to love you. Did you forget to make me forget, or was that on purpose? Just another one of your mind games?" The smile Cole gave her was chilling. "Does it matter?" Licking a smear of raspberry jam off her thumb, Mandy shrugged. "Did you know, back then, that one day I'd hate you more than I needed you?" "Ah, my dear girl." Cole sighed. "You love power more than you hate me. Were you to get rid of me, you'd regret it in time." Again, he smiled, but it was a mocking expression. "Alone, you're a spider, waiting in her net to capture her unwitting victims, but with me, you're a queen, able to send out your obedient little worker bees to snag more devotees than you'd ever attain otherwise." He shook his head and laughed softly. "Between the spider and the queen bee, tell me which is worshipped and which is alone." He was right, and it made her hate him that much more. His mind control made it possible for her followers to leave the several-mile reach of her ability for weeks at a time, without her fearing they wouldn't return. She and her followers were essentially hamstrung without him. But he needed her as much as she needed him. Without her, he could only control a handful of people. and his grand plans required so much more. He would draw their followers in, and she would keep them there. In time, once the virus had run its course and the chaff, the unworthy and tainted, were separated from the wheat, she and Cole would draw in and rule over the survivors. Mandy stretched her arms over her head and yawned, pretending to be bored. Do you ever wonder how our little arrangement might have worked out if we actually liked each other? No. Mandy scowled. I do, however, wonder how our little arrangement might have worked out if you hadn't built up such strong resistance to my commands. And on that note, he reached across the table and captured her wrist. You will neither use your ability on me, nor will you do anything to hinder my ability to give you commands. He'd learned to add the second part after she'd tried to stab him nearly 20 years ago when he'd attempted to give his regular commands. She couldn't stop him from using his ability, couldn't even purposely move out of his reach, but her consolation was that those 2 commands sapped his ability for several days. Nobody else had built up a resistance to Cole's mind control like Mandy had. Of course, he hadn't used it on anyone else as much as he'd used it on her. But then, he hadn't needed to use anyone as much as he needed to use her. Without her ability, he was just a 2-bit mind control lackey to whoever was really calling the shots. That was the only person Mandy viewed as a worthy competitor, and she had big plans to take them down once the virus ran its course and her army of followers was large enough. Mandy rubbed her wrist irritably. If they were airing their dirty laundry, she figured it was the perfect time to finally ask the question that had been on her mind for years. Until Jessie showed up in her life, she hadn't wanted to know the answer. Now she needed to know. Vic didn't leave, did he? What makes you say that? Mandy waved a hand dismissively. You killed him. Cole shook his head. Leaning into the table, Mandy snarled, You're lying! Her breaths came in heaves. He loved me! He did. Cole squinted and frowned as though he was considering something carefully. At least, I believe he did. He certainly didn't enjoy writing that little farewell note, but he loved his freedom more. Mandy placed her hands on the table, palms down. What did you do? He was in prison. A life sentence for murder. I offered him a chance to start over, and he joined the program. But then he had to go and fall for you. Cole wet his lips and leaned forward. It's your fault, really. Mandy's eyes narrowed to a glare. You see, I know you don't remember this, but I made you tell me about his plans to whisk you away. Cole made a fluttering motion with his hand. And I couldn't have that. He clasped his hands together on the table and shrugged. I gave him a choice. Either I'd turn him into the authorities and he'd return to a life behind bars, or I'd give him a new identity, a new life, the true second chance he'd always wanted, and let him go free. Mandy felt like a crushing weight had been lifted off her chest. Vic hadn't been killed, and he hadn't voluntarily abandoned her. He'd been forced to leave, and he'd been given a new identity. Was it possible that he was still alive? She gripped the edge of the table so hard that her nails dug into the wood. What was it? Sorry, I don't follow. His name. You said you gave him a new identity, she said through gritted teeth. What was it? Cole's lips spread into a wide, vicious grin. Jesse Hernandez. Based on the resemblance, I'd guess your new boyfriend is his son. Shocked, Mandy shot to her feet, but before she could respond, A woman barged into the cabin. "Pardon the intrusion," the newcomer said, bowing her head. It was Mary, who'd been among the chosen for over a decade. She was quite elderly, but her age didn't lessen the usefulness of her ability. She could sense people within a certain proximity, and beyond that, tell whether they were chosen, tainted, or one of doomed normal people. Mandy turned her hostile glare on the woman. "What is it?" "For approach. The one who left, Jessie, is among them." "And the rest?" Mandy asked, excitement tempering her rage. "Two are chosen." "And the other?" "Tainted." The Ending Beginnings 3. Vanessa. 1. The death toll will continue to climb. This news is devastating, I know, but all is not lost. Some of us are surviving. This is how we will fight our enemy, by not giving up, by being resilient and resourceful, by surviving. We are not a species that will go out quietly. So I task those of you who are still alive with one essential purpose: live, survive, thrive. If you believe in a higher power. The president's broadcast continued to replay in Vanessa's head as she stared out her living room window, her legs folded beneath her. It had been 6 days since she'd first heard it. 6 days since her older brother Jesse had returned. 6 days since she'd discovered the devastating fate of the hospital where their mom had been working when the virus claimed her. It was now little more than a smoldering husk. Vanessa had lost count of how many times she'd listened to the broadcast, but it had been enough that she didn't even need the radio to hear it anymore. At the moment, the words were so vivid, so clear, that she could almost believe she really was hearing them. She glanced back at the dining room table where the radio sat and confirmed that it was turned off. The president's voice faded away, and Vanessa breathed out heavily. It had just been her imagination. With a shake of her head and a soft laugh, she settled back on her heels and returned her attention to the window. "You're lying to yourself, Chica. You did hear it." Vanessa started and spun around on her knees so she could see the rest of the room. That voice. She couldn't have heard that voice. It was impossible. Rosie. She was dead, and had been for a week. Vanessa scanned the living room, her eyes moving from the couch to the hallway and from the kitchen to the dining room. Nobody was there. Annie, the little girl she and her younger brother Carlos had found in a house alone with her dead grandmother a week ago, was still napping in Vanessa's bedroom. Carlos and Jessie were up in Yakima, searching around the hospital for any sign of their mom. Though they assumed the worst, they still didn't know for sure if she'd perished in the hospital, either from the virus or from the fire. Vanessa wasn't expecting them back for another hour or two. "You're all alone, like just you could protect Annie? You're helpless without your brother's pendeja." Slowly, Vanessa stood and took a few steps toward the end table beside the couch where she'd set Jessie's pistol just after her brothers had left. The moment her fingers curled around the cold metal grip, she felt some of her tension ease. With trembling arms, she raised the gun so it was aimed directly in front of her. "Rosie?" Terror constricted her throat, making her voice raspy. "You and Annie should have gone with them, you know. If something happens to them, if they don't come back, you know you can't protect her on your own." "Stop it!" Vanessa shrieked. Her hands started shaking so intensely that the gun was making a faint clacking noise. "You're dead!" "Am I? That's right. Carlos stuck me in the shed. But you're hearing me right now. Maybe you should make sure I'm still there." Doubt, followed closely by the bone-deep chill of fear, washed through Vanessa. But it couldn't be Rosie. There had to be somebody else in the house, playing a trick on her. She eased her way across the room toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. When she reached the doorway to her room and peeked inside, she found Annie snuggled under the covers on the bed, fast asleep. To Vanessa's ears, her own heartbeat sounded like the relentless beating of a tribal drum as she checked the 2 other bedrooms, the bathroom, and finally the kitchen. Empty. All of them. "Do you think I'm like a zombie? Or a ghost? Or you could just be crazy, you know?" Vanessa shook her head as though Rosie's voice were an annoying fly that could be shooed away with a sharp movement. There had to be a logical explanation, one that didn't involve walking corpses, being haunted, or insanity. There was one guaranteed way to eliminate the first option. Swallowing hard, Vanessa adjusted her grip on the gun. It was still extended in front of her, like its presence alone would repel any danger. Just point it and shoot. Don't think too hard. That's what Jesse had told her before he and Carlos left that morning. Her palms were sweaty, but her grip felt solid. She could protect Annie. She could. Vanessa took a deep breath, and on her exhale, she started toward the sliding door in the dining room. Beyond it lay the patio and backyard, and the shed, Rosie's tomb. She slipped her feet into a pair of men's snow boots that were sitting beside the door, but didn't bother with searching for her jacket. And when she slid the door open, the icy air buffeted her skin. With another deep breath, she stepped out onto the snow-covered patio. She crunched her way to the yard easily enough, but with each step closer to the shed, fear eroded more and more of her resolve. Rosie's body had to be out there. It just had to be. Bodies didn't simply get up and walk away. And dead people don't talk, right? Shut up! Part of Vanessa hoped the body wasn't there. Part of her hoped they'd been wrong, that Rosie hadn't actually been dead, and now she was better. It was the only reasonable explanation. Is it? 'Cause I've been in the shed for days. It's like 10 degrees at night. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Vanessa hissed. I'm dead, and you know it. Maybe if you hadn't abandoned me. Vanessa reached the shed and tucked her hand into her sleeve before grasping the frozen metal handle. You were sick. So was Carlos, but he survived. 'Cause you took better care of him. That's not fair. I was sick too. Vanessa wasn't sure why she was responding to the voice, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. It felt natural. When someone spoke to her, it was her general habit to respond, except there wasn't actually anyone else there to respond to. And now you're not, and neither is Carlos. Did you want me to die? Did you hate me that much? Carlos really cared about me, you know. Is that why you did this to me? No! Vanessa twisted the handle and yanked the door open. I didn't... Her eyes landed on the shed floor, and then she frantically scanned the rest of the shed. It looked as it always did in the winter, gardening tools tidily organized along the back wall, plastic and ceramic pots arranged on the shelves on the left side, and 2 snow shovels propped up against the right wall near the door. And no blanket-wrapped body. There wasn't even a blanket. That's odd, huh? And now Annie's all alone inside. Unless, I'm in there with her. Oh, God, no, Vanessa whispered. Stomach twisting, she rushed back across the yard and into the house, not stopping until she reached her bedroom. Her empty bedroom. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. At feeling something touch her hip, Vanessa screamed. She spun around and lurched backward into the room, tripping over the 2 large boots that were still on her feet. The gun slipped from her grasp as she landed on the carpet. It bounced once, barely, and skittered under the edge of the bed. "Nessa?" Annie said. "You were gone. Where'd you go?" Breathing hard, Vanessa rolled onto her back and raised her head so she could see the little girl standing in the doorway. Annie's blonde hair was mussed from sleep, and she was missing a sock. But other than that, she looked fine. Vanessa wasn't sure what state she'd expected to find the little girl in, but she'd been so sure it would be horrendous and would involve a no longer deceased Rosie. Yet here Annie was, absolutely fine. Vanessa closed her eyes for a moment. Annie was okay. Rosie wasn't here. Rosie was gone somewhere, but not here. Surprising herself, Vanessa started to laugh. It was a shrill, somewhat hysterical sound. Remotely, she felt Annie plop down on the floor by her hip. Vanessa knew she was being ridiculous. One of her brothers must have moved the body. Rosie's voice was all in her head. She might be losing her mind, but at least it was unlikely that there was a dead Rosie shambling around, searching for little girls to snack on. "Nessa?" Annie tugged on the hem of Vanessa's sweatshirt. "Nessa?" Vanessa's laughter quickly died out as she sat up and looked at Annie. "Sorry, sweetie. What's up?" "Somebody's coming." Vanessa cocked her head to the side and narrowed her eyes. "I'm sorry, what?" Annie blinked several times. "The voices said that somebody's coming." Vanessa was momentarily stunned. Seconds passed. Then she reached for the little girl, grasping her shoulders gently. "What voices? What did they say?" She sounded eager, insistent. What would it mean if Annie had heard Rosie too? Annie shrugged. "Lots of things." "And who—" Someone started pounding on the front door. Vanessa's heart rate doubled, and slowly she registered what Annie said the voices had told her. Somebody's coming. Vanessa sucked in a breath. "You knew. How—" She shook her head. There was no time. She scrambled closer to the bed, reaching for the gun, then turned back to Annie. "Who is it? Do you know that too? Is it Carlos and Jessie? My mom?" Eyes wide, Annie shook her head. The pounding on the door suddenly stopped, and Vanessa's blood seemed to turn to ice. Would whoever it was go around to the back of the house? Had she shut the sliding door? She'd been so panicked when she'd been rushing back into the house to check on Annie. She couldn't remember. "Don't think so." Shit, Vanessa hissed, cursing both her stupidity and the return of Rosie's haunting voice. She squeezed Annie's shoulders. "Stay here. Do not come out unless I tell you to, okay?" She looked into Annie's bright blue eyes and waited for the little girl to nod. Her face mirrored Vanessa's own terrified expression, but there was nothing Vanessa could do to comfort her. "Not a peep," Vanessa said before standing and heading for the bedroom door. Once she was standing in the hallway, she shut the door as quietly as possible, took a deep breath, and listened. Another breath. No noises. Another breath. Nothing. She inhaled and heard the floor creak in the dining room. Someone else was in the house. "Somebody's coming." 2. Vanessa opened her mouth, ready to tell whoever was in her house to get the hell out before she shot them, because she would shoot them. She was sure. Pretty sure. Or you could stay real quiet and hope whoever this cabron is just goes away, you know? I thought you were supposed to be all clever and shit. Begrudgingly, Vanessa admitted that Rosie, or Rosie's voice, had a point. But was it a valid point? Frozen by indecision, Vanessa continued to stand in the middle of the hallway, breathing as quietly as possible. There were noises coming from the kitchen, metal clattering and glass clinking and shattering. "Where the hell are you?" someone called from the kitchen. "You better get your ass out here before I destroy your whole house." It was a male voice, strained and teetering on the edge between a rumbling baritone and an adolescent whine. "Little shit-stain of a... You said next week!" Before Vanessa could decide what to do, stand and fight or run and hide, a large teenage boy stepped out of the kitchen, stopping in the junction between the living room and hallway. He scanned the living room, then turned his attention up the hallway. His eyes narrowed as he finally noticed Vanessa. "Stand and fight, chica. Decision made. Now do something." Vanessa gulped. She had no idea what to do. In fact, she was fairly certain she'd never felt less sure of what to do in her entire life. The intruder looked somewhat familiar, but Vanessa couldn't quite place him. He was clearly a teen, so she figured he went to school with her, but was possibly in a lower grade. "Who are you?" the boy snapped. Who the hell are you, guy?" Vanessa squeezed her eyes shut for a fraction of a second, attempting to block Rosie's voice. It was distracting, to say the least, and she really couldn't afford any distractions at the moment. She swallowed, then cleared her throat and glared at the intruder. He didn't seem to notice the gun dangling from her hand at her side, so she eased it behind her back, not wanting to reveal all her cards just yet. "Who the fuck are you?" the boy repeated. He was breathing hard and blinking in odd increments. His head twitched to the side. "Answer me!" Vanessa jumped at his shout. "Vanessa, I live here." Her voice was small and shaky. "What do you want?" The boy sneered. "Carlos," he said, clearly mocking her terror-induced stutter. He laughed roughly and twitched again. "Where's the little fucktard?" "Julian. That's his name. I think he's one of Carlos's little druggy customers. Maybe he's looking for a fix or something." Right. Julian. Vanessa remembered him now. Vaguely. She took a deep breath. "He's, not here." "You're lying!" Julian's voice only increased in hostility. Vanessa shook her head vehemently, shooting a furtive glance toward the closed bedroom door. Annie was doing such a good job of staying quiet. Vanessa just wished she'd told her to hide somewhere, in the closet, or under the bed, or anywhere. If Julian went in there... "You could tell him Carlos died. Then maybe he'll leave us alone." Vanessa frowned. He got sick and died." Internally, she tried to convince herself that she would have said the same thing even if Rosie's voice hadn't suggested it. "Where's he keep the stuff?" "The stuff?" "The drugs, bitch. Where are the drugs?" Again, Vanessa shook her head. "I don't know. They don't..." "Stop lying!" Julian lurched toward her. Instinctively, Vanessa thrust the pistol out in front of her, aiming it at the teenage boy barreling toward her. Julian froze mid-step, arms extended. A few more paces and he would have been on her. Vanessa backed away slowly and focused on keeping her hands steady. She wasn't very successful. "I'll shoot you! I will!" With another compulsive head twitch, Julian took a single tiny step forward. "You're going to shoot me?" He smiled and raised his eyebrows. "Kill me?" "I..." Vanessa took another step backward. Tilting his chin down, Julian started humming the tune to Ring Around the Rosie. It was eerie as hell, and more than a little unsettling, especially considering Vanessa's uninvited mental guest. He kept humming until he reached the final line and murmured, "Ashes, ashes, we all fall down." The sickly grin melted off his face, and he took a step. "Stop!" Vanessa shrieked. "I'll shoot you! I'll do it!" "Do it," Julian said as he took another step closer to her. Vanessa continued to back away. She couldn't risk a glance behind her, but she knew she didn't have much room left before her back would be against the door to her mom's room. "Do it! Stop! Do it!" Vanessa's back touched the door, and she swallowed a yelp. With small, achingly slow steps, Julian kept coming. Vanessa couldn't tear her eyes away from his face. His pupils were dilated to the point that his irises were almost entirely blacked out, and beads of sweat were streaming down his forehead and cheeks, despite the chill pervading the house from the open sliding door. A low, vicious growl started behind him. Julian paused, eyes narrowed. Risking a glance past him, Vanessa was beyond surprised to find a huge pit bull poised to strike. Its stance and mien fell somewhere between very pissed off and "I'm gonna rip your throat out," or rather, Julian's throat. The dog's eyes never left Vanessa's would-be attacker. What the... Another warning rumble joined the pits, and with the click of nails on linoleum floor, another enormous dog, some sort of long-haired mountain dog, trotted out of the kitchen. A small terrier with curly white hair trailed the larger dog. All three beasts' lips were retracted, and the larger dog's long canines looked more than sharp enough to tear through human flesh. Slowly, Julian turned his head to look back at the dogs. "Ducking into your mom's room might be a good choice right about now." "Mm-hmm," Vanessa squeaked as she took her left hand off the gun and reached behind herself to search for the doorknob. When her fingers found it, she twisted, practically falling into the room when the door opened. She scrambled to slam it shut. Trembling, she pressed in the lock and stared at the door. She could still hear the dog's growls through the wood. They seemed to be growing louder, transforming into something more akin to a rabid snarl. "Don't forget about Annie." Vanessa spun around and lunged across the bed to the nearest window. A hoarse, agonized scream pierced her eardrums as she fumbled with the latch. She managed to get it unlocked and raised the window right before the door crashed inward. A bloody, tangled mass of human and dog fell into the room, writhing and emitting the most horrifying animalistic sounds punctuated by the tearing of flesh. Gagging, Vanessa hurled herself through the open window. Once she was outside, she righted herself and clawed at the bottom pane so desperately that the nail on her middle finger snapped backward, tearing off halfway down the nail bed. She barely felt it. By the time she slammed the window shut, she was panting, and she didn't think her heart had ever beaten so quickly. But she'd made it out. Lurching to something resembling a sprint, she rounded the corner of the house and trampled the shrubbery blocking the way to her own bedroom window. She knocked on the glass. "Annie, it's Nessa! Unlock the window!" She needed to get the little girl out of the house. She could still hear the sounds of the dogs mauling Julian, muffled as they were by the house's walls and windows. A tiny hand pushed aside the purple curtains Vanessa had made last year, and Annie's face appeared in the window. Tears streaked down her chubby cheeks, and her eyes were wide with terror. Vanessa pointed to the latch. "Remember what Carlos showed you? Unlock it, sweetie." She balled her hand into a fist and lowered it to her side so Annie wouldn't see how badly she was shaking. Her stomach lurched, and she had to swallow back rising bile. Taking a deep breath, she held it. Annie screwed up her face and reached up to unlock the window. It seemed to take forever. Vanessa exhaled heavily as she helped the little girl push the lower half of the window up. She reached into the house and hooked her hands under Annie's armpits. Vanessa was a small woman, and it wasn't easy, but she managed to pull the 5-year-old through the open window. She held Annie, hugging her tightly, and started stumbling away from the house. So, where are we going? 3. Breathing hard and shaking from the combined effects of adrenaline and cold, Vanessa moved as quickly as she could with the 5-year-old hanging on to her for dear life. They'd fled from her home without a backward glance, leaving the back door wide open and a mauled, presumably dead, teenage boy in her mom's bedroom. And then there were the man-eating attack dogs, who she was pretty sure just saved her life. Could this day get any freakier? Vanessa ignored the voice. Looking around, she realized she'd carried Annie nearly 3 blocks already. She slowed to a stop and, panting, shifted Annie so the little girl was propped on her hip. They needed a place to hide where Vanessa could gather her thoughts and figure out what to do until Carlos and Jesse returned. Because if her brothers returned to find Vanessa and Annie gone and the house in the gory state she'd left it in, they would lose it completely. At least you know they care. Vanessa was standing near the end of a block of single-story houses surrounded by chain-link fences in various states of disrepair. She knew a few of the people who had lived, in the neighborhood, and based on how psycho the few survivors she and her brothers had crossed paths with the past week were acting, Vanessa wasn't overly eager to go find out if anyone had survived. If she remembered correctly, she was fairly certain that the house on the corner had been for sale for the past month or 2. If it had still been on the market when the virus struck, she figured it was probably her best bet for a safe, temporary hideout. Still breathing hard from her several-block run, she speed-walked to the end of the block, careful to keep a wary eye on the houses, trees, bushes, and anywhere else around her where someone might be lying in wait, poised to ambush them. Annie sniffled and raised her head from the crook of Vanessa's neck. "Where are we going, Nessa?" "Shh, somewhere safe," Vanessa said softly. When they reached the house, Vanessa felt a tiny stab of victory at seeing the small red and white "For Sale by Owner" sign that was sticking up proudly from the lawn. She walked around the perimeter of the house, making sure there were no signs that the place might already be occupied by persons alive or dead, and was relieved to find no broken windows and no unlocked doors. It appeared absolutely untouched. Perfect. "So what? You're going to break a window or something? With what? Your fist?" Vanessa stopped behind the 1-story house and stared at it for a moment. Narrowing her eyes, she scanned the snow for telltale lumps indicating a rock or a solid chunk of ice she could use. Out of nowhere, Annie giggled. She immediately started squirming and repeating, "Down! Down! Down!" Vanessa adjusted her hold on the little girl, doing everything in her power to keep her off the ground. "I'm not putting you down. You don't have any shoes." "Down!" she whined, loudly. At this rate, Vanessa feared everyone left alive, sane or crazy, would be aware of their presence within seconds. Okay. Hesitantly, she lowered Annie to the snow-covered ground, fully intending to pick her back up as soon as possible. She really didn't want Annie to get frostbitten toes just because Vanessa had given in to her whining. As soon as Annie's feet touched the snow, she started running back the way they'd come, making a sound that was more of an excited squeal than laughter. It wasn't much of an improvement over the impossibly loud whine. "Annie!" Vanessa hurried after her, the oversized boots slowing her down. "Annie, Stop! And then she caught sight of them, racing up the street, heading straight for Annie. The dogs. 4. Vanessa gave up all pretense of laying low. Annie! Her ear-splitting shout echoed off the apparently vacant houses along the street as she chased after the little girl. She caught up to her quarry a few seconds before the dogs and scooped Annie up, swinging her around to place her own body between Annie and the dogs' blood-soaked snouts. Their barks reverberated off the houses of the abandoned neighborhood in mockery of Vanessa's earlier shouts. "Nessa!" Annie screamed. "No!" One of the bigger dogs crashed into Vanessa from behind, its paws pressing against her upper back. She grunted and barely managed to twist mid-fall so she would land on her shoulder rather than on Annie. Black sparks exploded in her vision as soon as her head slammed into the snowy sidewalk. Vanessa blinked, and despite her best efforts, her grip on Annie slackened. Blink. Annie's face was so close, cheeks reddened by the cold and eyes wide with shock. Blink. Blink. Annie's face blurred, and the world dimmed. Rosie's face, pale and gaunt, appeared beside Annie's, staring down at Vanessa with vacant, glazed-over eyes. Vanessa's eyelids drooped shut one last time. This time they didn't reopen. As consciousness drifted in and out like the ebb and flow of the tide, she heard a whimpering sound. Annie? No, the dogs. 5. Awareness returned to Vanessa slowly. She felt like she'd dropped off the face of the earth, simply stopped being for some unknown period of time. And she was just now returning to existence, and it wasn't a comfortable existence. It was cold and wet, because you passed out in the snow, and hard, on the frozen-ass sidewalk, and painful, and hit your head, and really high-pitched. I think that might be Annie. Annie. The dogs. Groaning, Vanessa tried to sit up. Her ability to think was waking up about as slowly as her ability to move. Annie was crying. Was she hurt? Had the dogs attacked her? Her mind was a tangle of thoughts too slippery to hold on to for very long. With another groan, Vanessa tried wiggling first her toes, then her fingers. Feeling adventurous, she even tried shifting her arms and legs. "Nessa?" Annie said, her tiny voice tear-laden. Vanessa felt a tug on the shoulder of her sweatshirt. "Nessa!" Annie sobbed. "Wake up, Nessa! Wake up!" Vanessa coughed, and with one final heartfelt groan, opened her eyes. The midday sun shone exuberantly in the clear winter sky, its rays stabbing into Vanessa's retinas. Such skull-drilling effort deserved an encore groan, which Vanessa supplied easily. Annie gave another tug on Vanessa's sweatshirt. The little girl's fingers dug into Vanessa's flesh. They were remarkably strong for fingers belonging to a 5-year-old, especially for fingers that had to be nearly frozen. "Hey." Vanessa brought her arm up to pet the little girl's blonde head and bit her lower lip to keep from whimpering. The more clear-headed she became, the more her body ached from the cold. Each joint felt brittle, like it might shatter into 1,000 shards if she moved too quickly. Annie scrambled on top of Vanessa, hugging her torso with her small arms and legs and burying her face in Vanessa's neck. If anything, she was crying even harder now. Gingerly, and with a whole lot of effort considering the small person who was more or less lying on her, Vanessa curled up to a sitting position. She wrapped her arms around Annie, holding her close and multiplying their warmth, and murmured soothing, nonsensical sounds. She wasn't sure how she was going to manage standing up, especially considering that her lower half was still numb from the frozen ground. But it's gonna hurt. In her post-passing-out stupor, Vanessa had completely forgotten about Rosie's voice, haunting her. Rosie. Vanessa vaguely remembered seeing the dead teen's face just before losing consciousness, looking gaunt, with hollowed cheeks and vacant eyes. Had Rosie really been there? Or had it just been a trick of the mind? A hallucination? Like I'm gonna tell you. Vanessa sighed, feeling more irritated than freaked out. Whatever Rosie was now was as much of a pain in the ass as she'd been in real life. Reluctantly, Vanessa pulled her arm away from Annie to leverage herself up, and froze, staring at her palm. It was stained red. She rubbed her fingers together, and it was sticky. It could be blood. Blood? On her hand? She glanced at the top of Annie's head, at the smears of crimson and carmine staining her pale hair. Blood. In Annie's hair? Vanessa placed her hands on Annie's tiny shoulders and pushed her away so she could see her face. Are you hurt? Did the dogs bite you? Annie blinked at Vanessa a few times, then shook her head. Vanessa quickly examined as much of Annie as she could see. Her pajamas, hands, hair, and face were all covered with smears of blood, ranging from the brightest red to a rusty brown. But Vanessa couldn't find any other signs that the girl was injured. It was almost as though the dogs had rubbed their bloody snouts all over her, but hadn't actually taken a bite. Rosie. Was it possible that Rosie had really been there? Had she saved them? Vanessa shot a quick glance around, then stared into Annie's big blue eyes. Was Rosie here? Did she scare the dogs away? Sniffling, Annie stuck out her lower lip, more of a thoughtful expression than a pout, and shrugged. Was anyone else here? Again, Annie shook her head. And the dogs didn't hurt you? Where'd they go? She was more than a little surprised when Annie shifted on her lap to point over Vanessa's shoulder. She was pointing to the corner house they'd been planning to break into. Sure enough, the 3 dogs, a muscle-packed pit, an enormous, shaggy mountain dog, and a scruffy little white terrier, were all pacing in the yard by the side of the house. Their eyes were locked on Vanessa and Annie. WTF? Vanessa lumbered to her feet as quickly as she could, which, in all reality, wasn't very quickly. She set Annie on the snow, aware that the little girl's bare feet must be so cold they were nearly falling off. But if Vanessa had tried to pick her up right then, her increasingly achy knees would have given out immediately. As it was, her own body weight was almost too much to hold. Watching the dogs, she stretched, trying to regain some strength and range of motion. She could see the dog's paw prints in the snow, punctuated by a few bright spots of blood, and tracked the trail back to where she and Annie were on the sidewalk. There was a halo of trampled snow surrounding them, and trail of paw prints leading back down the street toward her house. Vanessa frowned. It's weird, you know, the way they showed up at your casa and only attacked Julian, and now they're, like, watching over you guys. If tackling Vanessa to the ground and knocking her out had been an accident, then it almost seemed like the dogs were protecting her and Annie. Vanessa shook her head. None of that mattered at the moment. She and Annie needed to get warm, and fast. They'd been outside in the freezing cold, wearing far too little for far too long, and assuming the dogs weren't a threat to them. There was only one place Vanessa was absolutely certain could provide heat and warm water and the possibility of safety, and a shredded teenage boy. Keeping the dogs in sight, Vanessa picked up a shivering Annie and started back down the sidewalk, heading home. She crossed her fingers. With any luck, Carlos and Jesse would already be there. 6. They weren't. Or rather, the dark green SUV Jesse had driven from California wasn't in front of the house when Vanessa rounded the block, bringing their home into view. With dread that seeped deep into her bones, Vanessa did not want to enter that place without her brothers. She stood on the sidewalk in front of the house, afraid to enter her own home. "Aren't you afraid of, losing your toes? Or Annie losing her toes?" "Of course, but—" Snapping her mouth shut, she clenched her jaw, refusing to carry on a conversation with the disembodied voice. Annie whimpered. They were both shivering, but it wasn't Vanessa's discomfort that forced her into action. It was the feeling of Annie trembling in her arms, the sound of her little teeth chattering. Vanessa squared her shoulders, hugged Annie more tightly, and stomped through the chain-link gate leading into the yard. With one hand on the back of Annie's head, she pressed the little girl's face against her shoulder. "Close your eyes, sweetie, okay?" Because the last thing she needed to do to the 5-year-old girl was traumatize her with visions of a mutilated human body. She rounded the side of the house and paused on the patio, staring at the open sliding door. "What if he's not dead? You think he could be waiting in there for you? Think you could, actually shoot him this time?" Vanessa took a few seconds to think back on what she'd seen of the dog attack before she'd bailed. They'd been ripping Julian apart, she was certain. Even if he wasn't all the way dead, he had to be incapacitated and on the verge of death. "Shit or get off the pot, Ness." Vanessa held in her inappropriate knee-jerk reaction to laugh. She and Rosie had picked that particular phrase up from Rosie's dad when they were in 6th grade, requisitioning it as their own. Hearing it said now, in Rosie's voice, brought back memories of the time before their falling out. And for the first time since she'd heard the voice in the house, Vanessa didn't feel afraid or panicked or annoyed. She felt comforted. She felt like somehow the Rosie she'd been friends with years ago was really there with her, not just keeping her company, but possibly even looking out for her. "Like I'm a freaking guardian angel or something? Me, chica? Me? You can't be serious." That was exactly what Vanessa was thinking, and Rosie's response only solidified her theory. It was just such a Rosie-ish thing to say. A tiny smile touched Vanessa's lips. Resolutely, she stepped into the house, shifting Annie to her left hip so she could slide the door shut. She breathed through her mouth, not wanting to find out what a shredded human body smelled like. As she passed through the kitchen, she hoped the carnage was contained within the bounds of her mom's room and hadn't bled into the hallway. Vanessa paused before stepping through the doorway that led from the kitchen into the hall. Looking down at the floor, she took a deep breath, then moved through the opening. She kept her eyes averted until she'd made it into the bathroom and shut the door. She set Annie next to the sink on the countertop and crossed the rest of the way to the tub to start running the hot water. Considering that she and Annie were quite thoroughly chilled to the core, a hot soak in the bathtub seemed like the most effective way to stave off potential hypothermia. Holding her fingers under the faucet to test the temperature, Vanessa looked back at Annie. The dogs had left her covered with smudges and smears of Julian's blood, and with a quick glance down at herself, Vanessa found similar bloodstains. A change of clothes was definitely in order for both of them. Minutes later, she and Annie were both scrubbing themselves clean in a bathtub full of lukewarm water that felt burning hot. 2 piles of clean, dry clothes awaited them on the counter, but Vanessa thought it would take at least 3 tubs of water before they'd be clean enough for anything to touch their skin but more soap and water. Each time she drained the tub, she refilled it with noticeably warmer water, letting their bodies grow accustomed to the temperature increase. Annie stopped shivering during the second load of warm water, but her eyes were open wider than usual, making her look shell-shocked. "Like you don't look the same?" Vanessa nodded thoughtfully. They'd all been through so much. But Vanessa couldn't imagine being a little girl and having to deal with the aftermath of the virus and losing pretty much everything. It was hard enough as a young woman. She turned the knob, shutting off the steaming stream as the water line neared the top of the tub for the 4th time, then pulled her knees up and hugged her legs. Annie mimicked her at the other end of the bathtub, resting her chin on her bent knees. There was no sign of injury on her tiny body. The dogs really hadn't hurt her while Vanessa had been unconscious. It just didn't make sense. She studied the little girl, but despite how long Vanessa stared at her, Annie just looked like a normal, adorable 5-year-old. "Annie?" Her big blue eyes blinked. Silently, Annie returned Vanessa's stare. "What happened with the dogs?" Annie's chin trembled. "They didn't want to hurt you. They said they were sorry." Vanessa frowned. "They were sorry?" Annie pushed her lip out into a pout and looked down at the water. "That's what they told me." Vanessa shook her head, confused. "I'm not sure what you mean. How did they tell you that?" Annie shrugged. "They just told me. Like when they told me somebody was coming and the mean man got here." Vanessa's heartbeat sped up as she processed what Annie was saying. The dogs had spoken to her. In her mind. But that was impossible. "Really? You're one to talk, chica." Moving her hand absently through the water, Vanessa considered Rosie's words. If she was hearing a dead person's voice in her mind, then Annie sharing some sort of telepathic connection with those dogs didn't seem quite so impossible. And if she really could talk to them, and they could talk to her, it would banish any lingering doubt that Rosie's voice wasn't just in her head, but that the deceased teen was talking to her from the great beyond. Vanessa wasn't going insane. She could actually talk to the dead. She let out a relieved breath. Annie drew Vanessa's attention with a single word. "Car." "I'm sorry, what?" "There's a car coming." She blinked her big blue eyes at Vanessa. "They told me." The dogs, right. Vanessa stood abruptly and stepped out of the tub to hastily dry off. She wrapped a towel around herself, then helped Annie out onto the linoleum as well. "Is it my brother's?" Annie nodded. "Think so." "Where are the dogs now?" Vanessa wrapped the second towel around Annie's shoulders and started to pull on her own clothes as quickly as possible. "Outside. They're guarding us." "Shit. Shoot." She tugged up her long underwear, quickly followed by a pair of jeans. "Can you tell them not to attack Carlos and Jesse?" Annie giggled. "They wouldn't do that. They're my friends." Her friends? That's so weird. I know, seriously. As Vanessa was pulling a fresh hoodie over her head, she heard the sound of a car engine outside. It was the final confirmation she needed. It was real. Annie could talk to dogs, and Vanessa could talk to dead people, or one dead person. It was all real. To make things even better, her brothers were finally home. 7. There was a sudden knock on the bathroom door. Vanessa froze, her right foot raised as she pulled on a sock. She hadn't heard either the front door or the back slider open. How had her brothers entered the house so quietly? "Nessa, honey, are you in there?" Vanessa's heart leapt, and her breath caught in her throat. "Mom?" Sock dangling halfway off her foot, she lunged at the door as her mom knocked again. Her mom was alive. She was alive! Vanessa had been certain she would never see her mom's warm hazel eyes again, never smell her faint lilac and freesia scent, never be held in her comforting arms. She'd been certain her mom had died in the hospital fire if the virus hadn't taken her life earlier. "Mom!" Yanking the door open, Vanessa felt her muscles trembling with barely contained elation. She was fully prepared to launch herself into her mom's waiting arms. Except nobody was standing on the other side of the door. The hallway was empty of all but a faint, meaty scent. Before she could stop herself, Vanessa's eyes darted to the right, seeking out the doorway to her mom's room. The door itself had been torn off its hinges and had settled haphazardly against her mom's bed, and the splatters of blood and bright pink and crimson chunks of shredded flesh added an extra grotesque touch. "Mom? You think maybe she went into her room to get some clothes?" Rosie sounded as doubtful as Vanessa felt. Despite her overwhelming desire to figure out where her mom had gone, Vanessa couldn't bring herself to actually move any closer to that room, to Julian's savaged body. Besides the fleshy bits stuck to the door, the only other part of him she could see was a white sneaker, streaked with blood. What if she didn't hear you, and when she saw Julian's body, she, went out to get your brothers or something because she thought you were hurt and hiding somewhere? They could all be looking for you right now. Nodding, Vanessa felt her rising panic recede. She went outside. They're looking for me. That's it. Vanessa turned back to the bathroom, helped Annie finish getting dressed as quickly as possible, and took hold of the little girl's hand. Close your eyes. She rushed out of the room, down the hallway, and toward the front door. She was almost to the door when it opened from the outside. Carlos walked into the house, head hanging as he scanned the living room, and Jessie followed close on his heel. Vanessa strained her neck to see around her brothers. Unlike her, they were fairly large people, easily fitting the bill as strapping young men, and therefore blocked her view through the doorway very effectively. Once they were both inside, Jessie shut the door. Their mom hadn't followed them in. Where is she? Where'd she go? Why don't you sit down, Nessa? Jessie took hold of her elbow and led her back a few feet, guiding her down onto the couch. Annie scooted off to the side, snuggling between Vanessa and the arm of the couch, while Jessie lowered himself onto one knee on the floor in front of them. You see, we found... Where's Mom? Vanessa interrupted, thoroughly confused. With his back partially to them and head still hanging low, Carlos rubbed his hands over his face. He made a sniffling noise, then cleared his throat. Finally, he turned to face the rest of his family. When Vanessa saw his bloodshot, red-rimmed eyes, her confusion multiplied. Where's Mom? She repeated more forcefully. She's gone, Nessa. Carlos met her stare briefly, and the weight of the sorrow contained within the brown depths of his eyes nearly stopped her heart. She's really gone. But... Vanessa had heard her knocking on the bathroom door. She'd heard her voice. Hadn't she? Maybe she's a ghost like me, and she's finally found you? The possibility was both crushing and a relief, a combination that was unsettling to the point of being a little nauseating. But what about the knocking? Vanessa shoved the detail aside as unimportant. Mom's gone? Talk about dropping from the highest high to the lowest low, only to settle somewhere in the middle. Vanessa looked from Carlos to Jessie and back. "How do you know? Did you find her body?" Carlos shook his head, but it was Jessie who answered. "There was a list taped to one of the doors. It's in part of the hospital that the fire didn't damage much. There were names, thousands of names." "Deceased," Carlos said, his voice hollow. "Written at the top in red, like we'd miss it otherwise." "So, if someone wrote her name on a list, that means she died before the fire, right? At least she didn't get burned alive." How such a morbid notion could be a comfort was beyond Vanessa's comprehension, but it was a comfort. "I heard her." Vanessa's mind felt tangled, like all of her thoughts and feelings were meshing together, becoming indistinguishable. "And Rosie, where'd you move her?" Jessie and Carlos exchanged a look. What?" "Rosie. In Julian's and Mom's room. There were dogs." Carlos strode toward the hallway. "Julian's in the..." He halted in the entrance and covered his mouth with his hand. He turned and looked at Vanessa, his eyes surrounded by too much white. "What the hell happened?" Again, Vanessa looked at each of her brothers, then pulled Annie closer to her. She cleared her throat. "Annie was napping, and I went outside to check on Rosie." "Why?" Carlos's voice was harsh. Vanessa swallowed a few times, giving herself a moment to wade through her tangled thoughts. I heard something." She shook her head, not sure why she wasn't telling them about hearing Rosie, only that she couldn't bring herself to explain it. "When I went out to the shed and found Rosie gone, I had a momentary freak out and rushed back into the house. Then Julian was at the door, and..." Jessie squeezed her elbow. "What do you mean, Rosie's gone?" "'Cause you, moved her?" "No," Carlos said. "We didn't." 8. Vanessa stared through the shed door, mouth hanging open in shock. Rosie's body was on the shed's plastic floor, wrapped in the comforter that used to be on Jessie's bed, exactly where Carlos had put it a week ago. Jessie stood beside her, their shoulders almost touching. Carlos was inside with Annie, packing their things. What with finding out about their mom's passing, and with the soon-to-be reeking dead body, and parts littering their mom's bedroom floor and walls, the 3 Hernandez kids had agreed that it was time to leave. But she wasn't there." Vanessa was positive that the shed had been empty when she'd checked earlier. "Are you absolutely sure?" As she heard Rosie's voice, her view of the shed altered. It was empty. Rosie's body was there. Empty, bundled-up body. Rosie's body flickered in and out of existence over and over again. "That's so weird." Vanessa raised her hands to her face, pressing her palms against her eyes. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Was she wrong? Was it all in her mind? Was she going insane? But there was still Annie and the dogs. "Be careful. Who knows what they'll do if you think you're crazy like that lady with the baby." I guess I was wrong." Vanessa shook her head, unwilling to share her fears of her burgeoning insanity with her brother. "Nice one." "Shut up!" Vanessa hissed. "What?" Vanessa glanced at her brother and felt the color drain from her cheeks. "Nothing." A nervous laugh bubbled up from her chest. "Just talking to myself." "Not to imaginary dead people." "Right. Keep telling yourself that." I thought Carlos put her behind the shed, not Inside it? She shrugged, trying to appear unconcerned. Guess I looked in the wrong spot, that's all. Jessie studied Vanessa for a moment longer, prompting her to shift her feet and tuck her hair behind her ears self-consciously. Come on, sis. He draped an arm over her shoulders and used his free hand to shut the shed door, locking Rosie's body in a plastic tomb with gardening tools as her eternal companions. Let's get our shit together so we can hit the road. Hunching her shoulders and hugging her middle, Vanessa trudged along beside her brother back to the home they'd lived in their entire lives. You really think that place in Tahoe is our best bet? She didn't actually care where they went, so long as it was far away from here. She just wanted to talk about something that might take her mind off the reality of what was happening to her. You think you can leave me behind, don't you? Like, getting far away will shut me up or something? I don't think so. Vanessa squeezed her eyes shut. Rosie had an uncanny way of picking up on the thoughts she was trying her hardest to ignore. As she stepped through the sliding glass door ahead of her brother, the waning warmth of their house wrapped around her. The electricity had finally stopped working shortly after her brothers returned. They were all surprised it lasted that long. At least their water heater was fueled by natural gas, allowing the boys to take one last hot shower before they left for good. Who knew when they might get to take another? Vanessa walked through the kitchen, part of the way down the hall, and headed toward her bedroom, avoiding looking at the sheet her brothers had taped up over their mom's bedroom doorway, hiding Julian's body. She paused to look into the bedroom her brothers shared. Carlos and Annie were in the room, Annie sitting on the bed, watching Carlos fill a few gym bags, a backpack, and a duffel bag with essentials. As Vanessa stood in the doorway, Carlos added their dad's watch and old manual camera to whatever other personal items he'd already loaded into the backpack. Carlos paused while stuffing handfuls of white socks into the largest bag and glanced Vanessa's way. I left Mom's duffel and your backpack on your bed. Let me know if you need more space. He pointed to one of the gym bags. It was dark gray with bright pink lining. Vanessa had never seen it before. We stopped by that thrift shop next to the hospital on our way back. Annie's good to go. He shifted his arm to the left, motioning toward the other gym bag. That one she recognized. It had been their dad's. I've got towels and shampoo and soap and stuff too, so don't waste space on that. Thanks. Vanessa offered him and Annie a weak smile before turning and heading into her own room. She would have thought that condensing the material goods she'd acquired during her 17 years of life should have taken a really long time. But in reality, she had the duffel bag filled to the brim with clothing and her backpack loaded with only those items most important to her. A photo album, a diary, a few of her favorite books, the stuffed dinosaur she'd had since she was a baby. In the time it took Jessie to disappear into the bathroom, shower, and emerge scrubbed and ready to go. After zipping up both bags, Vanessa walked around her bedroom, feeling like a stranger in the familiar space. She picked up an item here and there, a small lacquered jewelry box filled with all of her favorite earrings, a movie ticket stub, one of the porcelain angels her dad used to get her each year on her birthday. She wrapped the last in a t-shirt and added it to the keepsakes in her backpack. Again, Vanessa zipped up the pack. She shrugged it onto her shoulder, then lifted the hefty duffel bag and walked out of her room, grateful that, for once, Rosie's voice was leaving her alone. 9. No! Annie's wail was like iron nails being driven into Vanessa's eardrums. My doggies! My doggies! But Annie's epic tantrum wasn't what was keeping the Hernandezes from leaving Toppenish without the 3 dogs. The mountain dog, Pitbull, and diminutive white terrier were blocking their path. Vanessa and her brothers couldn't get to the SUV without going through the dogs, and based on the bared, glistening teeth, that wasn't going to be easy or healthy. Maybe if you threw, bacon or something, it would distract them? Vanessa ignored Rosie's unhelpful suggestion. If she'd had any bacon at all, they would have eaten it already. As things stood, they'd whittled their food supply down to the graham crackers, peanut butter, jelly, canned fruit, and boxed cereal they were bringing with them. "Annie!" Vanessa shook the girl's tiny hand. "We need to leave! Tell them to let us by!" Annie's only response was to magnify the level of hysteria contained within her by screaming and crying. If there were still any sane people left living on their street, or on any of the streets nearby, they'd certainly think Annie was being mutilated by savages. "I'm sick of this bullshit." Jesse dropped one of the bags he'd been carrying and reached behind him, pulling his handgun from the waistband of his jeans. "You've got to stop him. Think about it. The dogs can keep watch at night, you know. You guys can't afford not to take them with you." Vanessa's nostrils flared, and she gritted her teeth. "Jesse, wait." She took a few quick steps toward the car, placing herself between Jesse and the dogs. "If Annie can talk to them, and she can, I swear, then they could be useful." She looked back and forth from Jesse to Carlos, imploring with her eyes. "Think about it." She nearly cringed as she realized she'd repeated Rosie's words. "We'll have guard dogs we can trust completely because Annie can freaking talk to them. I don't think we can afford to not take them with us." Jesse's sharp glare shifted from Vanessa to the dogs, and his eyes narrowed. He clearly didn't trust them or Annie's ability to communicate with them. But when his eyes once again landed on Vanessa, they softened, and it was clear that he trusted her. For now. Jesse stuffed the gun into his waistband and nodded. "Fine, they can come with us. But if one of them pisses in the car, they're all gone." Relieved, Vanessa exhaled heavily and squeezed Annie's hand. "Does that work for the doggies?" Annie looked up at her, her big blue eyes still shining with tears despite the smile making deep dimples on either side of her mouth. She gave a divisive nod. "Yep." The dogs backed down almost instantaneously. They sat on the snowy sidewalk by the SUV, whimpering and wagging their tails as they waited for Vanessa and her brothers to let them into the vehicle. Vanessa skirted around the pit bull, recalling how effectively she'd been bowled over and knocked out by it only a few hours earlier. She had the massive headache to prove it. "You know they were just trying to protect Annie. Like I would have hurt her?" "What, Nessa?" Carlos asked while he loaded bags into the back of the SUV. "Nothing." Inside, Vanessa cursed herself. If there was one thing she needed to stop doing, it was responding to Rosie's voice, because Rosie wasn't real. Rosie was dead. 10. From her vantage point behind the driver's seat, Vanessa stared out the window into the pale morning light. She and her brothers had been alternating drivers for the past 10 hours, and it was Jesse who currently had the wheel. Carlos was sitting in the front passenger seat, discussing with Jesse whether or not they should stop at the next gas station to attempt to stock up on food. Against the odds, especially considering that all of the gas stations seemed to have been drained dry of fuel, gas wasn't something Vanessa and her brothers had needed to worry about. They'd had fairly good luck finding cars parked at rest stops with plenty of fuel to siphon into the SUV's gas tank. Some of those cars had apparently been abandoned, and some most definitely hadn't. Vanessa wrapped her arms around her middle and shivered. She could just imagine what it must have been like for the people in those cars. They would have been feeling ill, pulled off into the rest stop for a nap, then never recovered enough to continue on their way. Never recovered enough to make it home. They'd died alone, covered in their own vomit and excrement. gross as that was to imagine. It was the dying alone part that troubled Vanessa the most. Had her mom died alone? She worked at the hospital. She probably had tons of friends around her when she, Vanessa tensed, but continued to stare out the window, watching a small flock of sheep. They were only a few hours away from their destination at the south end of Lake Tahoe, and she'd gone almost the entire drive without hearing Rosie's voice. Her hopes that it had just been a phase, that she'd gotten over whatever psychotic break had caused her to hear Rosie's voice in the first place, evaporated. "You're ignoring me?" Vanessa clenched her jaw and rolled her eyes. It wasn't like she could respond with her brothers, Annie, and the dogs crammed into the SUV with her, not to mention all their stuff packed in behind the back seat. The space was so cramped that someone was bound to notice her chatting with empty air. Taking a deep breath, she shut her eyes. "You are! You're ignoring me! That's messed up." Vanessa opened her eyes and focused on her breaths and the ever-changing view out the window. They were driving along a 2-lane highway surrounded by pasture land and, beyond that, mountains, distant and barren on the left and just out of reach and dusted with snow on the right. The sheep were gone, replaced by a half-dozen fenced-in horses, then untended land, then cows, and more sheep. At feeling a tap on her arm, Vanessa turned her head to ask Annie, who was sitting on the opposite end of the middle row of seats, what she needed. Immediately, Vanessa flinched, shrinking back against the car door. Annie wasn't the person she found staring back at her. No. The eyes that met hers weren't bright and blue and still filled with wonder despite everything they'd seen. They were dark, sunken, and dull, and they were way too close to her. Rosie. Freaking Rosie was sitting right there in the middle seat between Vanessa and Annie. And Rosie didn't take her eyes off Vanessa for 1 second. She arched an eyebrow, and the corresponding corner of her graying, too pale lips quirked upward. All Vanessa could do was gape at the obviously dead teenage girl sitting beside her. The nails of her left hand dug into the faux leather padding on the inside of the door. With a heavy, dramatic sigh, Rosie broke eye contact. She glanced down, looking herself over, then met Vanessa's eyes. "Does this outfit make me look dead?" But it wasn't the outfit that made Rosie look dead. It was the bluish-gray, bloodless skin, the sunken cheeks, the dead cast to her eyes. "You're not real," Vanessa said without meaning to. She heard the hushed conversation between her brothers cut off, and figuring they must have heard her, she held her breath. "Nessa?" Carlos had turned around in his seat to look back at her, the little white terrier snoozing on his lap. The 2 bigger dogs were behind Vanessa and Annie, sharing the 3rd row of seats. Carlos studied her, looked at Annie, then returned his attention to Vanessa. "Who are you talking to?" Rosie nudged Vanessa's arm with her elbow. "Tell him you were talking to me. See what he says," she cackled. "He's gonna be like, 'What the f—'" Vanessa shot Rosie a horrified look. "No!" She cringed immediately after voicing that single word. She shouldn't have responded, but with Rosie actually sitting there, real as her brothers to Vanessa's eyes, if a little on the dead side, it was almost impossible not to react to her as though she were really there. "I could be real." Rosie scoffed and pointed her thumb at Annie and then at the dogs behind them. "I mean, come on." Vanessa opened her mouth to respond, but caught herself before she actually spoke. She looked at Carlos, whose face was etched with a mixture of worry and confusion. I think I was talking in my sleep. I'm just really tired, and apparently that makes me act like a crazy person." Rosie laughed. "Or Maybe you are a crazy person. To add an extra fringe to Vanessa's already frayed nerves, Rosie started humming Ring Around the Rosie. Aside from sounding creepy as hell all on its own, hearing Rosie hum that song brought back some disturbing memories, and not just of Julian singing it right before his insides were ripped out. The last school project Vanessa and Rosie had worked on together had been about that song. They'd been freshmen, and their world history teacher had tasked them with musical sleuthing. They had to discover the historical significance of an assigned song, Ring Around the Rosie, in their case. Rumors abounded that it was originally about the Black Death, making Rosie's singing of the song eerily apropos at the moment. But Vanessa and Rosie had discovered nothing conclusive. Rosie had decided that the only way to truly understand the song was to act it out via interpretive dance, leading to a night of sore cheeks and aching abs from laughing hysterically for far too long. 2 weeks later, Vanessa had stumbled upon Rosie and Jessie hooking up in a bathroom at a party. Their friendship immediately crumbled. Rosie stopped humming and shook her head. I never got why that made you so pissy. I'm fine, really, Vanessa told Carlos. Only once he'd returned to facing forward did she turn a scathing glare on Rosie. But deep down, even Vanessa wasn't sure why it had bothered her so much. She'd known Rosie had a thing for Jessie, and she'd known Rosie was a horrid flirt. But back then, Jessie had been running with a bad crowd, and Vanessa had warned Rosie to stay away from him. And Rosie had ignored her. So what? You thought I betrayed you or something? Rosie rolled her eyes. God, that was forever ago. Can't we just forget about it and be friends again? Vanessa might have considered it, had Rosie not been an invisible, likely imaginary walking corpse. That's racist, Rosie frowned. Or, you know what I mean. Just because I'm dead doesn't mean I don't have feelings. She crossed her arms, pouting. Chilly realization washed over Vanessa. Rosie was responding to her thoughts. Had been responding to her thoughts since the beginning. Ding, 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 Rosie said, laughing. 10 points to you. She poked Vanessa's arm. Girl interrupted. I don't know how you didn't notice. Feeling numb, Vanessa turned to stare out the window. She stared for unknown minutes, not really seeing anything in the dawn light. Nessa? Startled, Vanessa looked at Carlos, who had once again turned in his seat to face her. Yeah? We're just going to drive through. Should be a little over an hour till we get there. But Jessie says they have food and stuff, so we don't need to stop for that. Carlos raised his eyebrows in question. You good with that? Does widow Nessa need a potty break? Rosie said in her most annoying baby voice. She could be such a little... Vanessa smiled at her brother. I'm good with that. She just hoped he didn't notice the sharp slap she'd landed on Rosie's thigh with the back of her hand. No such luck. Carlos's eyes flicked down to her hand. Vanessa forced her lips to remain curved in what she hoped looked like a carefree smile and raised her shoulders just a bit. Thought I saw a bug. Rosie snorted. You sure you're feeling okay? Carlos's eyebrows were drawn together, a clear broadcast of his concern. No, she was absolutely positive that she was not feeling okay. Arguing with a dead teenager who looked, sounded, and felt just as real as her very real brother was about as far from okay as possible. Yep, Vanessa flashed Carlos one more tight smile. I'm fine. 11. So, this is it? Carlos was alternating between looking out the windshield and the passenger side window as Jessie drove along the snow-covered road.
It's really, woodsy.
Vanessa and Rosie were doing pretty much the exact same thing, looking out the nearest windows to examine their surroundings. For the most part, all Vanessa could see was an endless sea of snow and tall pine trees on either side of the car. The snow-covered road stretched out in a gentle curve ahead and behind them, and Vanessa had yet to spot any sign of a campground or other people, which was what Jessie had described.
It's creepy, no?
Rosie leaned in closer, nudging Vanessa's shoulder.
I can't decide if seeing some strange place all abandoned is worse than seeing our own home like that.
Vanessa nodded slowly, but didn't look away from her window.
Shouldn't there be, I don't know, like some sign of all these people Jay's been talking about?
A shiver crawled up Vanessa's spine as Rosie spoke. Whether it was caused by the haunting absence of people or the unsettling sensation of Rosie leaning into her to get a better view out the window, she didn't know. They'd passed through the small resort town of South Lake Tahoe with its packed parking lots and hulking lodges that were, based on all the cars, equally packed with dead bodies. Recalling the body she'd seen hanging by its neck over the edge of a 4th-story balcony, swaying in the wind and leached of color by the freezing temperature, Vanessa realized her unease stemmed far more from the disturbing sight than from Rosie. In comparison, the tactile reminder of Rosie's presence, imaginary or not, was surprisingly soothing. Someone squeezed Vanessa's shoulder, and she instantly stiffened. The only bodies occupying the back seat were the 2 bigger dogs, emitting occasional barks, sniffs, and whines. Dogs didn't have hands, and they certainly couldn't squeeze shoulders. Holding her breath, Vanessa craned her neck to look down at her shoulder. The hand resting there was slender and pale. It gave another gentle squeeze, then pulled away.
Don't worry, sweetie. We'll be here with you no matter what. We won't let you end up like that man, her mom said.
Vanessa exhaled a faint whimper and shut her eyes as tightly as possible, more to block the tears that were suddenly welling in her eyes than to avoid seeing her mom. On the contrary, she desperately wanted to see her mom. Vanessa turned in a rush, her fingers latching onto the top of the seat back like talons, and when she finally laid eyes on the woman sitting directly behind her, the tears broke free. She slapped her hand over her mouth to muffle her sudden, uncontainable need to sob. Her mom was sitting right there. She needed her mom so badly right now, would continue to need her forever. She didn't think she'd be able to survive without her. Her mom smiled a comforting, familiar smile that looked a little out of place on her gaunt face.
You won't have to, sweetie. I'll be here whenever you need me.
Shit! Carlos shouted. Turning to face forward, Vanessa dredged her mind for some excuse that would reasonably explain why she was acting so weird. But Carlos wasn't looking at her, wasn't swearing because of her, and concern wasn't etching his youthful face. As far as Vanessa could tell, Annie was the only one who'd noticed her seemingly random fit of tears at all. The little girl was staring at Vanessa, her big blue eyes keen with curiosity. Jessie brought the car to a skidding halt. Apparently, there were things other than Vanessa's erratic behavior to pay attention to. One of Carlos's hands was on the dash. The other was extended in front of him, pointing to the woods off to the left of the car. He shifted from staring out the window to staring in shock at Jessie.
Did you see them? They just appeared. Like they came out of freaking nowhere.
Vanessa followed the direction of Carlos's outstretched arm and sucked in a surprised breath. Standing among the trees, not more than a few feet from the road, were at least a dozen people. They were all wearing heavy winter clothing. all except for one woman. Slowly, she stepped onto the paved shoulder. A slender, middle-aged man on one side of her, and a hulking man with long, dark hair pulled back into a low ponytail on the other. Or rather, he would have appeared hulking had he not been standing beside the woman. She was truly enormous, obese even, wearing what appeared to be a heavy, fur-lined robe made of a fabric that looked to be both insulating and luxurious over some sort of long gown. Vanessa also spotted an old woman, far too aged and frail to be out tromping around in the snowy woods. Everyone else was too concealed within their winter outerwear to display any notable distinguishing features. And the way they were all standing out there, spread out between the trees, with only the three of them approaching the car, was just creepy as hell, Rosie said. Movement from the driver's seat momentarily captured Vanessa's attention. Jesse had bowed his head. He no longer showed any interest in the eerie scene beyond the windshield. His breathing was quicker than usual, sounding almost labored. "Jesse, man, what's up?" Carlos asked. The older of Vanessa's brothers simply sat in a seat. His head drooped, and each inhale and exhale clearly audible. When Vanessa felt a persistent poking on her arm, she turned to hiss a quiet, "Not right now," at Rosie, but instead found herself looking at Annie. The words died on her tongue. "What is it, sweetie?" Annie's tiny, chubby features broke into an ecstatic grin. "I made new friends." She was pointing at the window on her side of the SUV. She was clearly pointing into the woods to the right of the road, but Vanessa couldn't see any movement, let alone anything that might qualify as another of Annie's friends. At first. Dark shapes slinked among the forest's concealing shadows. They neared the road in a haphazard zigzag, uncountable and indistinguishable from the spots of darkness they used as cover. The pit bull Annie had named Pepper, an ode to his short, black, speckled white coat, stood abruptly and nearly pressed his nose to the passenger side window, fogging up the glass with each breath. A low, ominous growl rumbled in his barrel chest. Pepper, apparently, wasn't as instantly fond of Annie's new friends as she was. With a wary glance at the pit, Vanessa reached across Rosie's lap to pat Annie's knee. "That's, great." Annie beamed, then returned her attention back to the window. Vanessa looked at her brothers in the front seats in time to see Jesse handing his pistol to Carlos. "Just do it," her older brother demanded. "No way in hell," Carlos returned, equally adamant. Whatever words they'd exchanged while Vanessa had been preoccupied by Annie and the fluidly moving shadows were obviously important. "We're not leaving you to... Jesus, Jesse, why didn't you say something before? If what you're saying is true..." Carlos stared at Jesse for a long moment, then shook his head. "No. No way in hell." This is not good," Rosie whispered. Vanessa's mom gave her shoulder another supportive squeeze. "Maybe it would be best if we all just drove away right now. We can survive as a family. We don't need these people, whoever they are." Vanessa studied her brothers, first one, then the other. "What are you guys talking about?" Jesse shot a look over his seat back. His eyes were wild, filled with all the panic of a trapped, injured animal. "I can't," he said, his voice strained. "I can't. Just go." Without warning, he lurched to his left. The driver's door burst open, and he rolled out of the SUV. "Jesse!" Vanessa reached for him instinctively, but grasped only air. 12. Instead of obeying Jesse and sliding over the center console to sit in the driver's seat, Carlos shoved open his own door and leapt out of the car. Vanessa watched, confused and frozen by her brother's startling behavior. She watched Jesse straighten in the snow, watched the play of emotions dance across his face as he looked back and realized Carlos hadn't listened, watched the utter devastation wash over him, slumping his shoulders and bowing his neck. "What's going on?" Rosie's voice was laced with panic. "It's all right, girls," Vanessa's mom said, her voice steady. "Let's just stay calm. And, sweetie," she touched the back of Vanessa's head, "you might want to move up to the driver's seat, just in case." "But—" Vanessa looked from her mom to Rosie and Annie, then back out the windshield. "We can't just leave them. Why would we—" Her words trailed off as she watched the scene outside of the car. "Nessa?" Annie said softly, her voice pitched higher than usual. The trio of approaching strangers had stopped. About halfway between the front of the car and the trio, Jesse was standing absolutely still, his hands raised to head height. "But this is a safe place," Rosie whispered frantically. "He said we'd be safe here." Directly in front of the car, Carlos stood, feet spread shoulder-width apart, both arms extended in front of him, aiming the pistol. It took Vanessa only a brief scan of the strangers to understand why. The middle-aged man had produced his own weapon, a shotgun, and had it trained on Jesse. As Vanessa watched, Jesse started shaking his head. "I did what you said. I came back," he shouted. "It's done, okay? It's done. Just let them go. You can do whatever you want with me. Use that mind control shit. I don't care. Just, please, let them leave." "No. Bring the tainted one to us," the middle-aged man yelled. "Do it." Jesse shook his head more emphatically, lowering one arm to wave it behind him in a jerky shooing motion. "I think that's for us. A signal to leave," Vanessa's mom said. "And abandon them?" Rosie squeaked. Vanessa still sat behind the driver's seat, unable to move. She didn't understand what was happening. This was supposed to be Jesse's safe place. Why would he try so hard to convince them to drive hundreds of miles, only to risk getting shot so they could turn around and drive away? "Get them out of here," Jesse ordered, looking at Carlos with such urgency that Vanessa's already racing heart actually sped up a little more. "They'll kill her." Shaking his head, Carlos started backing toward the SUV. "I wouldn't, son." The middle-aged man was speaking to Carlos, but his gun remained steadily aimed at Jesse. He took a step, then another. Slowly, he was closing the distance between himself and Carlos. "The tainted ones are dangerous, driven mad by the virus. Surely you must have noticed?" "Don't let him get close enough to touch you, Carlos. He can get into your mind, make you do things," Jesse warned. "Just turn and run. Get them out of here." "She'll turn on you eventually," the man said. "Stop. Just stop." Carlos emphasized his words with pointed shakes of his gun. "I'll shoot you." "Will you?" The man stopped a half-dozen paces from Carlos. "Mandy," he asked over his shoulder, "perhaps you can convince this young man?" The large, robed woman trundled forward, but Vanessa never found out what she might have said or done. Carlos spun around and made a run for the open driver's door. Seemingly of its own volition, it slammed shut before he reached it. He tugged on the handle, but the door wouldn't open. Boom! At the sound of the shotgun firing, Carlos ducked out of Vanessa's view. "No!" Mandy wailed. She lurched forward a few final steps, trying to catch Jesse as he crumpled to the snow. A crimson patch blossomed as his blood melted the snow around him. He'd been shot. Jesse had been shot. "You have to do something," Rosie insisted. But Vanessa couldn't think of a single thing she should or could be doing at that moment. She couldn't think, period. Jesse had been shot. Mandy rose over Jesse's body, menacing in her enormity. "Cole!" Her voice was low, filled with warning. She glanced back at the large man who'd been at her side. "Kevin, disarm Cole. Hurt him." The middle-aged man, who had to be Cole, tisked. "You've still got one of Vic's precious little boys to use as a plaything." His vulturine eyes were fixed on Carlos. "I'd rethink sicking your lapdog on me. I will shoot this one, too." "And I'll kill you," Mandy snarled. Cole shrugged. "It was bound to happen eventually. At least I'll know your misery is secure." Mandy's face twisted into an ugly mask of rage, but she raised her right hand and signaled for the large man, Kevin, to wait. "Wonderful," Cole mused. "Now you." He looked past Carlos, his eyes focusing on Vanessa. "Get out of the car and bring the whining brat, or I'll shoot your other brother." Vanessa felt like her mouth was filled with sand. She shook her head, numb on the inside. Shouldn't she have been crying? Or screaming? Annie was doing both, quite enthusiastically. But like those of her mom and Rosie, Vanessa's face was locked in a mask of horror and disbelief, and she was silent, completely silent. Jesse, shot, not moving, dead? Rosie was the first to break their spell of shock. She shook Vanessa's arm. "You can't let him kill Carlos, too." Vanessa nodded numbly. Rosie was right, of course. She couldn't let that happen. That would be... No, she couldn't let that happen. But as she reached for the door handle, her mom placed one hand on her shoulder. "No, sweetie. You can't risk your life and Annie's. What if they kill you and Carlos both? That madman's already taken one of my children. I won't let him take all of them." Vanessa froze, her fingers gripping the cool metal handle. "No!" Rosie wailed. "You can't not do anything. You have to help him." Her mom's grip tightened on her shoulder. "Look at Annie." Vanessa did as instructed. The 5-year-old was bawling. The 3 dogs huddled around her, low growls rumbling in their chests. "Do you want her to end up like me?" Vanessa's mom's voice was harsh. Vanessa looked back at her and drew in a sharp breath. Her mom no longer looked like the pale, semi-gaunt version she'd come to expect, but was covered in a layer of charred, still smoking skin. Her face was unrecognizable, barely human. "Do you want her to die?" "No," Vanessa breathed. There was no way she would risk bringing Annie out of the car with her. Not that the dogs would let her. Amid Carlos's protests, and before Rosie could talk her out of it, Vanessa pulled on the handle and shoved the door open. She stepped out onto the snow-covered road, hugging herself and shivering, and stared into Cole's cool, uncaring eyes. "What do you want?" Cole's eyes narrowed. He'd told Vanessa to bring the whining brat with her, and she'd disregarded his demand. His irritation was obvious, but he didn't say anything about her defiance. Instead, without taking his eyes off Carlos and Vanessa, he waved at the people who were still standing among the trees on the left side of the road. "Come here, Mary. Tell me if she's the one." It was the old woman who responded to his command. She hobbled out onto the road, the snow making her already slow movements almost painstaking. When Mary reached Cole's side, her dull eyes fixed on Vanessa, washing her in an odd, tingly sensation. Rosie linked her arm with Vanessa's. What's she looking for? God only knows, her mom said, wrapping an arm around Vanessa's shoulders. God and these people, she amended, her voice giving away only a sliver of how much she loathed these people. Vanessa stared at Jesse's motionless body and the rapidly melting patch of crimson snow spreading out beneath and around him. There was so much blood. She stifled the urge to run to him, to shake him until he woke. She wouldn't risk doing something so rash that could lead to losing her other brother, too. There's too much blood, sweetie. I don't think Jesse's ever going to wake. Vanessa's mom sounded desolate, but resolute. Jesse was gone. Jesse, her brother. Vanessa scanned the faces of the strangers standing out in the winter afternoon with her, finally landing on Cole's. This man, these people, killed her brother. Her shock was wearing off, replaced with white-hot, center-of-the-sun rage. What do you want? Nobody answered. Mary's eerily tangible stare released Vanessa, and the old woman turned to Cole. She gave one quick nod, then started her way through the snow back to the others standing among the pines. Cole's lips spread into a humorless smile, and without warning, he swung the shotgun in Vanessa's direction. There was the sharp crack of gunfire at the exact moment that a body slammed into Vanessa's back. She lunged to the ground, barely managing to break her fall with her hands before face-planting in the snow. She heard shouting, Cole, Carlos, and others, but had no clue whether it was her brother who had fired the gun or the murderous stranger. Whoever had tackled her to the ground was doing a really good job of keeping her there, lying on her back and using all of their weight to hold her down. She raised her head as much as she could with her attacker settled on her back and looked around wildly. Her eyes landed on 4 enormous gray paws attached to the strong, black-ticked gray legs of a huge dog just a few feet away. "That's not a dog," Rosie said. "I'm fairly certain it's a wolf," her mom offered. A wolf? As the possibility sank in, Vanessa realized there was a very distinct panting noise coming from the being who'd tackled her, who was still planted firmly on her back. It wasn't a who, she realized, but a what. "A wolf's on your back!" Rosie sounded more excited than worried for Vanessa's safety. "A freaking wolf is on you, and it's not trying to rip your throat out!" The dark gray wolf standing beside Vanessa started slinking forward toward Cole and her brother. "Nessa, get Annie the hell out of here!" Carlos shouted. The wolf on Vanessa's back eased off her and settled on its haunches beside her, letting her push herself up onto her hands and knees. She finally had a clear view of her brother. Carlos was grappling with Cole near the car. He seemed to have the upper hand, until Kevin lurched toward them and seized Carlos by the shoulders. "Ha!" Cole shouted as he managed to wrap a hand around the front of Carlos's neck. "Stop fighting!" To Vanessa's horror, Carlos obeyed. His limbs relaxed, and he sat in the snow, partially held upright by Kevin and doing nothing to even try to break Cole's hold on his neck. "Very good," Cole said. As she watched them, Cole retrieved Jesse's pistol from the ground and handed it to Carlos. "That's odd," her mom said. "Why would he give Carlos his gun back?" Without removing his hand from Carlos's neck or his eyes from Carlos's face, Cole said, "Shoot her." He was so focused on Vanessa's brother that he didn't seem to notice one of the wolves edging closer to them. Carlos squeezed his eyes shut, his gun hand shaking. "Nessa, run!" "What?" Vanessa stammered, certain that Carlos would never shoot her. "I can't.
I have to do what he says. I can't. I have to. Carlos's eyes snapped open, wide with horror. He raised the gun. Crack! Vanessa was so shocked by the muzzle flash that she almost didn't feel it at first. Almost. A burning spot of pain radiating from her left shoulder. She glanced down to see that the sleeve of her winter coat was torn at the crux of her shoulder, revealing a thin streak of raw flesh where the bullet had skimmed her. He'd shot her. Carlos, her own brother, had shot her. "We've got to go now, sweetie," her mom said, tugging on her arm. At her insistence, Vanessa climbed to her feet. The air was filled with the sound of low, reverberating growls and vicious snarls as more creatures emerged from the woods on the right side of the road. Some looked like wolves, while others looked like huskies, and others still appeared to be a mix of the two. They padded closer to the humans in a manner very uncharacteristic to wolves' usual avoid humans at all costs instincts. "It's got to be Annie," Rosie said as she tugged on Vanessa's sleeve. "Come on, we've got to get her out of here before that psycho makes Carlos try again. His aim might not be so bad next time." "She's right, sweetie, we've got to go." Vanessa hesitated for a moment, exchanging the briefest of glances with her brother. His eyes were tortured, but she could see him losing the battle between his will and Cole's. "Go," he mouthed, just as his gun hand started shaking again. Vanessa sprinted around the back of the car, her wolf attacker, protector, close by her side. At the crack of gunfire, she ducked behind the illusory safety of the SUV's back end and crawled the rest of the way to the rear passenger door. As soon as she opened it, the terrier and mountain dog leapt from the interior and started prowling around her, while the pit bull remained inside on the seat beside a shrieking Annie, blocking her from the view of the people on the other side of the car. Shh, sweetie," Vanessa murmured as she tried, hands shaking, to unbuckle Annie's seatbelt. It took ages, but the latch eventually clicked, and Vanessa tore the hysterical little girl out of the car. She hugged her close and ran toward the woods, the several inches of snow slowing her pace. More of the wolves and dogs surrounded them, running alongside Vanessa, a living, breathing, snarling barrier of fur, teeth, and claws. As one, Vanessa and the pack dove deeper into the relative safety of the woods and away from the homicidal strangers, away from danger. Away from the only family Vanessa had left. "You have me, sweetie," her mom said, and in Vanessa's peripheral vision, she could see her mom running beside her. "And me," Rosie nudged Vanessa's elbow with her own. "We'll never leave you." 13. Carlos. 1 month later. Carlos sat beside his mistress's chair, dressed only in loose-fitting linen trousers, utterly content that she'd chosen him to be one of her favorites today. The man who sat on the floor on the opposite side of the chair was new, but he seemed to bring Carlos's mistress joy, so he was glad the newcomer was there. They both ran their hands over her skin, savoring the chance to touch her. Carlos lived for the moments when he was touching her, when he was one of her chosen, her favorites, her pretties. He'd never loved anyone as much as he loved her. In fact, Carlos was fairly certain that if he ever strayed too far from her side, he would die of heartbreak, of longing, of need. His life was now divided into 2 time periods, Mandy and before Mandy. As far as he could remember, before had been a time of misery and loneliness. His life had been empty, but now it was full of her, his queen, his goddess. He hoped that tonight would be one of the nights she chose to keep her pretties with her to please her in any way she desired. "We are the prophets of the new world," Mandy said in chorus with Mary and Cole.
Carlos wished the other two would shut up so he could listen to the perfection that was Mandy's voice all on its own. Mary's voice was scratchy with age, and Cole's voice grated for the simple sake that it was Cole's. Only Carlos's deep-seated hatred for Cole ever managed to shake the all-encompassing peaceful euphoria he felt in Mandy's presence. "We have foreseen your arrival and desire you to join the followers of the one true religion. With us, you will find safety, and above all else, peace. We welcome you." It was the greeting the prophets recited to all newcomers. This group was just one more in a long string of survivors who would assuredly join Mandy's followers. Carlos felt a twinge of jealousy as he risked a glance at the man who seemed to be their leader. Would he become another of his mistress's favorites? Would Carlos have to share her with one more man? The leader was tall and muscular, with short dark hair, brilliant blue eyes, and chiseled features. It seemed likely that Mandy would want to keep him. "We would like to stay with you and your people for a few more nights," the leader said, sounding confident and a bit formal. "But then we really should continue on our way." Carlos stiffened in shock. They would leave? Nobody but the tainted ever left, and they usually departed the world permanently. Carlos felt Mandy's pillowy flesh tremble under his fingers. She'd obviously found the idea of these people leaving as surprising as Carlos, and she wasn't pleased about it. Carlos felt instant and unquenchable hatred toward them, the man, for upsetting his mistress. He stroked her arm in an effort to soothe her and to remind her that she still had him. She didn't need anyone else. After introducing herself and the other prophets, Mandy told the leader, "You are more than welcome to stay with us for as long as you like. Let us dismiss this talk of leave-taking until you've seen everything we have to offer." There was a throaty note to her voice that told Carlos she was definitely anticipating adding the leader to her favorites. "Prophets," the leader said, "do you mind if I speak with my people for a moment? Your kind offer is very persuasive." At least now he was behaving more rationally and less likely to displease Carlos's mistress. Carlos focused all of his attention on Mandy, on soothing her irritation with gentle strokes of his hands, while the leader drew his people around him and spoke with them quietly. Though she appeared outwardly calm, the tension radiating from Mandy's body let Carlos know she was nearing the end of her patience. "What is your decision, Jason?" At hearing the name, Carlos recalled Jen and Mark describing the leader, Jason, and his group to Mandy early that morning. Carlos hadn't cared enough about the man to note his name at the time, but now his odd behavior made him stand out. Jason. "We'll stay indefinitely, of course," Jason said. Carlos could feel the tension seep out of Mandy's body. "Very well. Everyone may leave. Except you," she said to Jason. "And my pretties, of course." Mandy patted the shoulder of the man on the other side of the chair, spawning another spike of jealousy in Carlos. At least she hadn't sent him away with the others. "Why is that stringy little thing still here? Send her away." The annoyance, sharpening Mandy's otherwise velvety tone, drew Carlos's attention back to Jason. To Carlos's surprise, Jason wasn't alone. A petite young woman with extremely red hair, extremely pale skin, and quite a few freckles stood by Jason's side, holding his hand. A large German shepherd sat on her other side. Jason's eyes bulged. "Oh, great prophet. She's harmless, and she's only comfortable when I'm around. Besides, you can say anything around her and she won't hear a word." Carlos frowned. Did Jason mean that the little red-haired woman was deaf? He studied her, intrigued. Something about her reminded him of his sister. It wasn't that they shared any resemblance, aside from both being small and female, but it was as though their slight stature, combined with an almost visible inner strength, made them the same in a way beyond mere physical appearance. Suddenly, Mandy stood and flung Carlos's and the other man's hands off her. Carlos felt a sharp sting of shame. She didn't want him touching her. He'd failed her. He hung his head, filled with self-loathing, and racked his brain for some way to prove to his mistress that he was worthy. "I said send her away. If you refuse, my pretties will kill her." Mandy motioned for Carlos and the other man to attack the red-haired woman. This was what Carlos had been hoping for, a sign of what might please his mistress. Eagerly, he drew the long-bladed knife that he always stowed in the back waistband of his pants when he was on duty as one of Mandy's chosen pretties, and prowled toward the little woman. "Over my dead fucking body," Jason said in chorus with a growl from the German shepherd. Faster than Carlos had thought possible, Jason drew a pistol from the holster on his hip and aimed it at Mandy. "Jason, wait!" the woman shrieked. "What if—" Hearing her voice made Carlos feel a little regretful about what he was about to do, but the joy he was sure to feel in knowing he'd pleased his mistress washed it away. He always felt joy in carrying out her will, whether it meant hurting or even killing others, or simply giving her pleasure. Carlos pushed any lingering doubt out of his mind and continued on toward his target. He was so close, almost within his blade's reach, when the crack of gunfire resounded within the temple. He froze, then spun around to watch Mandy's body collapse in a massive heap of limp, fatty flesh. There was a moment of utter confusion when his brain was firing competing signals in response to her death, horror and elation, loss and relief, before he was filled with wave after wave of uncontainable rage. If he didn't find a way to expel it, he was sure he would explode from the sheer force of the emotion. The things she'd done. The things she'd made him do. And not just pleasing her or hurting and killing strangers. She, her man, Cole, had killed his brother. They'd made him shoot Vanessa, his beloved sister. Mandy and Cole had torn his emotions, his free will, away from him. Mandy had destroyed his soul. With a howl, Carlos launched himself at Mandy's lifeless body. The moment the long, dangerously sharp blade of his knife sank into her soft flesh, he felt a much-needed emotional release. The hatred and rage flowed out of him through his knife, seeping into her. But it wasn't enough. Withdrawing the knife, Carlos flexed his muscles to stab deeper, harder. He did it again, and again, and again, until, finally, he was free.
You have reached the end of part 1 of The Ending Beginnings. If you're enjoying the Ending series, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Thanks for listening.